a lot has been said over the years, and just want to get your respective thoughts on what structural changes perhaps need to be made to make them more successful in the region. Dr. Dixon.
I'll start this one off. I think the future of investment models is based on PPP. Governments cannot do everything. Cannot. We need the private sector to be part of what we're doing. Government should create policy and an enabling environment for private sector businesses to grow. And if your private sector grows, your country grows as well. You know, governments grow and they get fat and no one likes what the government is doing, or the government's change and everything changes because we need to get out of that space. And this is where the private sector comes in. I do believe that the private sector, for, again, qualified and credible investments, government should drop their pants, so to speak, to bring these things to fruition, because it's the people-to-people business relationships that would grow. You know, we just had hosted Active in Grenada in July, I'm sorry. And when we were speaking to our private sector, oh, we can't sell anything to Africa, it's too big, we don't know the market. And I said, guys, you're missing the point. This is an opportunity to find partnerships and grow together. You know, for example, we have some cottage industries where we make soaps and different aromatic stuff based on the spices. Oh, we don't have the quality. I said, the quantity. Well, maybe it's a way for you to find a partner to help build your capacity to have the quantity you need to service a larger market. And this is what I'm talking about, the business and the private sector working together. And government's role is, okay, let's fan the flame and make this thing happen a lot faster and a lot bigger. So yes, I do believe PPPs are very important. And I think you would see not only in Grenada, but throughout the Caribbean, that the pressures and unknowns of what's happening up north, globalization is forcing us to work together. So let's do it. Let's work together. I think we're willing, we're open, and as we've been hearing all the time, that let's rewrite the narrative of cross-Atlantic trade. Yeah?
Thank you.
Well, I feel as if Minister Cummings can answer this question. Maybe I'll just add a few points. From our perspective, one of the most important things to make PPPs happen is having a champion. PPPs they're not easy to do. They're very good for countries, completely agree with the ambassador, and we have a large PPP team for that reason. That's done projects all over the world and mobilized capital. But a lot of political decisions need to be made that are not easy, that are, balancing things. And if there isn't a champion, pushing these through, it's very difficult for it to happen. Many countries have long lists of PPPs that are never done for that reason. The other thing is that it's something that it needs to be fair. It needs to be fair to everybody. It needs to be fair to the government and the people of the country, and it needs to be fair to the investors. So balancing that, it's a delicate balance. And usually the first or second projects are not, they take time, they can be painful. And sometimes parties feel as if they're not fairly treated, but it's something to always work towards. And the other thing I think we talked about the regulatory environment, but I'll just stop with end with one point. Really, transparency. We've talked about transparency of regulation, yes, of course, but just transparency of the process, letting the population know what's going on, transparency in procurement, transparency in how you're going to be looking at regulations or changing regulations, transparency in the negotiations, all through really sets the tone and sends a message to the international community that there's a country where you can do business and a country that will treat you fairly. Extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just very quickly, I obviously agree with all of the things that have been said before. I just want to add two things. One, structure is important. And when Barbados first started looking at some of the PPPs in our sector, we pulled together what we call a college of negotiators. And we pulled parties together into that college of negotiators with differentiated skills, and they would take responsibility for anchoring the negotiations with a private sector partner and ensuring that it is fair to the government and that you do have a reasonable rate of return, that it is a bankable and a strong project, but also that in identifying what is fit for purpose for a PPP, that you do that work up front. At the large projects that we have just done with our development partners, they took us 2 years to build. Literally 2 years, every single Friday we met as teams from all across the world, including the IFC team and for wind and the World Bank and the IADB team, anchoring as transaction advisors on behalf of Barbados. 2 long years every single week. I would chair on Friday mornings, and my technical team would be in technical meetings every Wednesday. So bankability is a big deal. And as the governor of the central bank just walked in, I want to thank him because there's a role for central banks to play. When we were developing the BEST project, for example, the central bank came in and said to us, well, fine, we'll help to de-risk the project. And they built with us Barbados' first liquidity support facility with a $5 million tranche of resources, and we're now working with partners to build a second one to model the IFC project off of. So it is a whole of government approach, whole of private sector approach, and it needs to have a champion, as Ronke said, but with all the technical expertise attached to it.
Thank you. We'll open the floor for a few questions. Okay, just.
Yes. Hi, my name is Eric Guichard. I'm CEO of Home Strings, which is a diaspora investment engagement platform. I have a couple of questions. One for Representative of IFC. You mentioned diaspora bonds. One of the key lessons over the past 12 years in engaging in facilitating diaspora investment is the fact that the investment impediments, the biggest investment impediment, is not regulation in the country of origin, is actually investment regulation in the host country, particularly the rules around investment accreditation. IFC has the advantage of having exemptions around those accreditation requirements. It would be easy for IFC to set up a fund that exempts diasporans from that qualification, thereby pooling capital to invest in countries or co-invest with IFC in countries where IFC is operating. I think you attempted something similar in Haiti, and a former colleague of mine who's the vice president and treasurer of IFC was at the forefront of that. It would be nice to replicate that, particularly in the Caribbean. Secondly, on diaspora bonds, our experience is that as a standard security, it doesn't work for the simple reason that the current infrastructure that facilitates diaspora bond is an institutional focused infrastructure and not a retail distribution focus. And most of the diasporans don't have brokerage accounts where they can buy registered securities. Therefore, that gap is a structural reality. So despite my good friend Dilip Ratha's proponing of diaspora bonds, the reality is that on the ground, it doesn't work unless you're working either through banks, where diasporans have bank accounts, or you're doing an exemption, as I explained earlier. Happy to work with IFC on these issues, as we have a number of projects where we are pooling diaspora capital. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. So just in the interest of time, I just have a final closing comment from each panelist. If you can sort of give me one message that you would suggest that we take on board based on everything that's been said today.
I think we've given so many messages so far. I'm not sure which one you want me to pull out at this point, but I think the key message here is that we're all in this room because we accept that together the Caribbean and the African continent have the ability to work together to mobilize capital for investment projects. We agree that our development partners, therefore, have a role to play in facilitating the movement of capital, the movement of people, facilitating connectivity of not just air and sea links, but of capital, of projects, and of investment opportunities. And that the time, if ever before, if not before, is now. We've had Active in the region. We now have Africa Exim Bank. Here, I think I saw Okechukwu earlier. And so this is the time. This is our time. And if we leave this room and this year, 2025, without actually developing some concrete and actionable projects for development, then we've yet again lost an opportunity. So I want to commend GUBA for hosting this event and all of you for traveling here, but I want to challenge you to make something out of what we have started in this room.
Thank you, Minister. Comments?
Well, I'll try to capsulize 3 thoughts in one. I do believe in the concept of a diaspora fund, and we need to find ways to de-risk it and have it focus on targeted investable projects. Government policy needs to change and encourage this mode, especially for diaspora investments coming in. And third, I think most of our investment development corporations need to treat our diasporas as better as well as non-national foreign investors. Sometimes we think, oh, it's some Grenadians in New York. No, they're investors and they need to be treated better. And we should have certain policies in place that gives them the comfort that the investments should be protected, and that could be a vehicle for tying into investors out of Africa, wherever you may be, wherever Grenadians or Bajans or Trinidadians may be. They want to feel their funds are secure and protected and go to good projects. So I think that the private sector has a role to play, our investment development corporations have a role to play, and certainly government have their roles to play as well.
Thank you. Ronke.
So I think that my closing is similar to Minister Cummings in that it's really a call for action. And, you know, I mean, I already said I'm West African and I'm working in the Caribbean, so this is deeper for me. It's not just work, it's more than that. And I'd like to offer maybe a platform for us to come together. I really like the idea of an advisory thing, and I think that maybe if we can set something up where we can bring, like the gentleman that talked about diaspora bonds, other people that can bring other ideas, because we've been talking about this for a while, but we're having problems, you know, really putting projects in place. And so we'd like to set up something, IFC, at least some kind of advisory council to see how we can move things forward. So, and I hope I can reach out to the organizers of GUBA to help put that together. Thank you.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our remarkable panelists, Minister Lisa Cummins, Dr. Richard Nixon, and Ronke Ogun-Slayer, for a discussion that's been both visionary and practical. I think we'll...
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission, to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 53 participating African states and 12 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy, to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, Intra-African Trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, Industrialization and Export Development. Pillar 3, Leadership in Global Trade Banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, Financial Sustainability. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
After successfully redefining Accra's skyline with the delivery of the signature apartments, Cape May Properties presents an exclusive unveiling of the tallest residential building in Ghana, offering a first look of Sultan Sky. Sultan Sky, a magnificent representation of the seamless fusion of quality, groundbreaking innovation, and pioneering architectural brilliance. An extraordinary structure set to reshape the concept of upscale living, thanks to its inventive attributes and unparalleled commitment to precision. This master-planned residential development will focus on the building's location, security, privacy, the design's aesthetic brilliance, elevated features in each living space, cutting-edge smart home technology, and amenities beyond imagination, with fantastic residential features which include 24-hour concierge service, a state-of-the-art fitness center, a floating tennis court, a floating swimming pool, a spa, a sky pool, a sky lounge, a movie theater, co-working spaces, kids zone, distinctive lifts for staff and deliveries, private gardens, chef's kitchen, expansive terraces, entertainment rooms, restaurant, and 24-hour security. Sultan Sky.
RNAQ Holdings, the force driving Ghana's next wave of growth. Through Quick Angels, we invest in vision. Through Bill's Microcredit, we empower the hardworking. Through the RNAQ Foundation, we give back, creating impact that lasts. Together, we've turned local dreams into thriving national brands. RNAQ Holdings, building wealth with purpose.
Ladies and gentlemen, our second plenary session is based on finance and banking, building the capital base for growth. Now, don't worry, I promise we won't be running a credit check on anyone. This session is all about expanding access to capital, not collecting it. We're talking big ideas today, ladies and gentlemen. Regional financial integration, scaling fintech solutions, and creating cross-border finance vehicles that connect Africa and the Caribbean. Basically, we're building financial bridges without the toll booths. Think of it this way. Once upon a time, it took weeks or months for money to move around. Today, apps can move money faster than a Bajan waistline that crop over. So get ready. This is where innovation meets inclusion, where capital meets creativity, and where we figure out how to make the money move not just in the markets, but in the lives of our people. Please join me in welcoming our brilliant panel of finance trailblazers who are here to show us how to build the capital base for growth together. Let's welcome our moderator, CEO of Invest Barbados, Ms. Kay Greenidge.
Good morning, everyone. So welcome to Plenary 2 session, Finance and Banking, Building the Capital Base for Growth. Today, we focus on one of the most important drivers of sustainable development, creating deeper, more resilient financial systems that can power inclusive growth across Africa and the Caribbean. We will explore how to expand access to capital, strengthen financial integration, and leverage innovation to reach underserved sectors. Today, I have with me a group of esteemed folk who will have all the knowledge in this area. I want you to please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists. First, Dr. Kevin Greenidge, Governor of the Central Bank of Barbados. The Honorable Rita Jo Lewis, former Chairman and President, U.S. Exim Bank. George Thomas, CEO, Sagicor Bank. Gregory Samuels, Senior Vice President and Head of Investment Banking, Sinus Capital. And Kevin Simmons, General Partner, Alpha Fund, Lofty Inc. Capital Management. So together we will identify actionable pathways to build an Africa-Caribbean financial corridor. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And also, not to be outdone and not to be forgotten, I'm very apologies. We have Okachukwu Erika. He always gives me trouble, and I always have trouble calling his name. So the Chief Operating Officer, Afrexim Bank, Caribbean Office. So, on this very important topic, let's start with the big picture. How do we expand capital access through regional financial integration? Dr. Greenidge, from a monetary policy perspective, what frameworks can best support stable cross-border capital flows?
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. From a broad perspective, when we talk about supporting capital flows within the region and cross borders, extra-regional. In my view, we need three principles, three pillars, so to speak. One, you need a credible nominal anchor. So what I mean by that is when investors and persons are looking at you for that sort of move from and to, you need an anchor, whether it's an exchange rate anchor, an inflation anchor, a money supply anchor, and we're talking economics 101. It must be credible. And so, for example, in Barbados, everyone far and wide knows our anchor is our nominal exchange rate, 2 to 1. It's been there before it was born, so not quite true, but something close to that. So whatever your anchor is, it must be known and credible. How do you get the credibility? It must be published, it must be in a consistent framework. So for example, in Barbados, we publish metrics to support that anchor. So you will hear things like our reserve adequacies. Right now, there are 2 weeks of import cover. That gives investors a notion of the credibility of your anchor. We will publish in terms of our NDA, and also we integrate the anchor and the support of the anchor into the fiscal framework so that everything is consistent. So whether you're Jamaica, Trinidad, this sort of thing, you need a nominal anchor. It must be clear what that anchor is. The second pillar will be how do you clear out how you handle risks related to your anchor and your monetary framework. So for what I mean, how do you handle mismatch in currencies, and how do you handle mismatch in debt? And for that, it must be clear again. So for Barbados, for example, we publish very often our debt sustainability analysis that shows all our liabilities and debt flows for any investor can look at it and make a credible decision. So that's very important. How do we walk, and also contingency, what would happen in the event that we have a liquidity issue or we had a currency issue? What will be our response? So you monitor, you publish those sort of information. So a person not only know the anchor now, but also the risk and mitigation effects. And so those are what investors look for, and how we move flows. The third one that will help, which it was mentioned, is a credible rails and interoperable payments platform. A platform that moves money fast, safe, and efficiently, instantly, domestically and across borders. Many of you refer to BIMPay, and that's the Barbados Instant Payment System that we're now putting in place. That payment system is the architected backbone in financial system would enable investors, business persons, small business, etc., to move money instantly. So you have to have a credible payment rail with clear defined rules of connectivity, transparency, and efficiency. If you have that in domestic space, and then we have a regional payment system. So right now, we're working with the central bank governors at the regional level. We're putting in place caps, carry account, payment, and settlement service. We're working right now, Barbados and Bahamas tested it. We're bringing on, I think, ECCB and Trinidad at the next governors meeting in a few days coming. We will talk about that. But now you have a regional payment system that moves current flows, money flow across the region. And the beautiful way we're designing packs that it is not, you don't use any US dollars along the process, one at the end is settling. And so the domestic efficient payment system backed with a regional payment system. And once caps is in place, that actually gives connectivity beyond us, particularly to the African continent. Because PAX, which is the Pan-African Payment Settlement System, is kind of the underlying architecture. Not that is what we have, but it's the architecture that helps us now to build PAX. So now you see that instant connectivity. Whether you're in Ghana and somebody in Bahamas, you can trade in your Ghanaian currency and Bahamian currency and not US currency. And so those three elements, I believe, are needed. A nominal anchor, clear risks and mitigation rules published, and a payment system together with what we say will be the foundation architect of a monetary framework for capital flows across borders.
Thank you, Governor. You've certainly given us a lot of food there for thought to begin our discussion. You spoke about the anchor. You spoke about the proper payment platform to facilitate those cross-border transactions. So let me ask the other Kevin, I want to say Kevin S., and also George, how does what the governor just spoke about, is this enough from a commercial bank's perspective in terms of giving you more confidence and making you more comfortable in financing regional projects? And for you, Mr. Simmons, and how do we ensure that small economies as well as small and micro enterprises aren't left behind in all of this transformation?
Thank you very much, Kay, and good morning, everyone. So 2 points that the governor made resonate with me, and I'm speaking from the context of a commercial bank, the newest commercial bank, only 2.5 years old, growing rapidly. The first thing, from a regulatory perspective, does the institution, is it licensed to operate in the target country? Sagicor Bank Barbados is registered to operate in Barbados. We have had opportunities in the region, and what you do is look for a partner. For example, a good partner is at the end there, a Frexim Bank, that kind of partner that has that reach. Or one of the other commercial banks. So for example, it was a major housing project, and from a licensing and from a capital adequacy perspective, that was not within my risk appetite. So I called up one of the others and said, here you go, right? So there's not a lack of appetite, but you have to look at the risk, as the governor pointed out, and then once it's within a jurisdiction you can function, you have to go drill down some more on the risk. If it's a startup business, then you look at that. If it's a going concern that has strong fundamentals, then it makes it easier to do business. And I specifically mentioned the two opposing ends of the spectrum because there is a thought that the commercial banks should do more for startups. But the thing is, the commercial banks hold deposits, fixed deposits, from people like us. Now, investment banks, venture capital companies, they operate on the idea of their participants, their clients, invest money expecting a significant return. Therefore, the risk appetite is different. When you take your hard-earned salary and put it on me, you expect that it's going to be there and that I'm not going to put it on projects that could potentially go sideways, right? So that's the thing. But if there's solid fundamentals, a going concern, and the risk, there's clear mechanisms to mitigate the risk, then there are no barriers to doing that. The other point that the governor made was the platform. And I know BIMPE is a very bold move and fully support because that provides the underpinnings, the ability for us to function as a country and then ultimately as a region. If it propagates across the region, across ACHs and central banks, to seamlessly move money around. Because where you take an investment position or you make a loan, you need to be able to move the capital, right? Easily, seamlessly, so it's available in a safe, secure, and ready manner. So from those are the two perspectives that I lean in on.
Thank you very much, Kay. First off, good morning, everyone. So to answer the specific question about the governor and to piggyback a bit on George, first, it does give me comfort to hear what the governor was laying out. And then I think first it's important to start from the point of view of what is it that we're trying to achieve. And then if what we're trying to achieve regionally is a really robust, mature financial ecosystem, then it's really encouraging already to see that we've broadened the conversation. Maybe 10 years ago, we would have been having this same conversation with government and with commercial banking sector only. But now we have the work that Afrexim is doing, and you have digital banking or fintechs, and you have private capital allocators. Because at the end of the day, what we're all looking for is to have, wherever there's a need or an idea, that capital can be mobilized effectively, securely, and efficiently to meet that need. That's how we're going to grow. And then specifically, you talked about SMEs, and George touched on it. When you're talking about funding or financing SMEs or startups or innovation, then you need capital allocators that have the model or suited for that, as I said, so venture capital or private equity. And so we are starting to see that in our region. That's important. Obviously, it's largely supported both in Africa and here by developmental finance institutions like Ronke's IFC. But that's just a start. And as we mobilize more private capital, we're better able to match the right risk profile, the right type of funding, and then we get an economy where, whether it's tech or creative or infrastructure, you have the products, the services, and the allocators that can play the role that they need to play. So it's very encouraging that the policy conversation is so advanced.
All right, thank you. So, we heard the governor. We heard George speaking about the commercial banks and development banks have two different roles. We heard him speak about startups. We heard Kevin speak about the small and micro enterprises and how we can now collaborate, given this esteemed set of people here from different spheres of the financial sector. So, okay, let's come to development finance. So, because DFIs can be powerful catalysts for regional investment and growth within the region. How does Afrexim Bank help create those cross-border finance vehicles between Africa and the Caribbean?
Yeah, thank you very much, Kay. And I couldn't agree much more with you because you're absolutely right. And that's why, somebody told me that whenever there's a conference and the bankers are speaking, everybody comes in to listen because these are the people that they think have the money. So for us, we just need to talk about it. Yeah. So we believe strongly that the financial industry has a significant role to play to catalyze the kind of development that we want to see between Africa and the Caribbean. And not just banks, but I mean strong institutions. Because when we begin to work as financial institutions in silos, then we still have those minute kind of institutions who can barely fund big projects. So there's absolute need for collaboration. And that's why for us in Afrexim Bank, the first thing we say is that in the markets we operate, we don't compete. We collaborate with the financial institutions that are local there. And what we're trying to do also is to provide that capacity so that we can jointly look at the big projects and also look at the small projects because all of them are critical. The first role they will play, of course, is the governor has talked about enabling payment. Payment is important, so cross-border payment is absolutely essential. And I won't talk about that again. He's talked about CAPS, he talked about PAPS. And of course, what I need to add is that both are initiatives from Afrasian Bank, and we thank him and his colleagues here for also helping give it the expedited attention it requires. That today we're looking at having Caribbean payment happen within the region, and ultimately the goal will be to link it up with PAPS so that we have a seamless, non-USD based or dependent payment platform that can make somebody in Ghana who wants to book a hotel accommodation for his vacation in Barbados to pay in Ghana cedis, and the hotel in Barbados gets to receive the money in Barbadian dollars. So that would be groundbreaking for us. So we think... Thank you. So next with payment, and I see a lot of my colleagues on the panel are on the investment side. So they mobilize capital, which is important. But capital without ability to deploy it is a hollow effort. So the next thing we try also to do is to create an enabling platform for those capitals to be able to simmer down to where they are required. So through our de-risking platforms, we're able to now support them to make sure that the projects that they've identified that requires investment are significantly de-risked, making it easy for them also to deploy the capital that they raise. And I'm happy that this panel has about, I think, 3 institutions who play in the same field. So it's required. They need to work together. They need to collaborate. But in collaborating and working together also means they need to work to identify cross-border opportunities. So what I'm talking about is, for us at Afrasian, we are currently working with the CARICOM Development Fund on a 200 million growth and resilient fund. And in Africa, we have the Funds for Export Development, which is our seed capital funding. So we need to now find a way to link Africa and the Caribbean. So imagine when we have, for instance, the Africa Caribbean Growth Fund, which is targeted at SMEs. And it creates opportunity for, let's say, the diaspora, who we know have done so well, to be able to put in funds into developing this platform. So that will significantly help. And what Afrasian Bank will do now will be to deploy our suite of guarantee programs to be able to help de-risk these projects for those who are interested in doing it. The next platform I think also is important for us would be capacity building, right? So talking about big institutions, operating environment is also extremely important. Of course, we have the regulators on the panel, but regulatory environment means that we need to make sure that the financing entities are also operating in line with global best practice. So for us, we take that very seriously in terms of ensuring that capacity building is integral in what we do, and that's critical as far as we are concerned. So strictly related to that would be close to also making available certain platforms that will make it possible for funding to flow on. I'll give an instance with our MANSA compliance repository platform. So yes, you want to invest, but who are you investing in? Sometimes lack of information makes it opaque and makes those potential investors find it difficult to identify or invest in the opportunities that they think is important for them to invest in. But through our MANSA repository, we provide KYC information on companies within Africa and the Caribbean, making it easy for those who want to invest in them to get first-hand information on who is behind this company, what are their history, and what are their capabilities. And that for us also is a vehicle that can be leveraged on to make it possible for investment to flow. My final point would be to talk about the fintech side of things. So now technology is now critical, and you can't talk about financing without it. So that means it is a platform that makes it easy for information to flow, What we found out in Africa, for instance, is that people didn't even at least know what is available in the next country. So through our Africa Trade Gateway platform, we've also created enablement, that facilitates free flow of information from one region to the other. And it also makes it possible for SMEs who otherwise wouldn't have had opportunity to have their goods and services on display, to be able to now put it out there. As little as they are, they use the platform to showcase what they're offering, and the people out there who on the other side of the divide will be able to see it and then can decide to make that investment. So finally, just to wrap up, is to say, yes, financing is important. Banks need to work together collaboratively to mobilize the big funding, but also it's important for us to look at the other collaborative efforts in the area of enabling environments to make these things possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Samuels, how does all of this affect you as a person and as an investor? What do you look at in terms of wanting to invest in that product or have any of your clients invest in a particular project? And what can help us de-risk the larger projects to enable that investment attraction to those projects?
Sure, good question. Good afternoon, everyone. So the panel earlier, especially Minister Cummins, made some remarks about how can, everybody play a role, meaning the banks, the multilaterals, the high net worth investors, the regular investors. Now, from my perspective, Cygnus is the perfect example of that. What do I mean by that? We are an alternative investment firm, meaning alternative to the banks. For any good functioning economy, you need to have an ecosystem with different habitat of capital. My friend here to my right mentioned that he's not able to take on startup risk. But there needs to be an ecosystem where you have players in the market, companies in the market, funds in the market that can do that. Now, at Cygnus, I want to point out that we are the managers for the Caribbean Community Resilience Fund. And that fund was the brainchild of the CARICOM Development Fund, aided by the USAID. And that fund was particularly set up to focus on Caribbean resilience. And we chose 5 themes: ICT, transportation, clean energy, smart agriculture, and ICT. Where am I going with this? This fund was able to attract capital from the multilaterals, your IFC, your IDB, your CAF, your CDB, and these guys. We also create the structure whereby we have philanthropists and companies in the US and Europe where they want to take on what we call first loss capital or equity type risk, startup risk. And so when we structure that vehicle, we crowd in the multilaterals, we crowd in the regional pension funds. NISS is also an investor. You have Jamaica, Grenada, all these guys. And we also create what we call a super senior tranche where banks can participate, where high net worth investors can participate. So that way, this vehicle is on one hand crowded in all the different players, ensuring that everybody's happy, because of course banks cannot take certain risks, but because they have enough first loss and protection, they can now come in. And then now this vehicle can also be able to invest in particular industries, small, medium-sized enterprises, the unbanked projects that otherwise couldn't go to a bank. And so it's a perfect example. And whilst we're targeting 135 million, we have oversubscription of 200 million. This is just a drop in the bucket given the demands in the Caribbean. Already we saw what Melissa did to Jamaica, right? The damages alone is estimated billions of US. So this fund is set up to build the Caribbean resilience. It crowd in all the investment players and LPs, and we're able to reach the unbanks. So that's just one type of vehicle. There's another vehicle that we are setting up where specifically for the unbank. So these are, for example, your small contractors who want to pave roads, or you have companies who want to provide services to the government. In the Caribbean, governments pay, but we know that government takes long to pay. And so the idea is that we set up a vehicle where we can help these small contractors, rather than wait 9, 10 months for their money. We'll buy these receivables or future flows, give them the money within 2 months upfront, and then we'll take the risk and wait. So I'll just stop here for now because I have some more to say, but if there is a chance. Yeah.
Thank you. But we know in order for investors to commit, trust and transparency are key elements. So, Honorable Rita Joe, how do international lenders, say the US, EXIM, and so on, evaluate that risk, evaluate that confidence when looking at financing across regions? And what can we do to improve, to ensure that the projects that we have are investable, bankable, etc.?
Well, thank you so much. It is definitely an honor to be here. It's always an honor to be in front of Minister Cummings. I think she basically laid out for us some big opportunities, but more importantly, the opportunities inside of Barbados in a new unit that she created. We always, as international organizations, look to the countries to see what they're doing to make sure that we can partner alongside of them. But let me just level set for just a quick second. When the governor laid out the big picture for us, that is really what we first go to look at. We have to have a deep understanding of what's going on, not only in this country, but because of the work that we're all here talking about, we need to understand what is going on throughout the region, as well as how does that have an impact globally. And so for me, I'm always trying to listen to see where the trend line is going and how others are going to be viewing the things of the projects that you want to finance. Now let's look at an international institution. That I ran an international institution for about 3+ years that had a financing authority of $135 billion. In 3 years, we were able to deploy about $22 billion in a very aggressive way, especially in Africa and also here in the Caribbean. It was an honor to be here with the Prime Minister a year ago when an institution like EXIM, which is 90 years old, pledged to have a memorandum of understanding of over $500 million. What did that go to? That went to, or has the ability to go to, all types of projects. So we can't just talk about the big ones, and we've talked about that today, the infrastructure, energy transformation, we're talking about the big digital projects, we're talking about everything that in a particular community on a growth pattern. But the thing that I think you had asked me before we came on was about how does institutions like, say, a US EXIM really help the men and women in this room? The men and women in this room, as well as those who are listening, are those who represent large, medium, and small. So most people would think that an institution like US EXIM is only focused on the large business, and of course, we definitely do. However, just last year, of the $8.4 billion that we deployed, or we financed, 1.7 billion of that was for small business. And that is where we think the rubber really meets the road. And so in so doing, how does EXIM help, how did I see EXIM help companies and organizations and businesses? It was all about the fact of the statutory authority that EXIM has as an export credit agency. Its purpose is to crowd in capital. We can't crowd it out. We have to understand what's really going on in our global landscape. We all know things have shifted, especially after COVID. And really now, whether it relates to any place that we're looking at doing business, it's all about resiliency now. And in that resiliency, we definitely turned our attention to Africa and the Caribbean, and to look to see how could we collaborate with all types of institutions, very namely like Afri-Exim Bank and other EXIMs. There are several hundred EXIM banks all around the world. And one of the things that is important to know about them is that they, of course, it's all about where's the bankable project, but how do we get to the bankable project? That becomes the issue. So you heard the bankers and the lenders up here and the VCs talk about how they look at projects, no different than how an institution, a government institution, looks at it. It's all about how, for them, it's about the return on their investments. For an institution like EXIM, it's all about the American people and returning that capital to the Treasury. And so one of the things that international organizations that we participated in was all about the fact of saying to American businesses, if you want to talk about doing businesses in locations that you normally might not be, it's all about who can you co-finance with, who can you work with to de-risk a particular project, and instead of just worrying about ourselves, you also have to worry about the local community. You have to be concerned about the local community. Because at the end of the day, it's not just about jobs in the US, it's also jobs here in Barbados, it's jobs in the region, and it's jobs on the continent. So what I've seen in the last several months upon leaving this position is that it doesn't matter where I have been, whether it's in the Middle East, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in Africa, everyone is interested in what's going on here in the Caribbean. And they're interested because of opportunity. And with that opportunity, how do they then join the kinds of partnerships that are going to be needed in order to move projects forward? How do they form collaborations on major, especially on major big ticket projects to move project forward? And I think we heard earlier from the speakers in the panel about what countries and what this country is also doing in order to ensure that they become the best partner. And I think that's what I've seen about a lot of the Caribbean countries. They are all looking to be the best partner. And with that, with any financial institution, and with that, it requires a number of things to be able to move forward.
Thank you very much. So, Governor, you've heard all of these thoughts. You've heard all of these wants. You've heard all of these requests. You've heard all of these suggestions. So I have one simple question for you. What regulatory harmonization then is needed to build investor confidence across these two regions?
Thank you very much. We need to be able to harmonize on a number of rules, whether it be tax rules, etc. But particularly from my space, it would be financial and monetary rules. If I pull back a bit, there are many projects, for example, in a region, which are common across the region, common across countries. So the need for investment in renewable projects in Barbados, but also in other Caribbean countries. And you can imagine one investor wanting to consolidate and do it all at the same time, sharing and getting economies of scale. For that to work, we must have a few things in place in terms of harmonization. One, I call that disclosure and comparability. We should agree on a common issuer disclosure package, so to speak, so that, and common all countries, so that investors can quickly see where risk lies, not for the reason of avoidance, but for the reason of balancing. So you can balance your investment. Prudential coordination across each country. I'm talking about supervisory and prudential measures. So for example, core capital and large exposures harmonize so that what is your exposure to set your capital base, what you can do in Barbados should be harmonized with Jamaica or whatever, so that investor is easy now to move. Imagine capital like water and the framework harmonization, the pipes across the region. So now you don't want a big pipe and a tiny pipe and they're meeting because you're going to get, I like to keep it clear, you're going to get some sort, it's not going to flow properly. We started that already because many of at the central bank's level, we have the regional supervisors of college, so they meet and they share and try to make that harmonization. We got risk managers college, we have reserve managers, so it's happening, but I think we just need to accelerate on that. And then the third one, consistent with my first point, is harmonization with respect to the payment systems so that there's less duplication of process. For example, for one, the standards, we have to adopt common customer conduct codes, common ways to handle disputes and refunds within each payment system that are same, but also very important will be common identification onboarding of persons. So if you do a KYC in one jurisdiction, you don't have to go and repeat that in another jurisdiction. And so those, but right now we're even trying to do it among our individual jurisdictions. You don't want one bank and then you have to repeat it for another bank. And this, so first we solve that, but then at the regional level, so investor doesn't have to go through and repeat the same process, provide the same information. Once you have passed and your KYCs are loaded and confirmed and you're fine with AML and CFT guidelines, you're the same across all regions. And then, more importantly, having done all that, have a regional scorecard where you are literally providing the information in terms of compliance, speed of approval, accretion, co-investment opportunities, payments with identity. So those are the kind of areas I think if we continue to push on, we can make sure that the entire architecture, financial pipelines in each region are flowing consistent, no blockage, because you have different filters, different rules in terms of monetary rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor. Well, I'm sure you guys saw the operator come and tap me on my shoulder. And, while we would love to continue this very interesting discussion, and I wish I had all of them here for the entire day so they can give us a lot more ideas and direction, unfortunately, we have to close. So before we close, though, we will close by one quick takeaway from each of you. One practical action then as we advance the Afro-Caribbean Financial Corridor. We'll start with, okay?
Yeah, so like I said earlier, we need to collaborate. I think that's the practical step. Let's see ourselves and let's look at how we can replicate models that have worked elsewhere within our own system. And let's also be open to sharing those models with others who would not need to start reinventing the wheel because, take it or leave it, our problems are similar. Problems in Africa, problems in Caribbean, in terms of infrastructural gap and the rest. So whatever we've seen work somewhere else, we should be happy to share and then copy and so on. And with that kind of mindset, I believe we'll build up faster and better. Thank you.
So I think I'm going to advocate for one thing, and I'm quite comfortable being kind of the VC in the room to be an outlier and be innovative and disruptive. But it's what the governor just said, and I think Ronke mentioned it earlier. I'm happy. Our fund is a Pan-African fund. We look at the Caribbean. We've invested in 34 markets, et cetera. I'm happy to fund innovative growth projects, companies, businesses. However, the challenge is, you asked about investor confidence, is our confidence comes from our ability to project outcomes, and that's business outcomes. And harmonization is not just fundamental, it is critical. Without some attempt to harmonize and allow, I can't invest in a business that's going to stay in its home market, even if that home market is as large as Nigeria. across the 54 African countries and the Caribbean, it's very difficult for us to fund those businesses. So what I want to ask the governor and everyone else involved is really to continue to progress the concept that in our tech sector we call it global Africa, right? That we are a part of Africa, and to kind of view us as one business and innovation entity. Because if you do that, then capital allocators like myself, and I can speak for probably the whole ecosystem in Africa on the VC side, we would be more than happy to fund those things. And I think we just saw the first really encouraging sign recently where Kigali, Rwanda, and Ghana agreed a passporting licensing arrangement that now allows a fintech in Ghana to operate in Rwanda and vice versa. So I'd love to see so much more of that, because then it can actually deploy capital.
Yeah, from my perspective, one takeaway from me is I would love to see, and I think Minister Cummings hinted at it, more vehicles set up to target the specific issues that we face in the Caribbean. Vehicles that can, focus on infrastructure build out, your roads and your rivers, etc. Airport, seaport. Focus on, clean energy. Focus on just building the fabric to withstand, shocks. And we can do that by, the Afro-Exim, the US-Exim. These companies not only can participate with their capital in some of these vehicles, but also to provide, wraps and, guarantees, whether wet or dry guarantees, because by doing that, you're able to crowd in the other financial institution in the region. Because whether we like it or not, there are a lot of capital that are sitting in banks. You have high net worth and fund managers who are placing monies outside of the Caribbean into the liquid markets, the S&P, etc. By setting up these vehicles, we are able now to unlock some of these capital in the Caribbean, to put them in the real economy. And by structuring these vehicles properly, we have the requisite guarantees and risk mitigant. All the different players can now be comfortable because they are investing in an instrument that is well structured, well mitigated, and so you're not only going to get a return on capital, but return off your capital, and then we'll see the velocity of growth that we need in the rest of the Caribbean, some Guyana-type growth in Jamaica, Barbados, etc. Yeah, thank you.
So, speaking from the commercial bank perspective, and as a commercial bank, as a startup, we understand what the small and medium-sized business go through. We've attracted venture capital from Africa. Future Africa's invested in us, and that was a process. We spoke to development banks, and we've spoken to VCs, private equity, so we know what our clients go through. And I'll tell you, there's several young people every week that call me or WhatsApp me asking for advice. What we can see here is an ecosystem. There's a regulator, there's the development banks, there's private equity, and there's venture capital. And as a young entrepreneur, and I once was a young tech entrepreneur trying to build, code this and code that and attract capital, it is confusing. I once told an investor, I know how to write code, I don't know what you're talking about. And that's what comes off to me when these young people and not so young people approach me. So the role of the commercial bank is to be a trusted advisor, because at the end of the day, when you raise your capital, it has to stay at a commercial bank. But when you come to the commercial bank, what we do at Sagicor Bank is we advise. This is how you structure yourself. This is how we will help you. This is how we will guide you. And we've helped several young growing businesses in that way, pointing them to where to go to find the capital, which we will then help them to be prudent about managing. I think that's the role, navigating the seemingly complex ecosystem.
I think finally, the thing that I think is pretty exciting about all of this is the fact that just hearing everyone say that in terms of doing business with this ecosystem is how early can you start? Not only how early can you start, can you really understand also the differences. But with what's taking place here today and what has been taking place throughout the region, this integration is moving forward such that a lot of people are moving to these one-stop shops. And so from large institutions' perspective, it's not just about staying away from because you don't know how, but it's understanding that there's an openness and a willingness to do business with small business because why? They are the supply chain. And within that supply chain, there is financing for them, whether it's loans, whether it's guarantees, or whether it's insurance. And those are the different types of products that people can look to if they want to do business with the sectors that are gaining momentum every single day. Everything, of course, we know from tourism and agribusiness and digital and energy transformation and ports and logistics. People want to be a part of that, and they can be a part of that. The small businessman or woman can be a part of that. And they have, I think, institutions and organizations that are also represented here that can help them. And what I say is go forward.
Governor, last word.
Thank you. So let me make my 1-minute conclusion with 3 acts. First one. On March 31st, we were ushering a transformation of financial system through the instant payment system, being paid. The ask is that everyone here, who you know, businesses, small, medium-sized business, micro business, individuals, even commercial banks and banking, start to think about how you can maximize the utility of this new system. Many businesses have to start thinking about this is the new payment system, it benefits offer, how can you become more efficient and delivery in your customer service? Start to think now, don't think then. Second ask, at the regional level, with respect to the payment system, CPACs, I want us, at the government level we are pushing, but the support will also be encouraging if as investors and persons within your specific jurisdiction, you are putting some of that information and upward pressure, so to speak, that allow us to get where we need to go. My third ask is something which we really haven't had a chance to address here, and that is from development finance coming in and including multilateral, bilateral. One of the things that we need to recognize, should recognize, is the extreme vulnerability of the region, particularly with respect to the climate crisis. And I don't have to go too far back to just say Jamaica. We in Barbados have championed including debt pauses within all our debt instruments. Many of our, well, all of our current debt and anyone who's doing anything in Barbados for me, it gives countries some breathing space when that disaster do happen, and it will happen. If Jamaica had some of those in their debt, they will have a lot, I don't remember the exact amount of money, but a fair amount of billions of dollars to be used instantly. So development finance, you come in the region, consider the vulnerability, and it is a no-brainer when you include these clauses and pauses within your debt instrument, within your loans, within your financing, to allow countries not to have to scramble during a calamity to pick up the pieces, but will have immediate finance and can move forward. While you as an investor, and you as a development person have the certainty of repair with a particular time. So those are my 3 acts that they keep it very practical. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you all for those insights. What is clear, that it is not just about financing. It is about partnerships. It's about shared purpose and building our own development agenda. Let's keep the momentum going. Let's turn today's ideas into real projects that deliver results. My esteemed panelists, I thank you.
Thank you to our moderator and our esteemed panelists for that session, giving us really lots of insight, rather, to finance and banking. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is the strategic caffeine consultation, or coffee break. And you have 15 minutes to negotiate peace between your mind and your body, one through coffee, and the other through snacks. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you in 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, we will be
Export-Import
resuming in approximately 2 minutes' time. Once again, we will be resuming in approximately 2 minutes' time. Thank you.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission, to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 53 participating African states and 12 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy, to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
After successfully redefining Accra's skyline with the delivery of the signature apartments, Cape May Properties presents an exclusive unveiling of the tallest residential building in Ghana, offering a first look of Sultan Sky. Sultan Sky, a magnificent representation of the seamless fusion of quality, groundbreaking innovation, and pioneering architectural brilliance. An extraordinary structure set to reshape the concept of upscale living, thanks to its inventive attributes and unparalleled commitment to precision. This master-planned residential development will focus on the building's location, security, privacy, the design's aesthetic brilliance, elevated features in each living space, cutting-edge smart home technology, and amenities beyond imagination, with fantastic residential features which include 24-hour concierge service, a state-of-the-art fitness center, a floating tennis court, a floating swimming pool, a spa, a sky pool, a sky lounge, a movie theater, co-working spaces, kids zone, distinctive lifts for staff and deliveries, private gardens, chef's kitchen, expansive terraces, entertainment rooms, restaurant, and 24-hour security. Sultan Sky.
RNAQ Holdings, the force driving Ghana's next wave of growth. Through Quick Angels, we invest in vision. Through Bill's microcredit, we empower the hardworking. Through the RNAQ Foundation, we give back, creating impact that lasts. Together, we've turned local dreams into thriving national brands. RNAQ Holdings, building wealth with purpose.
Welcome back, everyone. I trust that everyone is well fed and watered and feeling refueled. And now it's time to jump back into our proceedings for the GUBA Trade and Investment Forum 2025. And of course, the GUBA Awards are proudly presented in partnership with the Barbados High Commission in Ghana, the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., the BTMI, Invest Barbados, and the National Cultural Foundation. We also wish to extend our gratitude to our valued sponsors, Elas Realty, Inter-American Development Bank, Blue Magic Rum, Cape May Properties, KGL Group, Afrexim Bank, RNAQ Holdings, and Mill Harbor Group. Now we turn to the heart of our collective story: reparations, justice, and economic renewal, building a shared future. This isn't just an academic topic or a line on the agenda. It's a call to action, a recognition that the wealth of nations was built on the labor, land, and legacy of our ancestors, and that true renewal demands both acknowledgement and accountability. Today, we bring together voices that are shaping this global conversation. From policymakers and economists to cultural leaders and advocates, they are helping to chart a new path, one grounded in justice, partnership, and prosperity. So get ready for a session that will challenge perspectives, ignite purpose, and inspire progress. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, the Dean and Principal Investigator of the Constant and Carmichael Research Project, Faculty of Humanities and Education at the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus, Dr. Henderson Carter.
Good day, everyone. Pleasant good day to everybody. It is indeed a pleasure to be here today to discuss these matters relating to reparations. And I have with me a number of important panelists today. We have Belle Ribeiro Addy, MP. Belle, could you come to the platform, please? She is chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Reparations in the UK. And also joining us is Ben Crump, Esquire, Black America's Attorney General. There is also a call for Dr. S.P. Campbell. If you are here, could you please join us? Is she here? Let's give her a round of applause. Former Vice President of Costa Rica, Dr. S.P. Campbell. I want to begin this discussion on reparatory justice and reparations by making a few points. And I refer to an event that happened almost 200 years ago here in Barbados, in a place called Apes Hill, St. James, 5 days before slavery ended. A group of enslaved Africans got together, 400 of them, and called a meeting with the governor. And their task was to ask for money from the Queen and land from the Queen. I repeat that. They're asking the governor of Barbados for money and land. In my view, this is the first iteration of reparations. Enslaved people who recognized that the British government had given the planters 20 million pounds sterling, decided, what is this in it for me? What should we get? And the governor rode down to Apes Hill in St. James and said, well, the British government has already given the planters £20 million to liberate you, and you must be satisfied to continue to work. That happened in 1838. So for the next 100 years, enslaved people in Barbados, in this region, work without any reparations. Today we meet to discuss how we move forward. And we do that against the background that the British government is pushing back. European governments are pushing back. Entrepreneurs like the Draxes, they have been pushing back. But we can't wait forever. We have to move forward. And I'm glad that we have this fine panel today to discuss ways in which we can move forward. And the first question I'm going to put out there to the panelists is, how do we move forward to repair the damage that has been done and empower our people, especially our young people who are now hearing about reparations? And we are going to start with Belle. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think the first thing we need to do is impress upon governments, including my own, that it has to start with an apology. I always say that if you do something wrong to somebody who you respect or someone who is your equal, you would apologize for that to them. Yes. But if you continue to look down on peoples of African descent in their countries, you feel that it's acceptable not to offer this apology. So everything else seems like warm words, and we haven't yet gone for that formal apology, and I believe that's because we don't want to move towards a place where we have actual liability for those horrific crimes that were committed right through the transatlantic slave trade. And I also think we need to move away from a financial model. Now, no one's saying that in terms of reparations, compensation is not a huge part of it. It may be a huge part of it, but the reality of the situation is it has to go right down to the root of the word, which is to repair. We have to repair the damage, we have to repair inequalities, and we have to repair these global inequalities, which actually strategically keep black countries down. So we're talking about all of the different financial models that happen, which means that black countries cannot actively get certain products, in financial products. They can't borrow certain amounts because of their place in the world. Even thinking about the UN, at the most recent UN, you heard a lot of African countries making a really key point. The African and Caribbean countries make up the majority of the world, but they do not have a permanent seat on the Security Council. And even if we were to pay countries a whole lot of money, what would they end up doing? They would end up paying debts that they apparently owe to some of these countries which formerly enslaved their peoples. Debts that really, in my view, should be cancelled. So yes, I understand why we've talked about a financial element, because it may become part of it, but until we repair the inequalities, any money that was given would just end up being washed back into the West, and that is not what we want. We want to repair the damage.
Thank you so much. Same question, and this question goes to Ben.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson. Good afternoon, beautiful black people. I'm so very honored to be here at the GUBA conference to talk about this important issue. And when we talk about advancing the discussion for reparations, I think first we have to move it beyond this moral concept to one of legal accountability. To me, Dr. Henderson, I think so often, and Belle and I discussed this previously this morning, that you have, when we request reparations, it's almost like they see it as we're asking for charity. Well, charity is a nuisance. You know, when you think about reparations for Jews after the Holocaust, they awarded it, they said they were obligated to do so. Then we think about, and I'm referred to as Black America's Attorney General, so I'm coming from an American perspective. When they talk about the Japanese who were in the Japanese internment camps during World War II. They gave them reparations, and they said it was an obligation to do so. And then even the Native Americans, when they gave them the casinos, they said that was an obligation to repair the harm. But who they have never given reparations to in the United States of America is the descendants of Africa. And so I believe we have to come with righteous indignation, just the way the other groups demanded. We have to make a demand. And I think we have to put forth legal principles, not asking for charity. And the things I think we do to show the legal framework of it is to talk about those concepts that are well established. Unjust enrichment, which is a principle that everybody seems to benefit from except black people. And then we have to talk about principles of unjust enrichment and fraudulent concealment. And then we talk about, as you discussed as one of the 4 principles, Dr. Henderson, this police accountability as a way to guarantee against repetition of past harms. And so in the discussion, I'm going to talk a little bit when we get started about the cases that CNN seems to cover a lot that I represented. George Floyd, representing the family of Malcolm X against the city of New York. Henrietta Lacks, the first black woman whose cells were able to survive outside of the human body, and pharmaceutical companies made billions of dollars while her black family never made a penny until we sued them in 2020 and truly got a landmark result. And then us suing Harvard University over this fraudulent concealment of this black family where they had these slave photographs that were worth $100 million that they continued to benefit from. And so I come to advocate, Dr. Henderson, using litigation as a tool for global reparations for black people.
Thank you so much. And we now go to Miss Dr. Epsie Campbell-Barr. The same question I put to you: how do we move forward to repair and empower?
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. Also to have the voice of Latin America. Because if we're talking about reparation, we have to talk in the framework of more than 200 million of people in this part of the world. And that means a lot. That means a lot to think to repair, but also perspective in the Caribbean and in Latin America and in US, in North America, and of course in Africa. The second thing that I want to acknowledge is the participation of women in this hall, because we are the majority in this hall. And if we're thinking about reparation, the perspective of women have to be in the center.
Yes.
We have to write a new page of our own history, and that means that we have to be there. The third thing, it is, we are in the second decade of people of African descent. Second decade start 2025. We just have 10 years, and in 10 years, we brought too few advance. And one of the pillars of the second decade is justice. But now we have to understand that that means reparatory justice. Not only justice, recognition, reparatory justice, and development. As a former vice president of Costa Rica, I think that the political will, it is not a simple conviction. It's also the capacity plus courage. And that means that we have to put together budgets, programs, policies, and redefining the states if we pretend to repair the reality of millions of people of African descent. Let me say a few things for ending. The first thing is that we need to put in the table the perspective of universal high quality public policies. Universal, but for everyone. That means education, housing, etc. But also for us, a specific target measure with budget, with programs, etc. And thinking in that, we have to follow the way for equity budgets, thinking in people of African descent, and also thinking to redesign the architecture of the society, territorial equity funds, affirmative action when we need to, also procurement for inclusion, credit, and capital access as you start with this conversation. And also, last, land and climate justice. We have to put those issues together and start to make a plan with accountability. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that first round. Thank you. Over 200 years ago, 1791 to be exact, a slave ship called the King George, coming from Bonny in West Africa, floundered upon the coast of Barbados, hit a reef, and went down. 281 Africans died in their chains. Only 88 of them were able to get out alive. That happened in March 1791 off the coast of St. Philip, here in Barbados. We have not put up any monument yet to that disaster and those lives that were lost. And this leads me to the second question. What can civil society and governments do to advance policies for reparatory justice? Civil society and governments, in light of these horrific tragedies that have happened, and that's just only one in our space.
Well, I think one of the first things I think civil society can do is stop the hustle. And I want to explain it in this way. When I think of civil society organizations, I also think of your average NGO, aid organization, and different groups such as that. And I recognize the good work that they have done around the world, but I also recognize that they are a sector. They are a multi-billion-dollar sector,
yes,
one in which private companies now operate. And any sector, in order to continue their industry, requires something. It requires supply and demand. And what continues to be supplied to them is peoples of African descent living in poverty in different places around the world. And it maintains that model. And aid, and again, I'm not saying aid has never done anything good, but the way in which it's been put out, as Attorney Crump referred to, it's that charitable, it's what we feel like giving, when we feel like giving it. And when it is given, it's not even used appropriately. I think of what's happening in Jamaica right now, and I think of the fact that hurricanes persist and they get worse and worse because of climate issues. Now, when we think about what should have been done, climate resilience in a reparatory way should have been put in place. But now we're going to see the hustle. We're going to see different organizations asking for money, and for every pound or dollar that's given, you'll find that the majority of it is not even going to the people that are in need. And this hustle continues to happen on the backs of people of African descent. So the first thing they need to do is look at that and make the actions reparatory and sustainable.
Yes.
And every single aid organization, in my view, if their core aim in their, their strategic document is not to bring themselves to an end, then they're not helping at all. They're just part of the problem. Mm-hmm. And I think governments need to accept what they've done wrong, as I said, start with an apology, and start to look into what their individual country has done. Mm-hmm. You will be amazed. Last month in the UK, we celebrated Black History Month, and every year I learned something new. You learn something new that has been completely hidden for us, the types of histories that we should be taught, because it explains how we as a country, the United Kingdom, came to be that way. But all of these things are hidden from us. We need a full assessment of exactly what was done so we can be very clear about what needs to be repaired. So for me, it would be those two things: for the civil society organizations to stop the hustle, and for governments to actually individually assess what harm they've done.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to go to Ben Crop, and I want you to talk about legal accountability and what has been happening in the United States in terms of that movement for reparations there, and of course, the pushback by the current administration.
The current regime. I'll say this, Dr. Henderson, and trying to tie those two questions together. What can the civil government do in legal accountability? First, it starts with them having truth and reconciliation, the true contributions from Africa and the African diaspora, and, what they stole from us. They have to at least acknowledge that. A lot of times there's an attack on Black history now where they don't want to even acknowledge our history. And they don't acknowledge our history. They're trying to strip away our humanity. And I think so much of it, we talk about civil, but it does come back to economics and having a strong economic base. I know my good friend John Hope Franklin is somewhere in the audience, and he talks always about we got to have our economic base because we got to save ourselves. We can't think that they're going to save us. Chavez, of course, said it best. When we start, she said, nobody in the world, nobody in history has gained their freedom from appealing to the moral sense of those who are oppressing them. And we have to acknowledge that first and foremost when we start making our arguments for reparations. First, you got to acknowledge the humanity that we gave to the world and the contributions of Black people so we can move forward from there. And when I think about when I argue in courts, whether it was before the Massachusetts Supreme Court with against Harvard University, when they Papa Renti, this famous daguerreotype, some of the earliest known photographs in existence in the world today, worth $100 million, and they continue to deny this Black family their rights to their family photographs. So we had to sue them, and thank God the Massachusetts Supreme Court understood that this was a taken, and based on concepts of replevin as well as concepts of fraudulent concealment, because they conceal the crime. Harvard University, one of the most prestigious educational institutions in the world, wanted to try to say that, no, it was the photographer's photograph and not the Black family's photograph. They were just the subjects. And we were pushing back against that, saying, well, why do you get to benefit Harvard from the crime? We said the same argument for Henrietta Lacks. Y'all, I hope you all know the story of Henrietta Lacks, where they were practicing medical racism in America, where they were butchering Black people at Johns Hopkins Hospital. And this Black woman, I don't know how many Black people they killed, Dr. Henderson, before they got to her, but she was the first human being in the course of human history whose cells were able to survive outside the human body. And not only did they survive outside the human body, but they thrived. They regenerated every 24 hours. Oprah Winfrey made a movie based on a book written by this white lady who said that their family would never be able to recover. Well, we sued them on that principle of unjust enrichment. Why did all these pharmaceutical companies get to make billions and billions and billions of dollars off the HeLa cells, which were essentially Henrietta Lacks, this black woman's genetic material, and her family, her poor black family in Baltimore, Maryland, never made 1 red cent. Well, we argued that case, and we serve a God that sits high and looks low, and the courts, for the first time in 60 years, granted a form of reparations for a black family in America, and this is a precedent for which we can go forward and argue more cases where black people were robbed not just of our humanity, but the things, our contributions and intellectual properties that we gave the world. And so that's why we try to use litigation as a tool to hold them accountable and start to repair the harm.
I want to follow on from that point to look at the black contribution in history, the black journey, and the importance of that in our classrooms, in our schools, in our universities, teaching black history as a means to repair.
Thank you so much. I want to underline that we are rewriting the real story, because we are part of this mindset to say the truth, not only for us as people of African descent, as part of the global Africa, but for all the humanity.
Yes.
And understanding that and thinking in reparation, we have to make the political will survive from political change, because we need institutions that outlast governments. If we want to do something stronger, we need to understand the role, for example, as you say, of the academia, the role of institution, global and regional institution. In that sense, I want to congratulate the Caribbean Reparation Commission and Initiative and the 10 points plan, because that means a vision regionally, not only by country, because we are part of a diaspora. And thinking in specific proposal, because we don't have a lot of time, it is important that in all the countries we have this national authority for reparatory justice, the first one.
Yes.
The second one, a fund, reparation and inclusive growth fund. The third one, as you say, we need a law framework. We need to understand that we, as you say, we are not talking about charity, even we are not talking about guilt, we are talking about justice. And that means a law infrastructure. The third thing is using data.
Yes.
Because we have a lot of information in these days, a lot of research.
Yes.
That we can use it for understanding the profound of the cost of enslaved African people, and also the reality of the black countries and black people globally. I think that we have to walk in this sense to have a regional and global commitment in reparation. And we have to include Latin America. In Latin America, we are there. I'm talking broadly about 200 millions of people. But thinking in Brazil, for example, We are talking more than 120 millions of people. In all of our region, we are talking about 50 to 80 millions of people. A country as Colombia, for example,
Yes.
more than 20 millions black millions. But you have to acknowledge that in this country, the poorest community are, of course, the black communities. And we have to promote not only the sense that reparation means government. We have to see in different levels the government perspective, the people perspective, and the community and people's perspective. And that's why I've been the president of the forum of the Global Forum of African Descent in UN. And we are working also in a declaration of people, of the rights of people of African descent. And this is remembering what Marcus Garvey and Black did in 2020 with the Declaration of the Rights of Black People around the world. If we try to understand the reparation, we have to put together Africa and us, part of this global sense of Africa. Thank you.
And thank you so much. As we wrap up with 2 minutes to go, I just want each of you to tell us one way in which you would build cross-Atlantic partnerships to further the cause of reparatory justice. Starting right here with Belle.
Is that the only thing we can say?
But no, you can go ahead. Anything else as we wrap up?
I think meetings like this, gatherings like this are extremely important. We've already seen huge amounts of cooperation between the African Union and CARICOM on this matter, and I think those links are key. But also activists and other actors across the piece should be doing the same. And I'm very pleased to see the UN Decade renewed. I think that was extremely important for peoples of African descent and continuing the dialogue. The most important thing is discussions, because a lot of the things that we've been told about ourselves are lies. And just 2 points as we're ending this particular session. I think we have to, and obviously this conference has been about trade and investment, which some people believe are purely capitalist ideals. And I would argue that from an African perspective, they are not. I think what we're doing here is, entrepreneurial wealth creation, and those aren't necessarily capitalism. Capitalism was literally built off the backs of enslaved people. That's what the capitalist system was formed for. So we should not lie to ourselves that we are capitalists, because in our traditions as people of African descent, we don't require people to be downtrodden in order for us to be wealthy. There is enough for everybody.
Yes.
And then finally, in terms of speaking about reparations, I'm always asked again and again, this is completely impossible as a subject. It doesn't make sense. You should look at other things. And it's very, with our racist governments at the moment, speaking of Trump primarily, to be honest, and right-wing governments, how do you expect to achieve this? And I always say, if you think about it, when we were peoples who were enslaved, we were told that we would never be freed. And there was a fight, and we were. When our countries were colonized, we were told that we would never be free. And we've done exactly the same thing. So it is a process. It is a struggle. They don't call it the struggle for anything. And I believe as an act of justice, it's absolutely something we can achieve only if everybody gets on board.
Everybody. Thank you so much. Final words, Ben?
Yeah, everything Bell said. And I start by what the Vice President said. It's what Marcus Garvey understood so well 150 years ago, almost 125 years. This whole belief that Africa must represent all of us, the descendants from Africa, and that we have to understand that we have to speak up for Africa, because if they don't respect Africa, they won't respect anybody or anything that descended from Africa. So we start right there, and we really hold true this idea that we document the history of the racism and oppression of how they stole from blacks in Barbados, how they stole from blacks in Costa Rica, how they stole from blacks in England, how they stole from blacks in America, and we document it, and then we agitate, we litigate, and then we incorporate with one another to demand reparations, because power concedes nothing without a demand. And we have to not look at it as charity. I cannot overstate that enough. They look at charity as a nuisance when you come saying, oh, we want you to consider doing something for us. No, no, no. You are repairing the harm. You are giving retribution for what you stole from us. And we have to understand that we're united in this. I'm always reminded of what the young people say. We have to remember it's not where the ship dropped us off at, it's where the ship picked us all up from that should unite us.
Amen. Yes. Final thoughts?
Thank you so much. I want to end this conversation thinking in what we can do together for reparatory justice. And I want to propose you to work as a partnership with a reparation development fund, a blended finance platform linking who have to funding multilateral institutions, states with historical responsibilities, and also private and diaspora capital. We have to think in a multi-millionaire, billionaire fund for us, because we need to also expand the possibility to live in dignity. That's the thing, dignity for all. And also, we could build a kind of corridor between Africa, us in Latin America and Caribbean, and North America as a road for dignity and growth for our people. And we need to start now.
Yes.
We have the knowledge. We understand the problem. And we have to work together as the only way to achieve for this and next generation the promise of equality and non-discrimination, the promise of dignity for all, and the possibility to finally live with all the human rights that we deserve. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much as well. And if I were to have my final words, as we meet here today, I want to sum up all we have said in about 5 words. Unite, document, speak up, agitate, and using your words, Ben, demand. And we have started the process. Let us continue to speak up. The moment we are silent, we lose momentum. We lose focus. And people think that we're making sport. So I say to all today, let us continue on this path. Thank you very much, colleagues. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for that powerful and necessary conversation, and for reminding us that reparations are not just about redress for the past, but renewal, rebuilding and reimagining our shared future. Let's please give them another round of applause. And just an announcement, if anyone has lost their phone, it is actually over by the technical area. And don't get too excited, I don't think it's the iPhone 17 with the diamond case. But over by technical if you've lost your phone. Also, another announcement, we have the B2B Deal Lounge. And what you don't want to do as a participant of this momentous investment forum is to leave without discussing your project with funding and facilitation experts. Visit the Sagicor Bank and Oakwood Green Africa Deal Lounge to broker your deals, have side conversations, and discuss financing across global Africa. Deal Lounge is in the room adjacent to this auditorium. As soon as you walk out, turn right, and the open double doors, it is jointly manned by both entities, so make sure that you visit them both. That's Sagicor Bank and Oakwood Green Africa. Also, tomorrow morning at the Wyndham Grand Samlers Castle is the exclusive Inter-American Development Bank Group Breakfast Roundtable, and that will be from 8:30 a.m. until 11 a.m. So please check your emails as the invites have gone out, and we do encourage you to respond and make your bookings accordingly. So that's tomorrow morning from 8:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. for the Inter-American Development Bank Group Breakfast Roundtable. For our next discussion, it's our fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen, on the power code turning culture into capital. Now, we all know that culture isn't just music, food, or fashion. It is actually currency. It's influence. It's the soft power that shapes economies, drives creativity, and redefines global narratives. Today, we'll explore how that cultural energy from Africa to the Caribbean and across the diaspora can be harnessed, monetized, and transformed into lasting capital and opportunity. Today is about where identity meets enterprise and heritage becomes high value. So lean in, take notes, and be ready to see how our shared culture isn't just beautiful, it is also bankable. I'd like to tell you about our two persons who will be joining us for our fireside chat. John Hope Bryant, the founder, chairman, and CEO of Operation Hope, the nation's largest on-the-ground financial literacy and economic empowerment nonprofit, which has directed over $4.2 billion in capital into marginalized communities. Bryant is globally recognized as the architect of inclusive capitalism, referred to as the conscience of capitalism by Fortune 500 CEOs. He has advised 3 U.S. presidents from both political parties and is responsible for financial literacy, becoming official U.S. federal policy. In 2016, Bryant became the only private American citizen to inspire the renaming of a building on the White House campus. The U.S. Treasury Annex was renamed the Freedmen's Bank Building. A best-selling author of 6 books, including Financial Literacy for All, 2024, Bryant is a CNBC contributor, host of the iHeartRadio podcast, Money and Wealth with John Hope Bryant, and has over 3 million social media followers with 300 million views across digital platforms. His impact has been recognized by Oprah Winfrey's Use Your Life Award and American Bankers Innovator of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Hope Bryant. The second person to join us for our fireside chat, Kwame Anuku, is the founding managing partner and chief investment officer of Black Star Fund, a $12 million venture capital fund investing in black founders across the United States and Africa. His portfolio includes over 15 companies with 50% women-led and 70% of capital invested in black women entrepreneurs. named 2022 Entrepreneur of the Year by the Sacramento Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce, and an Aspen Ascend Fellow, Kwame's career took flight when Prince personally recruited him to develop his mobile app. A Stanford Honors graduate, he has spoken at Harvard Business School, the Aspen Ideas Festival, and TEDx Ghana, and appeared on CNN, MSNBC, and BBC Worldwide. His impact earned him 2 invitations to the Obama White House. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Kwame Anuku.
Good afternoon. Well, hold on. I don't know where he traveled from. I think it was Sacramento. I traveled from Atlanta for you. And Ben Crump, who is a genius, by the way, he tried to do this, and y'all gave him sort of a lukewarm reaction. Let me try this a different way. The Bible suggests be hot or be cold. If you're lukewarm, I'll spat you out. Translation. Even God is not like mediocrity. You can't get half pregnant. You can't fall from the floor. If you're going to do something, do it with both feet or don't do it at all. Now, they just introduced, forget me, they just introduced a bad brother up here. And I want that, whatever this is he's got on, I want it. I may jack him in the back. But can you one more time give him at least some love?
Thank you.
No, you guys going to need this enthusiasm for what comes next, both in the economy and in the world. You cannot afford to come out, be walking out here with half energy. If you're born black, you're born on probation in America, or in the world, or in Barbados, or in Ghana. You got to be twice as intelligent, twice as well dressed, twice as smart, get up twice as early, stay up twice as late, work twice as hard for half the pay, and not have an attitude about it. Hello.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Wow. Anytime we start a conversation, we always want to start with what exactly it is that we're talking about, and I don't like to take anything for granted. Today's conversation is the power code, turning culture into capital. Chairman Bryant, when you think of power code, what does that mean to you? And why, in this day and age, in this moment, do we need to be having this conversation?
Black people, 1.6, give or take, billion in the world, represent the largest emerging market growth opportunity on the planet. Yes, outstripping China and India, because we have the lowest average birth rate with the most kids coming into the economy, and you can't grow an economy without young people entering the workforce and entrepreneurship, specifically Nigeria, by the way. The word black, the color black, is the only color that includes every other color. You didn't get that.
They're tracking.
And this is why some people have a problem historically with us when we finally get our narrative right. It is the only color that includes every other color. Literally the first person ever to walk on the face of the earth was from Africa. Literally. It's not like an opinion.
That's right.
So it bothers me when I believe we've lost our narrative. It irritates me when we're looking for love in all the wrong places. when we're rearranging the deck chairs in the Titanic.
Hello.
The ship is sinking, we're picking drapes. Stepping over a dollar to pick up a dime. Being emotional about something that's strictly business. Whenever you make an emotional decision, it's a bad one. And we're emotional because we're such a loving people. We come from Africa, energy, spirit. We're emotional about almost everything. And we've been played as a result of that. We're single-lingual when you need to be bilingual. What do I mean by that? Code. For 6,000 years, black people have mastered culture, creativity, and cool. If we say it's cool in North Korea. If we say it's a dud in Taipei. Everybody copies our culture. Yes?
That's right.
What we haven't mastered, in fact, made very little attempt at truly understanding, is commerce, capitalism, and new community tied to ownership. So we rock the mic, but we don't own it. We perform on the stage, we don't own the stage or the event venue. We don't own the company making the VIP bracelets. We don't own the company that's renting the TVs and the lecterns. We don't own the company that's renting the graphics and the drapes. We don't own the advertising and marketing that's driving the event, but we perform on the event and we kill it. We literally define the event around the world. So, in short, when I look at what that title means to me, for 6,000 years, and specifically the last 400 years since American slavery and a lesser version of that in the Caribbean, we were owned by capitalism. Now we need to own capitalism. Our new culture cannot just be creativity. Our new culture actually has to be capitalism. We have to own the agenda of capitalism. Why do I say that? Where the rules are published and the playing field is level. Now, I don't know you, most of us we've never met, so there's no coordination in this conversation. But I'm used to a black church, I'm used to seek and respond. So you tell me whether I get it right. Yes? Okay. And if I'm wrong, shut me down. Where the rules are published and playing field is level, we kill it. I've been giving you direction. Slow down. The creative arts. A hard yes or a hard no. Don't be easy on me. It's a hard yes or a hard no. Creative arts. Okay. Professional sports. I mean, let's stay here for a second. Yeah, we did football and soccer and baseball and basketball. But then we took our ass to tennis.
Right.
We killed that. We went to golf. We killed that. I don't mean like one of the best. I mean the best. Hold on. We went to F1 racing. Lewis Hamilton.
That's right.
The Michael Jordan of F1.
Yep.
Who just did the F1 movie, by the way, which is great. We killed that. So I'm not like being like emotional about this. I'm being quite literal. Professional sports. Faith. Politics. In the U.S., we went from slavery to the President of the United States of America.
That's right.
You just had the vice president of Costa Rica up here. You have heads of states. We'd be the prime minister. I mean, we've mastered these areas where the rules are published and the playing field is level. No one's ever taught us financial literacy, which is the civil rights issue of this generation, in my opinion, globally. No one's ever taught us capitalism and free enterprise. There's an old Southern saying in American Southern states, no matter how much I love you, my son or my daughter, if I don't have wisdom, then all I can give you is my own ignorance. So out of love, we pass down bad habits from generation to generation. Out of love. We mean well. But it's what you don't know that's killing you, but you think you know.
That's right.
So when I look at our trajectory, I see clear mistakes that are outside of racism, outside of discrimination, police brutality, bias. All those things are real. Thank God for Ben Crump. Thank God for Reverend Al Sharpton. Thank God for Jesse Jackson. Thank God for Maxine Waters. Thank Congresswoman. Thank God for all of them, the new heroes, the sheroes. We need that to push back and to guard, to create red rooms. Yes. But Ben Crump, Attorney Ben Crump, can't pay his law firm salaries on good intentions. He told me he's got offices in 20 cities. I've got offices in 42. My payroll is $2 million every 2 weeks. That trains your mind. He's got to be a good capitalist. He's got to be a good businessman. It's the business of law.
That's right.
It's the business of sports. It's the business of entertainment. It's the entertainment business. Am I losing you?
No. Everybody's tracking.
There's money behind literally everything. You can't run a church for free. They need tithe and offering. Yes or no? Yes. The biggest bank, one of the biggest banks in the world, is the Catholic Bank.
Right.
In the world. They're one of the largest landholders in the world. The first black corporation in America, AME Church, African Methodist Episcopal. First black newspaper, first black hospital, first black school. They knew how to pivot, right? So I'm gonna over-answer the question.
That's all right.
But I'm okay, we okay?
Yes.
You know, you never wanna be the old guy in the club. So before y'all kick me out, I'm gonna leave.
That's right.
But this is an important question.
Absolutely.
So I'm not trying to Americanize this, but African Americans have pursued things in a way that does provide a lighthouse for the rest of the world of what's possible. So we make many mistakes, many. We're making mistakes right now. But there is a lighthouse that says this is possible.
That's right.
Right. So, I mean, I've gone from the top, the bottom, one of the poorest zip codes in America, to the top 0.1% of income and wealth, not black income and wealth, period, legally,
Right.
in the biggest economy in the world.
That's right.
So it's possible. But let me come back to frame this. First Reconstruction, Civil War, slavery. By the way, slavery was capitalism. Just bad capitalism. No one went halfway around the world to grab us,
Right.
to drag us through the Caribbean and the Caribbean region and Latin America. By the way, there were slaves in Mexico, there were ever slaves in the U.S., and to bring us in the U.S. just because they didn't like us. That's crazy. They did it because the gold of that era was agricultural crops of cotton and tobacco, etc. The place where you grow those soil is arid, humid, and hot. That soil looks dead. Who knows how to bring dead soil back to life? African geniuses of the soil. Hello?
That's right.
But the narrative is you're dumb, you're lazy, you're shiftless. No. You went halfway around the world because you couldn't find anybody else on the planet with enough agricultural intelligence to bring a dead crop back to life multiple times.
That's right.
And we created wealth for Europe. I mean, Haiti was the wealthiest outpost for France in the world. When Hades rebelled, they broke France, literally broke them. The only reason there's America is that Haiti, that France had to sell what was initially just New Orleans, but because of the rebelliousness in Haiti, and they whipped Napoleon's brother's rear end, then whipped Napoleon's rear end, they so crippled trade for France, they couldn't do war around the world. France had to sell land in America equivalent to 13 states. That was the beginning of America. This is not my opinion.
Right.
Use your smartphone to be smart. Like, look up everything I'm saying, and if there's anything I'm saying is incorrect. I'm not even making a racial comment. This is just fact. I like math that doesn't have an opinion. By the way, just to be clear, there were white slave traders, there were Arab slave traders, there were Asian slave traders, there were a few black slave traders. So let's get off of this purely racial comment. It's a distraction. It's a distraction for the purpose of us moving forward. First Reconstruction, slavery. Reconstruction, freedom. January, Field Action 15, Savannah, Georgia, 40 acres for any black who fought in the Union Army, including my second great-grandfather, George Young. 2 years later, so January, February, my God, they're so industrious, give them a mule. You didn't get that. 40 acres and a mule. It wasn't the next year, it was the next month. And by the way, this was really horrible land. It was like along the coast, the beachfront property, North Carolina, South Carolina, North Florida. But we didn't argue about it. We didn't complain about it. We've been doing so much with so little for so long, we can almost do anything with nothing. We worked that raggedy land. You put some seeds in the soil, into the sand. You wake up, your crops in Jamaica. Oh, you have a sense of humor, okay. But we worked it. I said, my God, they're so industrious. Hardworking, smart.
That's right.
Give them a mule. That's like saying give somebody a tractor. Right? It wasn't a handout. It was a hand. The next month, Field Action 15 triggered the Freedmen's Bureau, which created the Freedmen's Bank. Last day of Lincoln's first term, he signed the law, a bank chartered to teach freed slaves about money, financial literacy. Then he promised blacks the right to vote, and somebody said, you'll never live to your next speech. That was April. January land, February mule, March bank, April he was assassinated. The guy who took over from him was the Southern segregationist, his vice president, reversed all of 40 acres and a mule, little known story, stopped Reconstruction, pulled federal troops out of the South. That experiment was taken off, right? Bank ends in 1873. Now you fast forward to the second Reconstruction. Access, Dr. King, my mentor Andrew Young, Dr. Dorothy Height, Coretta Scott King, behind every successful man is an exhausted woman. Thank you, my wife, Shatra, who's here, who puts up with me. So we thought we made it. Somebody is cashing we're cashing the check. We made it into to facilities, we made it into to corporate offices, we made it in the government offices, we made it in the bar, we made it. No. That was the perception. So now we got second Reconstruction. So now President Kennedy, President Johnson, our honorary president, Dr. King, he gets assassinated. This is a decade of assassinations. Within 2 years, once again, here comes President Nixon. So Johnson was a reaction to Lincoln. Nixon, a reaction to Kennedy, Johnson, and King. White women get affirmative action. I'm cool with it, by the way. Hold on, I'm going to bring back to that in a minute. You now fast forward to the third Reconstruction that started, in my opinion, in 2020 in George Floyd's murder and COVID. A social justice reckoning on black America happens. $100 billion of capital from the private sector go to black. If you were black and walked down the street in 2021, somebody would give you a check. Yes? We got freedom high. We thought we curse out white people. I kept saying, shh.
Right.
Calm down, get to work. No, we get emotional. Within 2 years, what do you hear now? Woke, anti-woke, anti-DEI.
Right.
And now, President Obama triggers, I won't name them, 2 years into Reconstruction, pushback on schedule. Why are we surprised? Ignore it. But this one's about ownership. Freedom, first one. Access, second one. Government. This one's the private sector.
That's right.
This is ownership and opportunity at scale. Am I talking to myself?
No, man, we're tracking. Everybody's tracking with you.
Ignore the president. This is the largest reality TV show in the history of the world, and we're all extras. This was the Charlemagne guy quote. You wake up every day, and there's a different narrative for you to obsess about. Oh my God, every day. Oh my God, that's intentional.
That's right.
So you're not paying attention to inflation,
Right.
jobs, tariffs, economy. The fact that 400,000 black women been laid off since January of this year in America. I mean, you're so distracted. Why? Somebody else is getting paid. Now,
That's right.
Women. If we hadn't learned that lesson about women, and white women got the benefit than black women, that in 1972, a woman could not have a bank account in America. You couldn't get a bank loan unless your husband co-signed it. Not 1872, 1972. We made the right choice. We actually had a stupid debate about role of women. We won the debate. Today, women are $8 trillion of the U.S. economy. Women are a third of the U.S. economy and the biggest economy in the world. It's a $30 trillion economy. Women are $8 trillion. If we had not made that decision correctly, America would be a third-rate country today. We're at that looking glass point now where diversity is 40% of America. It was 8% in 1952. 1952, America was 90% white. Today, it's flipped. So we don't need to have these just red room conversations. Stop putting all the pressure on Ben. We need to have green room conversations, internships, apprenticeships, artificial intelligence, massively over-indexing on education on AI, financial literacy, small business, entrepreneurship. Like, we have got to become obsessed with our natural gift, which is hustle.
Right.
I promise you the next answer will be shorter.
No, man. Now we're going to church. All right, so the second half, turning culture into capital. And I was thinking about this, and we're going to riff off of what you were just talking about. When I think about Saudi Arabia,
Yes.
Saudi Arabia's wealth did not come from its culture. It came from its oil.
Yep.
If what you're saying is true, we are the oil.
100%. That was a drop the mic. See, I talked for 20 minutes and got nothing. He talked for 20 seconds and got a standing ovation.
I'm just translating.
That was brilliant.
I'm just translating. So be that as it may, to turn culture into capital, the culture has to, and we're talking about capital at this point, we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars cumulatively.
Trillions.
Okay.
$2 trillion is our spending force.
Okay, so that means...
Just America, just African Americans.
So the capital we're talking about globally in the trillions, that means the culture has to have an extraordinary inherent value.
Hello?
Okay. So,
What did Malcolm X say? We've been bamboozled. We've been tricked. We've been fooled. We've been hoodwinked. We run amok.
That's right.
It's what you don't know that you don't know that's killing you, but you think you know.
That's
Red
right.
pill, blue pill, the movie The Matrix. Red pill, blue pill.
That's right.
This conversation is everything. Let me make this really simple.
Please.
In America, we have credit scores. Now, I think the real gift for the world is not America. We'll do fine. The Africans are going to clean our clock. If they just stay on their focus on education and hustle, and the difference between a hustler and a businessman or a businesswoman is paperwork. It's financial literacy.
That's right.
So Africans, and I think even the Caribbean nations, no one's paying any attention to you. That's a benefit. That's a gift. When I look at the GDP numbers, the gross domestic product numbers,
that's right.
It's minuscule and relatively speaking to America. You can put all of Caribbean, of course, and all of the African continent together inside of America, and it would just like be a few states. But that's not a diss. That's called an emerging market.
That's right.
You get that?
Yes.
You are the market for the future. But everybody in America is obsessing about America.
That's right.
This person in office is trying to tax people to do business in America, and Americans are paying the tax through, anyway. I can't say too much, because I got to go back to the country, and we got to get through the TSA, and
Right.
I can't be having no problems when I get back.
Right.
I got a conference in a month.
That's right.
Look, oftentimes the juice is not worth the squeeze. Watch what fights you get into. Most fights aren't worth it.
That's right.
I'm telling you, in America, as this example, we have these long debates about what's wrong, and I'll go in and I'll let everybody finish. If we raise credit scores, which I control myself, 100 points, in 10 years, it's worth $750 billion of net worth. I haven't even talked to the government. You take that high credit score, and you now go buy a home, which is the number one way you build wealth in America. The entire tax policy is around home ownership. That's $800 billion. That's $1.6 trillion of wealth creation for a population that's scheduled to be, by 2053, have a net worth of zero. Black America, the biggest economy of black people in the world, is scheduled by 2053, on current trajectory, to have a net worth of zero. And I just told you, if you just do these two things, you don't ask the government for anything. That's worth $1.6 trillion. Now, somebody says, well, John, that seems complicated. Half of black folks have a credit score below 620. I don't expect you to know what that means, but let me explain it. I said that improper English on purpose. I'm going to explain it. Anybody's been to America, you know there's two cities 15 minutes apart. There's South Central LA and there's West LA. There's, Southeast Atlanta and there's Buckhead. Are you with me? Yep. There's Anacostia and there's Washington, D.C. Are you with me?
Yes.
There's Garfield Park and there's Lincoln Park in Chicago. All right. So just to be clear. So the black neighborhood that's 15 minutes away, the credit score is average on average in the 500s. Average credit score for half of black people is 620, which means when you wake up in the morning, you're locked out of the free enterprise system. You can't get a decent car loan. You can't get a decent home loan. At 600, 620, you need 700. You can't get a small business loan. It's risky credit. But let's just deal with the reality. In these communities that are 500 credit score community, you live to 61 years of age.
That's right.
15 minutes away, you live to 81 years of age. Okay, that didn't get you. Let me go deeper. In the 500 credit score neighborhood, 15 minutes away, it's all us now, all us. So no racism I can see. Nobody with the Ku Klux Klan not running through the neighborhood. You guys are a tough audience. Let's see if you can relate to this. Check casher next to a rent-to-own store. See, I'm in a whole other country. They're like, yep. Next to a title lending store, car title. next to a liquor store, next to a pawn shop, with a church that down the street. The church is your neighborhood therapist. So I tell black people, and see, that's designed so you don't go postal on Monday. Some of you don't know what postal means. It means go cray-cray. So I talk to black people, bougie black people. They drive me nuts, bougie black. Why don't you go see a psychologist or a shrink? You got some psychological. Oh, I don't want to go see a psychologist or a shrink. Somebody might think I'm crazy. If you black in America or black anywhere, you don't think you're crazy, you crazy. So that system is high cost capital.
That's right.
The only way you can repay that is illegal activity. Did I miss something? So that's prison, probation, parole, and death. I don't like that business plan.
That's right.
So I just simply said, novel idea, pay your bills. What a concept. Work on your credit score. My mother's credit score when she passed was 854. She wasn't black, she was green. I asked my mother, you gonna get married again, baby? She divorced my dad over money. Baby, I might, but if I get married, he's gonna be a BMW. I said, Mom, that's really vain. Like, a car? She said, no, baby, a black man working. My mother realized that she couldn't just love him, like him, be attracted to him. That's her business partner for life.
That's right.
Is this resonating?
Yes.
Before marriage was romantic, before it was even religious, before God endowed it 3,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago, marriage was about business. We don't take care of our. This is what we have to decode. But what makes me so excited? AI is mutual opportunity discrimination. Artificial intelligence, 99% of black folks don't know a thing about AI. 99% of white folks don't know a thing about AI either. They're getting their jobs eliminated because it can process accounting and other things. We're getting eliminated because we're doing low-level jobs like customer service. All that's going to go away by 2030. 2030. Here's the thing, though. AI is going to destroy a bunch of jobs. It's going to be a 2-3 period, which will be uncomfortable. And it's going to create more jobs on the back end, I believe, than the jobs it destroyed.
Absolutely.
Somebody's got to work on the robotics. Somebody's got to grease the machines. Somebody's got to repair the computer. Am I talking to myself? But nobody's working on the working on. So people say, oh, my white friend, I'm feeling like we're having a crisis. Black people have a crisis every Tuesday. I'm giving you the best I got. It's going right over your heads.
No, I'm tracking with you.
I'm saying this is our time.
That's right.
Rainbows only follow storms.
That's right. That's right.
You cannot have a rainbow without a storm first. Oh, I finally get a clap. Thank you very much. Even the Bible says you can't grow except through legitimate suffering. Only through constructive friction do you grow. We're expert at constructive friction and all. I know we got to wrap it up. I'm just saying, we can have this is a 30-minute conversation. You could do this for 3 hours. You can do this for 3 days. You can do this for 3 months. I'm telling you, the answer to our problems for the first time in history is right in front of us, and we have control about it. I'm going to repeat this. I wrote a business plan for Africa. I wrote a business plan for African Americans. I wrote one for poor whites, so they didn't complain. I wrote one for women. I wrote one. You can find it online. I said $750 billion, raise your credit scores. By the way, in Caribbean and Africa, there is no credit scores. So the opportunity here is a lot of that is informal financing. It's not, all we need to do is formalize the credit system so that we can get the people who pay their bills on time, which are most people, credit for that. They can access prime credit because here's somebody nobody tells you. No big economy in the world, please, if you never heard anything, hear this. No major economy in the world and no billionaire, no multimillionaire in the world has ever done it without good debt. Hello? So all this stuff about, money is evil. No. The love of money is evil. debt is evil. No, bad debt is evil. Don't finance jewelry. Don't finance clothes. Don't finance concert tickets. Buy a house on good credit and finance that. Start a business, finance that. Get a line of credit to advance yourself. In other words, if it's good debt, that's tied to something that appreciates versus bad debt tied to something that depreciates.
That's right.
So $750 billion in credit increases, $800 billion, this is just the US, in home ownership, $1 trillion in AI at least, and $1 trillion in buying businesses from white, wealthy seniors trying to retire. They're already profitable. That's $3.5 trillion, and I haven't even talked to the government. So my last point, and I know we're done. So somebody's going to say, no, I heard what this guy said. I like socialism. Okay. Hear this. Even if you want to distribute money like a socialist, you first have to collect it like a capitalist. You know where the government gets their money from? You. Hello, taxpayers. You have a gold mine in Barbados. You have a gold mine in the broader Caribbean. You're right a stone's throw from the biggest economy in the world, United States of America. And you got friends there. Ben Crump. He can finance all of you. Africa, I mean, if we ever get on the same page, I don't mean agree with each other. I can't agree with my own family. I don't mean agree. I mean get on the same page, get coded on one thing, just one, just like my Jewish brothers did. What we might need is a black Jewish business plan. Financial literacy should become the policy of every Caribbean and African government in the world in the next 2 years. That's your new baseline, and I'm out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman, John Hope Bryant. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that very powerful fireside chat. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is perhaps the most important one today, titled Fueling the Future. Yes, it's officially lunchtime. And this network lunch is brought to you by Invest Barbados. Lunch will be 30 minutes, and we do hope you enjoy. We'll see you back here at 2 p.m. sharp. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the GUBA Trade and Investment Forum Barbados 2025.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission, to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 53 participating African states and 12 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy, to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afrexim Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
After successfully redefining Accra's skyline with the delivery of the signature apartment, Cape May Properties presents an exclusive unveiling of the tallest residential building in Ghana, offering a first look of of Sultan Sky. Sultan Sky, a magnificent representation of the seamless fusion of quality, groundbreaking innovation, and pioneering architectural brilliance. An extraordinary structure set to reshape the concept of upscale living, thanks to its inventive attributes and unparalleled commitment to precision. This master-planned residential development will focus on the building's location, security, privacy, the design's aesthetic brilliance, elevated features in each living space, cutting-edge smart home technology, and amenities beyond imagination, with fantastic residential features which include 24-hour concierge service, a state-of-the-art fitness center, a floating tennis court, a floating swimming pool, a spa, a sky pool, a sky lounge, a movie theater, co-working spaces, kids zone, distinctive lifts for staff and deliveries, private gardens, chef's kitchen, expansive terraces, entertainment rooms, restaurant, and 24-hour security. Sultan Sky.
RNAQ Holdings, the force driving Ghana's next wave of growth. Through Quick Angels, we invest in vision. Through Bill's microcredit, we empower the hardworking. Through the RNAQ Foundation, we give back, creating impact that lasts. Together, we've turned local dreams into thriving national brands. RNAQ Holdings, building wealth with purpose. RNAQ Holdings, the force driving Ghana's next wave of growth. Through Quick Angels, we invest in vision. Through Bill's Microcredit, we empower the hardworking. Through the RNAQ Foundation, we give back, creating impact that lasts. Together, we've turned local dreams into thriving national brands. RNAQ Holdings, building wealth with purpose.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission, to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 53 participating African states and 12 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy, to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afrexim Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Trust that you guys enjoyed lunch. Let's at this time take a moment to acknowledge the team of LESC, Lloyd Sanford Center, for feeding us so well and keeping us well watered. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Before we jump back into our afternoon sessions, I'd like to call for a spotlight moment on the CEO of Art of Wellness, Shaitra Bryan. Let's welcome her to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you feeling? Good, good. I'm Shaitra Bryant, and I am the founder of The Art of Wellness. And I'm just here to take a few minutes to remind you and ourselves to take care of ourselves. Is anybody into wellness? Yeah? Anybody meditate? Anybody exercise? What do you like to do? Yell out a few things. Meditation? Walking? I love it. I love it. Well, this is just a quick reminder that if we do not fill our own cup first, then we will not be able to continue to do the amazing work that all of you all do. So please continue to do that. And if you don't mind, I'd love to give you a 1-minute breathing exercise just to bring us back into the conference to help our food digest in our system. And it's only 4 short breaths. If you're not into breath work, you breathe in through your nose, expand your stomach, hold it for 6 seconds, and exhale for 2. You guys want to join me? Okay. If you put your hand on your stomach so you can feel if it comes out, breathe in, 1, 2, 3, 4, and exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now the next round, we're going to hold it for 4 seconds. So breathe in, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it, 1, 2, 3, 4. And exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. One more time. Breathe in, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it, and exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. This just helps your body start to digest your food and ground yourself. And it's an easy way to bring your energy back into your body, but also calm yourself at the same time. The conference has done a remarkable job, and they have a health screening, if anybody would like to participate in it, out in the forum, where you can take time to get your blood pressure checked and get your blood sugar checked and just do a wellness check. So thank you, conference, for caring about people and having that available for anybody that likes to participate. So guys, go over there and check it out if you haven't had your wellness screening this year, okay? Nice to meet you.
Thank you for that, the Art of Wellness CEO, Shater Bryant. Now, if there is one thing we in the Caribbean and across Africa understand deeply, is the power of connection. Whether by air, sea, or Wi-Fi, we know that when we link up, we level up. This next discussion goes right to the heart of such: tourism, connectivity, and investment, building seamless pathways for growth. We're talking about breaking barriers between our regions, making it easier for people, our businesses, and our cultures to move freely and flourish. It's about flights, ferries, finance, and the future, all rolled into one powerful conversation. To guide us through this exciting journey are some of the leading voices shaping tourism, transport, and investment across the Atlantic. They'll share how we can strengthen our connections, not just to attract visitors, but to build lasting, inclusive growth for our people. So fasten your seatbelts, keep your tray tables up, because this conversation is about to take off. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished moderator, Dr. Tonye Rex Idaminabo.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope you're well-filled, well-fed. I am Mark Thompson, the moderator for this evening. I am chairman of the Tourism Development Corporation. Just a brief introduction to myself. I'm going to now introduce the others on stage. First of all, Andrea Franklin, CEO of Barbados Tourism and Marketing Investment. Javon Griffith, Chairman of the Barbados Hotel and Tourism Association. Hadley Bourne, CEO, Grantley Adams International Airport. And Eunice Ajay Bonsu, CEO and founder of Cape May Properties. Let me get comfortable. As the topic says, tourism, connectivity, and investment, building seamless pathways for growth. Now, I mean, in Barbados, and probably a lot of places, but certainly Barbados, tourism is a major conduit for connectivity leading to investment. So with that in mind, and we only have a short time, I'm going to go right to Andrea Franklin, whose scope is wide enough, and we can then go from there. Andrea?
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. At the Barbados Tourism Marketing, just let me give a brief background in terms of our tourism product here in Barbados. We would have been, over the years, concentrating on a few key markets. The UK had been our #1 market, US, Canada, and the Caribbean. But in the last few years, we've recognized there is a need to diversify. And as they say, don't put all your eggs in one basket. We see the shift in economic conditions, geopolitical conditions, and we've identified that there is a need to really start to look at alternative markets for our tourism product. And the African market has been one that we have begun to really look at over the last 2 years. And even from January of this year, we took another step in terms of actually appointing a director, Kyle Gittins, who's here with us, to really concentrate and begin to focus on the African market. Because we've also recognized the cultural connectivity between the two continents. We recognize that the middle class in Africa is growing and growing at a rapid rate. I believe the UN has even identified that the middle class is the fastest growing. And once we have that, we see that there's a lot of opportunity for us to really begin to delve into that market and work to build awareness of the destination with the hopes of getting persons from there to Barbados. Of course, the first step to getting here is air connectivity. And no, we do not have any direct airlift from the African continent to Barbados at this time, but it's certainly something that we are actively pursuing. Discussions with our airport partners and our hotel partners in how do we attract the right air connectivity, direct connectivity from the African market to Barbados. And one of the things that we are cognizant of is the size and scope of the region that we're looking at. How do we go about really doing our research to identify where the most feasible opportunities are? And also, how do we really look in terms of the opposite direction? Barbados is a small country, 270,000. Can we sustain a prolonged service between the African continent and Barbados on our own? Is it something that we have to look to our Caribbean neighbors to support as well? How do we build out Barbados as a hub then in terms of connecting the African continent to the Caribbean? We know that we have our Grantley Adams International Airport, and I will allow Hadley to really delve into that, but we have the perfect opportunity to position Barbados as the hub for the Eastern Caribbean. Flights coming to Barbados from the African continent, and then working with our regional carriers into Caribbean Airlines, and LIAT, to really then kind of spread then the traffic to the Eastern Caribbean islands. So that's one of the things that we have been pursuing, really looking into how we can then get to the next step as we pursue airlift to the destination.
Okay, that brings up a few questions, a few thoughts. Before I throw it over to Hadley to answer that question or to expound on it, exactly what's the pathway from Africa to Barbados? I know there's a lot of water between, and and we are the very first and the most easterly Caribbean island. I guess that's why it's important to have the hub, but speak to that.
Well, I'm happy you raised that, and I was going to follow on from Andrea, because as she outlined what the plan and scope is, sounds very good on paper. But do we have an enabling environment for such? If you wanted to go to, say, let's use Ghana, for instance, right now, it's probably a 20 to 24-hour flight connecting through whether you go the USA route or the UK. From here, direct would be a 6 to 8 hour flight, depending on the aircraft you use. But are we facilitating and having an enabling environment to provide such? Do we have the necessary air services agreements in place across the diaspora to facilitate such? And even within Africa, from a region continentally, there's a lot of challenges with even their domestic flights within Africa, similar to what we experience in the Caribbean. So is the frameworks, is the infrastructure, and not from the airport point of view, because most of the airports within the region have done some significant development in the recent decade to facilitate such, but are the legacy carriers going to allow us to have that direct route, or would they want us to come to the US or the UK? A lot of investors were here today. Is someone looking to invest in and build out that capacity within the African diaspora for us to have control over the various routes to facilitate such? So those are the questions that we need to pose to each other before we really, truly want to consider having that direct linkage, which is needed, but I'm saying these are the things that we need to consider.
Let me ask this, because I've heard lots of comments about that. I mean, clearly from what you said, it's possible to have a direct route, and that was not clear to me anyway, generally speaking. I've heard, okay, the monk of, there are no land masses in between, didn't know whether there were any laws that prohibit that or not. I've heard that many times. I see you smiling, so I guess that's just a myth.
And that's an absolute myth. Most of the new carriers can do 16 to 18 hours without even stopping it. That's a 6 to 8 hour flight, so that is not a challenge at all.
Well, well, when they get here, well, let me go to Eunice, because you traveled from Ghana. You would know what your experience is. You're in the real estate business. This is real estate is a major way of investing in tourism and so forth. So let me hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, so I think, in my opinion, tourism isn't just an economic. Okay, so tourism isn't just an economic sector. It's often the gateway to wider infrastructure developments and real estate developments, especially across Ghana and then the Caribbean. And especially in Ghana, we've seen a lot of initiatives that the previous governments and then the current government is actually now doing. And the initiative was Year of Return and Beyond the Return. And I don't know if you guys have heard about it, but it's really boosted visitor arrivals. It also ignited new developments in Ghana. So we're able to see new airports, roads, mixed real estate developments, which really boosted the economy. So in terms of tourism and then connecting the Caribbean and then the African market, I see that for tourism, it's a great opportunity for Africans, especially in Ghana, because just the two initiatives that was created by the government boosted the economy. From my personal experience as a real estate developer, Cape May Properties, when we developed our apartment, the signature apartment, that was around 2022. We saw a lot of the diasporas investing into the apartments. I had clients from the Caribbean and from African Americans who purchased the apartments for investment purposes, for Airbnb purposes. So I think tourism is really broad, right? It's not a standalone industry. Tourism is connecting visitors and investors to come together. And that really attracts a lot of foreign investments coming into Ghana. And then when we are able to do that, it helps a lot of development, so new roads. We've seen in Ghana, for instance, the Kotoka International Airport, the expansion of the Kotoka International Airport. We've seen that the governments have also completed new airports in Kumasi. So all this came from people traveling into Ghana. So tourism is a great opportunity for Ghanaians, especially in Ghana. But how do we also learn from the Caribbeans? I traveled here, I've seen how things are done here, and I was telling my team, wow, I wish I could bring more of my team to come to a place like Barbados, so that we can also learn how Barbados is promoting their economy to foreign investors.
Thank you for that. So we're talking about two different ways, two directions, right? Ghana to Caribbean, Caribbean to Ghana. And you are here on a fact-finding mission, right? So when you come to Barbados, of course, the visitor experience is critical. So I'm going to ask Javon to speak to the visitor experience because of his involvement with the Hotel Association.
Thank you very much. The visitor experience in Barbados is one that we have been continuously nurturing and adding value to over the last 20 years, perhaps. And in the lead up to the COVID-19 pandemic, we were on a growth trajectory where we were adding new attractions, adding new product. So of course, if you're making the trek across the Atlantic to Barbados, one of the first questions you're going to ask yourself is, where am I going to stay? And of course, what am I going to do? So our organization represents over 400 different organizations, companies, car rental firms, airlines, and most importantly, hotels and restaurants, from 5-star to the 3-star property. So it gives us the ability to be able to provide accommodation options for a wide cross-section of travelers. And in addition to that, we have one of the largest number of restaurants of any island in the entire destination. And this too adds to the tourism product and the overall visitor experience that we have here. On the attractions front, there are attractions that appeal to different cross-sections. Persons who are interested in sports. You have persons who are interested in culture. Persons that are interested in heritage. For example, places like St. Nicholas Abbey, or Stays Visitor Center, or Horson's Cave, Atlantis Submarines. These attractions, when they work together, they provide a visitor experience that is really unparalleled across the region. And it's something that we will continue to work towards as we seek to fulfill that goal of having eventually that direct air linkage with one of the key African capital cities.
Okay, so we, not too long ago, came out of COVID, which I suppose, in a sense, gave us an opportunity to relook ourselves, really think about sustainability, what is really sustainable, what really is resilience. So I just want to dig a little deeper in terms of the visitor experience, the type of attractions and so forth, in terms of what we are really offering. Like when we relook ourselves, is what we were offering before, you know, how we have to tweak that, do we have to change, all those kinds of things. So I just want to throw it back at you, and probably Andre can chip in as well. But I just want to get a sense of how we are really thinking about that aspect of things.
Well, I think a great example to look at is a regional company called Chuka Caribbean. They've, post-pandemic, took over the management and operation of one of our leading attractions, Harrison's Cave. And not only did they take over the management of it, they expanded the options that were available to travelers when they're visiting the cave. So now there's a bird aviary, you can do rock climbing. They've been able to create some very unique tour packages with other attractions, such as the botanical gardens. They have packages of Mount Gerizim. And this has been able to improve the value proposition in terms of the options that persons have available to them. What has also enhanced our tourism product over the last couple of years is the boating scene. We have now enhanced offerings for catamarans. We find that they're going down a very luxurious line now, where you can charter these private vessels to sail up and down the West Coast, which you couldn't necessarily do prior to COVID. The other top attractions like Oistins, for example, the Bay Gardens has become a magnet for tourism, particularly on Fridays and Saturday evenings. Anyone that visits Barbados and is here at the weekend, and you just take a simple drive to Oistins on a Friday evening, you see this massive conversion of locals and visitors that you won't see anywhere else on the island. And it provides this very unique experience where our visitors get to interact directly with locals, they get to eat like locals, and then they get to participate in a good session of karaoke. And you can't get that anywhere else in Barbados. So I think the experiences that our visitors are getting now is superior to what existed prior to 2020.
Sure. I also want to touch on you briefly mentioned sustainability. And for me, tourism needs to be about the people of the country as well, and making sure that they're empowered and they're part of the tourism product. And it's certainly one of the main things that we try to do is ensure that the linkages are there, linkages with the other sectors being a part of tourism. So of course, our agricultural sector, making sure that our chefs are using local products. And any of you who were here over this weekend could have enjoyed the Barbados Food and Rum Festival, which really was a showcase of all local chefs who have come up through the ranks in the hospitality sector and are able to command an entire festival on our own. We no longer need to bring international chefs in order to really sustain a festival. And that's really what it is about, empowering our people, helping them to grow. But also we have native Caribbean on the outside, for instance, as well. A small local manufacturer who's no longer, I can't say she's small anymore because she's doing big things, but being able to expose products like that through tourism, being in the spas, being in the gift shops. When we travel with products that we display and give to persons in markets, really showcasing what Barbados has to offer all through tourism. So it's also about, as I said, making sure that the economic power is spread throughout the country as we go about what we do in tourism.
So if I'm taking from the 2 points from yourself and Javon, you're saying that community tourism is good tourism and it's sustainable tourism. So basically, all tourism should be about community tourism. Can I make that conclusion? Not necessarily.
Well, I would say that tourism, once it sits within our community, but where you're going, I mean, there still has to be a balance. The demands of our guests dictate what the product is. So yes, there are some who are very interested in real grassroots community type tourism, but there are others who are not as well. But so making sure that we have the balance is what's important for me.
But yeah, so you have to include the locals for sure. Wanting to expand on the hub aspect of things and what that really means. Okay, we are the most easterly Caribbean island, so maybe it's obvious that maybe we should be a hub. But what does that really mean, and what are you looking to achieve there? Hadley, either one.
So I'll take a start at that one. And our Honorable Prime Minister has always said, naturally, we've been a hub for over 400 years. All the slaves leaving the African coast always stopped here first before they dispersed and disseminated throughout the region. So naturally, we are a hub. In relation to growth of aviation throughout the years, we've always been a natural hub within the Caribbean, whether it was Liat, Air Jamaica, Caribbean Express, etc. And that aspect and diversity of being a hub also allows for the disperse into the other, whether north, south, in terms of our European and North American routes, or south into Central and Latin America. So that whole aspect of a hub also gives you that opportunity to build other networks and other niches amongst the aviation concept in terms of investment. It provides opportunities and growth in terms of aviation repair and the other services, catering, et cetera, that facilitate such. So, I mean, we've always been naturally a hub. It's just in the terms of how we have capitalized on it and how we seek to continue to develop it.
Eunice, I'm going to come back to you. You haven't been here long, but if you could, I would like to understand what you're looking for from Barbados. What exactly are you looking for in order to understand how you would make that linkage for you exactly in a little more detail? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think coming to Barbados, of course, we are looking for investors. We are looking for investors to come and invest in Ghana. But I also noticed that while I was sitting outside, a lot of the people in Barbados are also looking for investors to come to Barbados and develop, right? So I think it's more like a combination of two countries coming together to do business. And I mentioned to a lot of people outside that we are also open to discussion because we are a developer in Ghana. So, you know, if there are opportunities in Barbados, we are open to having discussions if there's an opportunity for us to develop. A lot of people that I mentioned that they are looking at developing very high-end luxury hotels, and so they are looking to have conversations with developers from outside of Ghana. So I'm looking forward to connect with a lot of the people that I've met here in terms of business, right? So not just only promoting the Ghana properties in Barbados, But then if you can also help in promoting real estate development in Ghana for Ghanaians to also come and invest in Barbados, I think it would be a win-win situation for both countries.
So just sort of pairing those two together, the hub and I guess multi-destination packages would be a critical aspect of that development. Do you want to speak to that any further?
Certainly. Looking at the data that we have in terms of the African visitor, they would normally spend 10 to 14 days on average. So what better than to come to the Caribbean, Barbados being the first stop, and then going on to experience another island, whether it's Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia. So being able to partner with the other islands in terms of building multi-destination packages is something that would definitely be a useful selling point for the African market. And also, as you said, with Barbados being the hub and we have the airlift out of Barbados, it's easier for them to come here and then partner with our Inter-Caribbeans and Caribbean Airlines, as I mentioned before, to really be able to see more of the Caribbean as well. Whether you come to Barbados more for the cultural experience, then you go to Dominica for nature, or you go to St. Lucia for wellness. It's an opportunity really to create an experience, a curated experience for the visitor, unparalleled to any, because the Caribbean has such unique offerings in each island. Yes, we are seen as one, but we are all very unique in our own way. And to be able to package it and package that, I think would be an excellent opportunity for the growth of our tourism product as well.
Just wanting to tap back a little bit when you spoke about food and rum, and the fact that it was local chefs. We didn't invite any international chefs or anything like that. So I'm assuming then there's a different tack on how that is to grow, probably more organically, like crop over or whatever the case may be. You want to speak to that a little bit about how, or is that purely in the hands of the NCF?
About food and rum in particular. So the Food and Rum Festival actually started with the Barbados Tourism Marketing, BTA back then. And really it was to celebrate our rum heritage. Barbados is the birthplace of rum. And it really it gives us a unique story to tell. But also, when we do festivals strategically to fill trough periods. We know that Barbados sells itself in the winter, but we need to do some more work in the summer and the trough periods. And what better way to do that than to create activities for persons to come to the destination. So whether it's festivals and events or whether it's sporting activity, that's what we will tend to do to really fill that void. So the Food and Rum Festival was really created to fill the void outside of the winter season. And it actually started as the Food and Wine Festival, but then we recognized the uniqueness of our rum product, and we therefore created the Food and Rum Festival. And initially, and sometimes we do bring international chefs, don't get me wrong, but over the years, and because culinary has been such an important part of our tourism product, we've seen the hotels working with our chefs. We've seen culinary school working with the chefs to really develop the talent of our young persons within the industry. And going back years ago, in Barbados, it had to be a situation where every hotel that needed an executive chef had to advertise and bring an executive chef from overseas. But our talent pool has grown to the extent here in Barbados that there are many hotels and restaurants that now have Barbadians as executive chefs on their schedule. So just the growth of it, but really it's a bigger picture in terms of how we promote our culinary product, which is one of the key pillars that we as a destination promote in terms of our marketing. And so the Food and Rum Festival really grew out of those two things, the need for filling the void, but also for expanding of our culinary product. And we've seen how our local talent has grown over the years.
Food is very important to Barbadians, right? So.
Yeah, sorry, Martin. Just to say, this year in particular, because we were doing the gathering this year, we actually brought Barbadians who are on the international scene. They no longer live and work here. They run their own restaurants all over the world. So from the UK, USA, Canada, Latin America, we brought Barbadian chefs back home to be a part of the festival, keeping it very local this year in particular.
Excellent. So yeah, organic building, very important. Something that we haven't touched on yet, which is how we, I guess, analyze and assess how we go forward, and the use of, let's say, AI and analytics and so forth. How are we incorporating that into our planning going forward? How do we use that information? Do we have any thoughts about that?
So I mean, for us in the BHTA, the AI and data analytics will basically allow us to better profile the travelers who come to Barbados. We can better understand their traveler behavior. We can use data from sources such as Visa and MasterCard to be able to pinpoint where they're spending, what they're spending on, and what quantity they're spending. And these studies are particularly important for small island economies like Barbados. So when we are going into the international markets to market to potential travelers, we are putting our limited dollars where we can get maximum returns and maximum value for money. So it is something that continues to grow, and I think that where we act collectively between public, private, the central bank, for example, islands like Barbados will benefit immensely because we are working together with one common goal. It is something that will have to continue into the future because AI is going nowhere. Data intelligence is going to continue to be the linchpin of decision making for tourism authorities across the world. But for a region as tourism dependent as the Caribbean, it is an absolute no-brainer that this is the way forward and what we must do to maintain our competitiveness across international markets.
So we've hovered between 55 and 6,500 rooms for a long time, hotel rooms that is, maybe specific. And I believe we probably have something like 1,600 rooms that we should get on board sometime soon. I mean, how is that different from the existing room stock? How's that going to, because that's a significant jump. So is that different? A different kind of room? Speaking to the, how people, what people like these days.
So generally, I can say that with the overall assessment, the new accommodation which is coming on stream in Barbados between 2025 to 2028 will largely be different and far more enhanced than what currently exists on the island. We are on the cusp of opening our first Intercontinental Hotels Group branded property, the Hotel Indigo in Hastings, which is scheduled to have its soft opening next month. And for what I've seen so far from the room offerings, they're going to be some of the smartest hotel rooms on the island, something that no single property on the island currently has. Following from that, in Q2 2026, we'll be opening a small boutique property called the Blue Monkey, which was a former property called Tropical Escape, which is being completely renovated, and they're also adding a beach club. But the expertise behind that product lens from the Sandy Lane Resort, the iconic Sandy Lane. The principals behind it have worked with one of their former managers to deliver a very unique 5-star boutique experience, which will pull that affluent traveler from around the world. Third up, in 2026, we are expecting the first and only Royalton Vestance property in the world to open on the west coast of Barbados, right in Hulltown. And this is a 222 all-suite property, adults only, directly on the beach. But it speaks towards that traveler who is more focused on health and wellness. It is the only resort of its type in Barbados. Persons who know of Royalton will think of Royalton Chics and just the standard Royalton all-inclusive product. This takes it to a completely new dimension, and that is coming summer 2026 to Barbados. And as I continue on, we have what will become the largest hotel project ever on this island, Beaches Barbados, which will be geared towards families, a 600-room all-inclusive property with accommodation options ranging from 1, 2, 3, and even 4-bedroom suites. You name it for the kids, it is there. The arcades, the movie theaters, the water sports, the kayaking, the jet skis. Sandals has thought of absolutely everything that a child could tell their parent, this is what I want to do, this is what I want to go on a holiday to do, let's go to Barbados. And we expect that property to open in late 2028. And I'll lastly mention the Hyatt Ziva, which will continue to augment the product which we can offer to our MICE market. That will be a 380-room plus 28 condominium hotel located on Bay Street in Bridgetown. Now that is a product which will help us to supplement the conference space we have on this destination. It will allow us to more proactively go after more events such as the GUBA Trade and Investment Forum. It will allow us to be able to go after more events like CHDA Marketplace, because it allows us to have a significant amount of meeting space and rooms all on one main stretch of the island. So we are very pleased from an association point of view in terms of what is on the cards for Barbados. It will definitely take Barbados into a new frontier in terms of the range of accommodation options, and we continue to welcome the investments from all over the world. Last year, the Afromet Zim Bank would have also announced that they are going to be undertaking a hotel project at their new Africa Trade Center, which they broke ground on in Barbados in February this year. And that is also something that we are incredibly excited about. Although we are still awaiting final details on who the actual operator of the hotel will be, we have every confidence that it is something that will exude a lot of emotive feelings with the African market, because obviously the bank is headquartered on the African continent. So we definitely look forward to the next 3 years for tourism development in this island.
So we are coming near to the end here, but I want to ask Hadley, then how is our international airport gearing up to meet with the new world, so to speak?
Let's say we're getting prepared. We're actually on the precipice of a significant capital expansion that would probably give us an additional 60,000 square feet of commercial and whole rooms for passengers. Also increasing our offerings in terms of F&B. Similarly to what Javon had outlined, we're also using the AI to forecast and preempt what our passengers' desires and needs would be. Well, if you're not Barbadian, you may not know, but part of this expansion will also include jet bridges, the longer-awaited jet bridges that everyone seems to think is the end-all when it comes to aviation. So we'll be implementing some of those, and also expanding our apron space, because during our peak, like what was started on Saturday, and it was kind of chastising Andrea, I had aircraft holding on Saturday. All 23 positions were being utilized at one time, and 2 aircraft were holding. And when you look at the real estate across the region, we have way more apron, etc. space than most of our territories, but because of how our demographic is made up and how our flights arrive, we're normally challenged with space and the resources, and it speaks then to the overall customer experience.
You mean the timing of the planes?
me time in. I always say we probably do 90% of all of our passenger movement within a 3 to 4 hour period, and it really puts a strain on the resources.
So, Eunice, I'm going to ask you to finish up for us. You've listened intently, and just having heard everything, what do you think about what Barbados has to offer, and how do you see what you take away from this?
Yeah, everything they are saying, it's a lot. And I think in Africa or in Ghana, one of the things we also have to look at investing is digital infrastructure. And I see that Barbados is doing that already. You know, so as a property developer as well, just everything that they are saying, even with the AI system, in terms of our new properties that we are building, how can we integrate to make sure that our building is green, to make sure that we are using renewable energy in our properties. And also, when a new property, for instance, we are trying to get everything to be smart, so use a lot of smart technologies in our properties. So there's a lot key takeaways that I'm hearing from the panel that I think after this conversations, you know, just probably get the opportunity to also get into further discussions with them so that, you know, whatever they are doing here, like I said previously, would also like to learn the same things and take it to Ghana, because we also want to improve our development, we want to improve the economy, and digital infrastructure is a huge thing, right? Everyone is moving into AI, everyone is using smart technology, so that's something that's a key takeaway. So I'm glad that they are like way ahead, but I'm glad to hear what they are doing.
Thank you. So, Andrea, Javon, Hadley, Eunice, thank you so much for being up here. Thank our panelists. Could you thank our panelists, please? So we leave you and on to the next topic. Thank you.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission, to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 53 participating African states and 12 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy, to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afrexim Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
After successfully redefining Accra's skyline with the delivery of the signature apartments, Cape May Properties presents an exclusive unveiling of the tallest residential building in Ghana, offering a first look of Sultan Sky. Sultan Sky, a magnificent representation of the seamless fusion of quality, groundbreaking innovation, and pioneering architectural brilliance. An extraordinary structure set to reshape the concept of upscale living, thanks to its inventive attributes and unparalleled commitment to precision. This master-planned residential development will focus on the building's location, security, privacy, the design's aesthetic brilliance, elevated features in each living space, cutting-edge smart home technology, and amenities beyond imagination. with fantastic residential features, which include 24-hour concierge service, a state-of-the-art fitness center, a floating tennis court, a floating swimming pool, a spa, a sky pool, a sky lounge,
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session takes us to the heart of transformation, where innovation meets sustainability and where the factories of the future are powered not just by machines, but by meaning. We're talking about manufacturing the future, green industrialization, and the life economy. Now, this is not your grandfather's assembly line. It's about building industries that heal, not harm, that create jobs while preserving our planet. It's about how Africa and the Caribbean can leapfrog into a new era of green production, circular economies, and bio-based industries that turn waste into wealth and creativity into capital. As the world shifts towards sustainable growth, our regions have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to lead, not follow, in designing manufacturing ecosystems that reflect who we are and what we value. So get ready for a conversation that's not just about making things, it's about making things better. Please join me in welcoming for the opening remarks CEO of Export Barbados, Mr. Mark Hill.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Friends, partners, and fellow builders of destiny. There's a song that followed me throughout the years as CEO, which says, as we fight one another for power and the glory, the kingdom goes to waste. These words by Ernest Smith carries the perspective and the insight for generations that remind us that when we fight for position and not purpose, and when we chase power but neglect wisdom, our kingdoms, in Africa and the Caribbean, our economies and our futures slowly decay. Today, as leaders of industry, we must decide, will we be fighting for power and the glory, or will we be fighting for wisdom that generates new levels of margins? The quiet strength that sustains nations long after applause fade. And by margins, we mean generating more with capital than we actually need. So we're shifting, because for so long, our economies have practiced what we call the Lewis model, industrialization by invitation, opening our gates to foreign capital, hoping prosperity will trickle down, but watching instead as the margins, the real wealth flows out. Today, through the green industrialization gateway advantage and what we call our life economy, we're taking a wiser path, industrialization by innovation. We're using our capital, our ingenuity, our spirit to form industries that belong to us, to build ecosystems where dollars turn over 3 times before it leaves the economy. This is what we call capital formation, turning creativity into collateral and wisdom into wealth. And to give you some practical examples around that, many of you may have passed the Gildan facility, and right next to it you will see a dome being constructed. Now that dome is projected to generate $250 million US by 2027, which will shift our trade deficit and move and narrow Barbados' trade deficit, because we have made the decision to reindustrialize, not just focus on small businesses only, which are important, but we say that every ecosystem contains different size biology. We have plants, we have trees, we have shrubs, and we cannot build a healthy ecosystem in Barbados from an economic standpoint with emphasis only on small businesses. We have to also focus on attracting big businesses that generate billions within our economy, and that's what we've been doing. So we've been attracting new pharmaceutical players, new life science players, and new industries into the ecosystem around AI factories. We are reintroducing back investment in technologies, and we're seeing the fruit of this beginning to bear within our economy. So margins are important because margins is a measure of maturity. And we just can't be investing in businesses because of emotions. Business is business. And therefore, we got to make choices to focus on things that are going to generate significant wealth going forward. So margins are not just profit, they're proof of maturity. They measure how wisely we use capital, how effectively we design our value chains, or how intentionally we link and build our supply chains. So, and therefore, between Africa and the Caribbean and South America, Barbados positioned itself as that gateway, whereby we offtake the things that Africa needs from South America, and from South America we offtake the things that Africa needs, and Barbados position itself as a hub within that context. And what we're seeing is the fruit of that. So to wrap up, without margins, there's no freedom. Without margins, there's no capital formation. There's no sovereignty. And as the song says, our hands are tied behind our backs, while certain people ifing and butting, until we reclaim the ability to create capital instead of consume it. You know, we run the exact numbers at our corporation because we have a trade side, which is the non-commercial side of Export Barbados. We've been existing for 70 years. And on that trade side, we import just around $150 million in cars so far for the year. 500 cars per week, consumption. But investment in robotics, investment in machinery, investment in productive sector. We need to increase our private sector investment in production and not just consumption. So as I wrap up, my brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, Africa shares one rhythm, one story. Both are rich in resources, but poor in retention. We export raw cane, raw rum, raw cocoa, raw ideas, and import our own refinement back at a higher price. That is not destiny. That is design, and we are redesigning it. Together, through shared regional value chains, we can move from exporting raw to exporting refined, from low margin to high impact, and from survival to sovereignty. Thank you very much. All right, so I'll just invite our other two panelists who's coming to join me on stage, Nicholas Wellman and Mr. Apiko this morning. Okay, so we'll start first with our brother from Ghana. Yeah, we want to just describe where we are with as far as industrialization in Ghana is concerned, and what's happening on the continent. If you could just give folks an overview, and then we will zero back in on some more tighter details around capital, how we're using capital in Africa. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Yes, so the topic for today, industrialization, manufacturing, Africa, Caribbean. So to begin with, allow me to provide some historical perspective about all of this. So Africa by nature, the system that has been designed from the days of the colonialists is such that most of our people would rather seek for employment than to create a business. So for a very long time, you've got majority of our people who would finish school and be seeking for job. So there are only very few established African industries and businesses. Fast forward, all of us realize that there's no way we can develop without manufacturing or industry or business. And so there have been several efforts to make sure that we take the right steps to industrialize. We are almost late in the game, but we are catching up very strongly. Most of our raw materials are exported without adding value. And that's a major problem. So whereas Ghana is probably the largest gold producer, we don't have gold. Dubai has more gold to sell than Ghana. It's because we just ship out the gold in its raw form without a refinery. And what's happening now is that we realize that we have to industrialize now or we perish. And that's exactly what we're doing. So from the African Manufacturers Association perspective, there are a lot of effort being done. We've got the African Development Bank, the Afri-Exim Bank, all of them coming together to set up several development banks to help in financing industrial projects and so on. The challenge, however, though, is that a lot of these financing are towards large industries and large businesses. But mind you, majority of our economy is controlled by SMEs. In fact, about 80% of all businesses in Africa are small-scale businesses. These small-scale businesses are not qualified to access the high capital, the high-profile financing from the African Development Bank and all these large multilateral corporations. So there's a huge capital gap, especially for our SMEs who really need the monies to grow. Most of our SMEs are informal, but they are really doing well. But the requirement for accessing most capitals are formal. You need to have a bank account, you need to have run your account for several years, you need to have 3 years audited financial report, you need to have papers, you need to have all of this, and you need to have collateral. But most of our people really doing well, half of the time they are illiterate, but they are making a lot of money. So what I'm saying is that we just have to redirect the narrative and make sure that we create a capital type that is also available for the SMEs so that they can also develop using the resources we have on the continent.
Okay, lovely. We're going to come back to you on discussion around trade. But Nick, you are a material specialist, designer, engineer. Now, as far as green industrialization is concerned, how do you see the Caribbean now? Or what do you see happening in the Caribbean as far as green industrialization is concerned?
I think it has a really bright future ahead of us, quite honestly. We're prided on our golden beaches, in a sense. And within that, we hold all the materials it takes to have a fourth industrial revolution within our space, controlled by us and narrated by us, in that sense. In terms of the green, we are affected by so many different typologies and environmental calamities. Our industries have to really focus on not only just being green and sustainable, but regenerative in that sense. Regenerative in a sense where we don't necessarily need to burn oil and gas. The energy and the input that we put into it, can we hold on to that and let it keep on scaling at a level that actually continues acting as a battery, as a recharging battery? And that's where our industries could start to look at being not only green, but then iterate into something more than, in that sense. Really focusing on, we have everything it takes here, but let's not export it out. Mm-hmm. Let's use it and reuse it again for capital gain, for sustainable gain. And that's how our communities will be able to keep on living within a industrial bubble that we always ride on into the future, essentially. So that's where I see green sustainability in this region.
Okay. All right. Just for the audience, the global north has been industrializing for over 250 years. Africa and the Caribbean has only been involved in industrialization for between 70 to 80 years. So they have almost 2 centuries head start on African and Caribbean countries. Now, in Africa, we have companies like Dangote that are beginning to break that barrier, starting to do refining of petroleum, starting to make cement. In Ghana, we also see some decisions being made there to get industrialization going. But how is Ghana looking at greening within your organization? How y'all looking at greening your industrial ecosystem? Because the global north, they're faced now with the issue of decarbonization. They got to decarbonize their economy because it's impacting the climate. While we pretty much have a green slate, we have a blank slate that we can actually build from ground up in a more environmentally friendly way. What's the steps that your team, the Industrial Association, are taking to make sure that y'all green while y'all build out and become big industrial players going forward?
Great, thank you. So look, I will begin by commending very highly the greening efforts by the Caribbean, especially the Barbadian government. This morning, the central bank governor mentioned to me that they are actually the first digital paperless central bank in the world. And I thought that was great, and that they are very intentional about making sure that they go total green. So I've also seen that the Caribbean heavily going solar and renewable energy. And I think that these are really great signs of a region that is determined to go totally green. For Africa, we have started going green. In fact, our policy makers, fortunately, are realizing very quickly that they need to put in the right policies and programs in place to ensure that our businesses are compliant. So what they've done is that they put in several incentives for businesses to go green. So in Ghana, for example, there's something called local content law. So if you comply, if you go certain percentage solar, there are certain tax benefits you have as a result of going green. If you use certain types of machinery, you get certain types of rebates and so on. And so gradually, a lot of businesses are going green. The only way to achieve total green is when we go totally intentional, both from the government side of things and also from the industry side of things. There are several carbon credit companies these days that you can find somewhere in the world that are coming to offer incentives for companies that are really going green. Our hope is that by the time that we all decide to abide by these rules, everybody, every business will see going green as a matter of necessity than just as an option. And our hope is that we can also begin to create a proper relationship between the Caribbean and the African industries in a manner that it benefits us. What that means is that we need to begin to work on issues of infrastructure and logistics between the two countries. So, for example, how can we bring the Caribbean product to Africa consistently? You know, these are issues that we need to resolve very quickly. So the issue around our transportation, aviation, movement of goods through the sea, you know, and so on and so forth. Currently, it's almost non-existent, even though there has been several talks around it. But I'm saying that we have to do this as a matter of urgency if we need to deepen the relationship and learn from each other. Issues around common traveling protocols, okay? If the Caribbean is seen as the sixth region of Africa, can we practicalize it? It should be easy for an African citizen to travel around the Caribbean and vice versa without paper, without hassle, and so on. And I'm saying I struggle to see trade without transportation. Seeing is believing. I have to see, I have to come visit, and so on, and then we can trade. And so I'm saying that we have to take off all of these challenges and put in the infrastructure to facilitate proper trade. Just this morning, I'm being told that there's an arrangement to create at least a weekly shipping relationship between the Caribbean and Brazil. Africa already shipped to Brazil in real time. And so then we can easily route our goods through Brazil to the Caribbean. But in all of this, we can't, waiting will be dangerous. We have to be able to do them really, really now and quick. Then there's the issue of the AFTA, African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which essentially promotes trading between and among African countries, duty-free, quota-free. Can we include the Caribbean as well, if we're saying is the sixth region of Africa? So these are things that we have to really take very quickly and promote. We've seen AfriAzim do a lot of work in promoting trade between Caribbean and Africa, especially green trade and sustainable trade. We've seen several MOUs, several agreements, several initiatives being done. But we would like to see all of this trickle down to the SME in the Caribbean and in Africa, especially inclusive growth. So women, youth, the informal, all of that. And I believe that if we take some of these things very seriously, we can go a long way in ensuring that we develop both regions.
Excellent, excellent. So Nick, we're going to come to you, and we're going to look at technology transfer and skill development. Now, the rest of the world has invested heavily in artificial intelligence, invested heavily in robotics education, automation. How do we catch up in this window? How do we reindustrialize in a green way and close that gap between 250 years and 70 years, leveraging technology and skill?
I think we have to reflect back, first of all. When we're looking at green, we have to also demand more from green. We're demanding a lot of ourselves and a lot of our networks, creating new or rebuilding back new bridges. So within green, the products that we're using, do they have environmental protection declarations around them? Are we certifying that they are green? Are they going to work in our environments? So are we shipping the right materials around, first of all? Are we using the right materials to build with, to consume, vice versa? Within that then, are we creating interdiasporic standards, ensuring that what I ship to you is really what it's going to do? And you can certify it. I could be Brazilian, you could be Bajan. Our codes and our understandings of what is the longevity of that material might mean very different things. I might come from a high altitude, might come from a low altitude, high humidity, low humidity. Things behave very differently. Within that then, how do we create some interdiasporic codes and standards behind the products that we use? Now looking into the technologies and how we close that gap.
Let's put the mic a little
closer. Now that we've actually bridged that gap, now that we've identified the first kind of logistic paperwork gap, our industries now have to also focus on ensuring that we are not only building for the now, but looking forward and projecting into the future. I can tell you that the sea level is continuously rising. The Atlantic is abnormally hot. The way that we ship, our ports, our airports, are all under threat. How do we ensure the long-term protection of that so our industries actually thrive a little bit longer? Now, let's also look at the integration of AI and automation and what that means for us in the Caribbean as well. There are plenty of examples out there. It's now selecting what is the right one for us in this sense. Automation can really be, I have a 3D printing arm machine over here. This is now printing out, a document that you've drawn in Barbados, and it's now exporting over to you. Are our engineers or our minds thinking the same way, but being kind of transcribed through a third entity in a sense? Because we want a handshake in that sense. And that's where we can start to bridge a lot of gaps. We can reduce our labor costs, but also exponentially increase our output costs. And this is how we use smart materials, composite materials that have more than one property to them. They might be lightweight, they might last a little bit longer, for instance. They might be stronger. That gives us resilience, sort of baking in resilience from within our core foundation. And we see how resilience is one thing that we can actually bank on. It can really change the entire CapEx and OpEx of a project in that sense. If I can know that I don't have to come back to this, I build it once, that's going to last me for X amount of years, and that's certified, it's tested, it's scientific. You can then start to go to the banks, go to financiers, and give that reassurance. And I think that's additionally what we need within in our industries.
Yeah. Okay. Lovely. Because a lot of us were trained at these universities that teach us a lot of different skill sets, but we tend not to bring those skill sets back to the Caribbean or to Africa. We tend to come back and want to reconnect with what we call the heritage, you know. But I think that we need to also look at how we incorporate the skills and the technologies that we learn from the global north to accelerate automation, robotics, and these different things. But coming to you, Toussaint Apeklo, right? I got it right now.
Chonam Akpelo.
Apelo.
Chonam Akpelo.
Right? When it comes to capital and how we leverage capital in terms of investing in value chains that create margins, because we don't just want to be doing nearshoring for nearshoring's sake. We want to be looking at generating new levels of capital. What are the sectors or the linkages that y'all are seeing in Africa, and particularly in Ghana, that are yielding significant margins that you would say, well, look, we think that people from the Caribbean should be putting their money into this in Ghana, that we should be investing in this industry in Ghana or that industry in Ghana, and then we will ask Nick to look at what we're looking at in the Caribbean that Africans can invest. So that this is a practical discussion. This is not just a emotional one. Where can we put our money in Africa's industries?
Great question. Right after COVID, so I was the lead consultant for a project that had over 16 countries and then the Caribbean. So this project is essentially to help over 10,000 SMEs to gain back their momentum after COVID. So we travel around the world helping these SMEs digitalize, provide them digital tools, AI tools to help them become more ready for international business. During that project, I've learned a lot. Number one, the apparel and garment sector in Africa is really in high demand. Several of our SMEs who are in that space are making a lot of money because the products are uniquely done, well tailored, and everybody everywhere likes it. When you come to the Caribbean, a lot of folks from the Caribbean like a lot of our fabric and our clothes. My view is super simple. Why can't we create a system that allows for these sole proprietors, SMEs, to build a business that produces this fabric and sell in the Caribbean? Then also the issue around share barter. A lot of people want share barter from Ghana, for example, because share barter is used for many things in the value chain, from cosmetic products, for food products, and so on and so forth. The demand for share barter, at least from the Caribbean, I know is very high. So can we set up a factory here in the Caribbean to bring our share barter to process? So these are some of the ways that I believe we can leverage on adding value to our products. I've seen the pepper being made here in the Caribbean, and our people like it a lot. It's very hot. When you take one shot, you know you've taken pepper. It's very correct. I'm saying, can we set up a factory that produces pepper and just supply the African continent? Because our people like pepper a lot. So there are many ways that we can begin to take advantage of the relationship and make sure it works. But in all of this, we still have to deal with the foundation of providing the infrastructure for movement. I really would like to do share barter business here, and I really would like to bring fabrics here. But how can I do that sustainably and consistently? So once we deal with that, I believe that the opportunities will be tenfold.
Yeah. Nick, you guys got 1 minute to just touch on where in the Caribbean can Africans put money around industrialization and industrial infrastructure.
Well, I think one of the best ones is also fabrication. There is a lot of untapped raw materials that can be shipped and turned into something locally in your local market. So, for instance, the same shea butter, why not place fabrication facilities here? Blend it in with, tamarinds and different types of local fruits. That really appeals to markets over here. And that all creates jobs. It's exporting a lot of fantastic products. And I think that's what can come over here in this sense. So having manufacturing and fabrication, and doing that on an industry scale as well, with the inbuilt automation part of it. The packaging can all be automated. The raw materials come out. You select your flavor tones, your palettes, and vice versa, and bring that over into this region. There's so many industries that can come into. So it doesn't just cross textiles. It can touch construction. It can touch in tile design. It can touch so many different areas. That's what I would say. That's where people can start placing money. And that really promotes culture as well.
Yeah. So in a nutshell, we're saying infrastructure is a big investment opportunity for African countries, African investors coming into Barbados and the Caribbean. And we're saying going into Africa, it is supplying inputs into your food and beverages in that particular market. But we're running out of time. We just have about 10 seconds left. And I just want to say thanks to the audience for allowing us to engage in this discussion. And I want to encourage you that fundamentally, reindustrialization is about the wise use of capital. How are we going to leverage capital to create the future? Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission, to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 53 participating African states and 12 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy, to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afrexim Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
RNAQ Holdings, the force driving Ghana's next wave of growth. Through Quick Angels, we invest in vision. Through Bill's Microcredit, we empower the hardworking. Through the RNAQ Foundation, we give back, creating impact that lasts. Together, we've turned local dreams into thriving national brands. RNAQ Holdings, building wealth with purpose.
As we continue, ladies and gentlemen, we now turn our focus to an issue that touches every home, every family, and every nation: healthcare. The pandemic reminded us that resilient health systems aren't just about hospitals and medicines, they're about preparedness, innovation, and investment. It's about creating systems that not only save lives, but also sustain economies. The next discussion, Building Resilient and Investable Health Systems, explores how the Caribbean and Africa can strengthen healthcare infrastructure, attract strategic investment, and harness technology and partnerships to deliver equitable, sustainable care for all. Our panel of experts brings a wealth of experience from policy and innovation to investment and clinical practice. And together, they'll help us really imagine what a healthy, future-ready region looks like. Please join me in welcoming for our opening remarks, Communications Specialist of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, Mr. Shane Seeley.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Crispin, for introducing this afternoon's discussion. I think by now everyone knows that our Prime Minister has been very big on bolstering partnerships with our African partners. And she has paid a visit to many of the leaders across the continent, trying to find solutions and ways that we can take this healthcare exodus forward. So it is something that is big on the agenda for us here in Barbados. Right now we are seeing some big development in terms of our healthcare and big investment as well. And we'll talk a bit more about that as we get into this discussion. But let me introduce our panel this afternoon. Some of them are my colleagues, so they're right at home here. But dealing with our guests and inviting our guests first, Dr. Velma Scantlebury-White. She is a noted professor and surgeon, and a lot more to tell about her story as she comes here to the stage. Also with us this afternoon is Mr. Ian Jackson. He's the director of the Sir Clive Lloyd Healthcare Foundation. Please welcome him. Now to some of my esteemed colleagues, Mr. Henderson Pinder, Director of Nursing Services at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And Mr. Neil Clark, the Chief Executive Officer of the QEH. So let's start with some brief introductions. Good to have all of you here this afternoon as we discuss healthcare, building resilient and investable healthcare systems. First, let's start with you, Dr. Velma Scantlebury-White. Yes, you're a professor. Yes, you're a surgeon, but you've really broken some barriers in your work, in your profession.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully we'll have a lively session this afternoon. My name is Dr. Scantlebury, and I am the first Black female transplant surgeon hailing from Barbados, and have been practicing in the United States, and actually retired recently from surgery, but one of the things that I took on because of the need for more health care, better health care, and so a group of us have started Delaware Health Equity Coalition in order to bring accessible primary care to those in need and really addressing the disparities, but also as a nonprofit realizing that it's really about how do we get patients to better health and how do we eliminate the barriers to health in terms of getting them there, and also involving the payers to be able to say, how can we look at our outcomes in order to get better funding to deliver better care?
Well, we look forward to hearing a lot more about your exploits and, of course, the expertise that you can bring to this discussion. Mr. Jackson, talk a bit about your work with the Sir Clive Lloyd Healthcare Foundation.
Thank you. So I was approached by Sir Clive in February through an HIV physician that we both know in Guyana. And I run a very big testing program for HIV and hepatitis for the National Health Service in England, where we've done 12 million different individual virus tests, and we found 12,000 people who had no idea they were sick. And this is opportunistic testing when they come into accident and emergency settings. I was introduced to Sir Clive, and Sir Clive is a hero of mine, as he will be to many people in the room. And he was introduced to me and said, could we run a charity cricket match to do something? I really want to do something about prostate cancer. And I kind of looked and went, but you're Sir Clive Lloyd. You are, in my frame of reference, the most consequential person I know about who's come from the Caribbean.
Right.
And I think if you really want to, we could do an awful lot around prostate cancer. So the Sir Clive Lloyd Foundation has now been set up with Sir Clive's guidance and presidency and patronage, and it's designed very simply to reduce the mortality rate, which in the Caribbean is the worst in the world.
Okay.
The worst recorded numbers in the whole world. But also there's a huge opportunity to do something really quite quickly that would change that and would help, not just with health, but with families, with economics, with tourism, with sport, linking all of that together. So that's what we're trying to do at the foundation.
Well, work to be done indeed. We'll discuss that further. Mr. Pinder, good afternoon. Tell us a bit about yourself. You've been to the continent quite a few times.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anderson Pinder. I am the Director of Nursing Services at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. In that role, I am responsible for providing the human resource and other resources that are necessary for the proper functioning and delivery of quality healthcare services and enhancing the patient experience. In that role, I'm also responsible for research, innovation, and development of our skills and expertise and talents within the hospital. It also carries the role of credentialing and joining and making that we meet the accreditation principles that are laid down in our accrediting bodies. I am hoping that this afternoon over this forum, we will begin to see closer collaborations and collective work as we begin to foster closer relationships with Ghana and other countries on the continent. I have a personal bias for Ghana. I've been there a couple of times to recruit nurses, and they have come at an important time where they've filled gaps in our system and helped to improve the quality of care that we delivered and the patient care experience. So I hope as we go through the discussion this afternoon, we will see how best we can foster a better understanding of our relationships and how we can also strengthen those relationships as we go forward.
And last but not least, the man who leads the charge at our lone tertiary treatment facility here in Barbados, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, Mr. Neil Clark.
Thank you, Shane. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here, as it is a real pleasure to be the Chief Executive of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital here in Barbados, the only acute and tertiary care hospital in Barbados, one that we all need to be doing its best for everybody. So it's a great pleasure for me to be put in charge of running the hospital, and it's a great pleasure for me to manage a team of 3,000 highly motivated people who want to do the best for you. Thank you.
Well, let's stick with you, Mr. Clark. Talk a bit about doing just that, managing a hospital, trying to make it financially sustainable, but still at the same time looking for those positive outcomes.
Thank you, Shane. When you're running the hospital, there's a number of things you have to balance, of course, to make it effective, efficient, safe, and well-led. But let me start off about how we make a hospital sustainable. For the hospital to be sustainable, we need to make sure that the right people are attending the right places. So for me, the number one investment in any healthcare system is prevention. Prevention and education is far cheaper and far simpler than treatment. And every dollar spent on prevention can save $5 to $7 on treatment, according to the World Health Organization. So I'm a big promoter of prevention. I would love to see less people coming to the hospital, and I would love to save the space in the hospital just for those who truly need it. And I know that I work closely with the Ministry of Health and Wellness, who run a big campaign to improve chronic disease management, prevention, and education for the public. But as the chief executive of the hospital, for me to be sustainable, there's a few things I need to look at. And number one is data. I need to have data to inform me of decisions as opposed to making a decision where the noise is. And we're very fortunate that we've just signed a contract last month to bring in our first health information system. This is the first time the Queen Elizabeth Hospital will have information systems and data available for the doctors. And that will significantly speed up treatment times as information seamlessly made available to everybody at the same time. That data will allow me to make effective decisions on how to manage the hospital and where the resources need to go to. The second thing to be a sustainable hospital is probably having the right governance framework. A hospital has to be agile in its governance, has to be able to make fast decisions in line with a solid governance framework that supports decision-making within the hospital and enables that to progress faster through the needs. At the end of the day, unlike many other organisations, we're dealing with health and we're dealing with lives. And timely decisions are really important, and therefore governance structures for hospitals have to be as tight as they can be to ensure that we're operating within frameworks that are easily supporting the decision-making process. I think thirdly, I'd say then, is for financial sustainability of a hospital, is knowing what my cost is. What does it cost to run that department? What does it cost to run that ward, that bed? And how much did that patient cost me? And once I know what my costs are, and then I can truly understand the services that we're providing, then I can start to understand how I need to be funded. Currently, we're funded on a block contract, and we need to move from a block contract, which is based on history, to an activity contract, which is based on the present, what's happening now, to a future-based, value-based outcomes contract, where we're funded on the outcomes. And the better outcomes we put out for the patients, the better services, the better funding that we get into the hospital. And when the hospital can make some funds from doing additional things, those funds should be available back to the teams to reinvest back in their teams, incentivising that cycle of reinvesting back into the hospital. I think the final thing that I'd probably say, and the most important thing, is the staff. If we're going to be a resilient healthcare system that improves quality indicators, we need to make sure that we have the right staff doing the right jobs with the right tools. And we need to build on our staff training in mindset. We need to give them the authority and the ability to improve their own areas. And I think for a long time they've been waiting to be told what to do. And what we need to do now is empower them to have a go themselves, try things and see if we can make a change. Let's build that attitude, the right attitude to making the change, and let's work together on that, building that attitude with them. And that would lead to a change in culture. And I think this is probably the most challenging part of any organisation, especially a complex hospital, with different levels of power lines within the hospital. So building out that culture, building out that mindset will be probably one of our biggest developments for the next calendar year.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Dr. Scantlebury, of course, you know the Barbados model in terms of funding healthcare is strictly through government. You would have seen various models during your tenure. Talk about what would work to improve those outcomes while making public healthcare more financially sustainable.
Well, thank you. As we just heard, it's important to really focus on having adequate primary care facilities, because I think one of the things is, number one, be able to have accessibility in not having long wait lines or being able to get appropriate care, not just putting out fires in emergency basis, but being able to take care, have health care in a preventive manner. And so it's important to be able to say, okay, is there enough primary care facilities in order to do that? Under the national healthcare system, you know, it's different from what I'm used to, where we have a fee-for-service and we have many different insurers on the private sector that are there to, one, allow physicians who are delivering care to be able to have at least some sense of who pays better, and not necessarily focusing on a fee-for-service model, but value-based care. Let's look at your patient population. Let's look at the health diseases. And if you have 300 patients and you're able to keep them out of the emergency room, if you're able to keep the hemoglobin A1C down below a certain level, if you want to look at your data and are you are you maintaining wellness of your patients, then you get incentivized to be able to say, this is where you can merge your government payers with your private sector in order to have, maybe give patients choices in terms of, yeah, you may have a national healthcare system, but maybe within that national healthcare system, there is some options for saying, well, I want to go with this model versus that model, and be able to say, well, in terms of how do you get better outcome for patients? How do you begin to say, I need you to be able to be seen every other month or every third month so I can control your diabetes, or I can keep your blood pressure in check, or we can have that annual screening so that ultimately, if you have a healthier population, you have a better workforce, and it's going to cost your government less overall.
Right. Mr. Jackson, I see you there nodding in agreement, focusing on primary care investment, maybe the answer to some of these solutions in terms of the chronic diseases that we're now seeing and being forced to treat at the tertiary level. So maybe the funding should be more focused at primary care. In Barbados, it would be in the polyclinic system.
I completely agree. I mean, there's every country in the world will benefit from more preventative medicine, and screening in particular. Screening for prostate cancer is a classic example. Quite often, we're getting late presentations, people who it's too late to treat well or need a very advanced immediate prostatectomy, which is fundamentally questions for people. It's not only very invasive surgery, but it goes into questions of what it means to be a man, you know, in terms of the stigma that's attached to it. The earlier you get it, the better. I mean, the good news on this...
So you know the men don't like to get tested. The men don't like to go over...
No, they don't like to get tested to the point where, in some cases, they seem to be willing to die instead, which seems, you know... But the solution to that, always, is the local population. The solution to that is not someone parachuting in from London and having an idea. We can facilitate some change, but investment in primary care, investment in screening is at one end, and then you've got investment in MRI machines and robots at the the $1 million end. But that is all investment in care at quite a predictable level. We know roughly how many people are going to develop serious cancers that need serious operations. The more preventative stuff you do to stop that happening, the absolute better. And I want to say this particularly about the Caribbean. It is clearly in a position that it could do an awful lot very quickly. So I'm really hopeful, actually, about how well you could do some of this with some help, with some philanthropic investment, with some state investment. Because the population sizes of the states are such that actually a universal screening program for an island is achievable. It's it'd be 40,000 screens a year to screen every man in Barbados of a certain age. That is a totally reasonable amount of people to screen. Now, not everyone will do it. There'll be consequences if they don't do it. But actually, you can start building on that problem let's start from the premise of yes, we can, as I think someone famous once said.
Right.
And find the reasons not to. And there will be problems. But actually, I think there is so much good that could be done so quickly that I'd love to see it and try and help in a small way to be part of it as well with Sir Clive and the Foundation.
Incentives and consequences to really wrestle this problem that we are seeing to the ground in terms of people running to the tertiary side of things. Mr. Pinder, your team has been taking a proactive approach, reaching out to the community, getting support in doing that, helping on the preventative side of things. Well, your focus is on tertiary care as well. You have some of your nurses out in the field. The education now is also very important, connected to the investment and improvements in primary care.
Yes, we do have a team that we've dedicated to go to our community, and that's what it is really. It is the businesses around the hospital and the schools. So we have taken on those as special projects where we're reaching out to them, we're providing them with the education, and we're doing some primary testing for them that we can at least early identify any persons from those businesses that are at risk. Now, those businesses do support us, and so we thought it best to give back to them by going into the community, reaching them where they are, providing the tests that they need, because as was just said, many persons are not coming forward willingly for these tests. Some workplaces are not making it mandatory for them to have the test. So therefore, we need to begin to impact upon what is happening at the primary level by reaching out even from the tertiary level to help our communities get better. The idea is to help our communities get better, identify challenges early, and be able to put preventative measures in place before they get worse.
And we continue to do that. We continue to see the development of that. But where we are right now is we are in a chronic non-communicable disease crisis. And the government has responded by some significant investment in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital across the board. Maybe you can speak a bit about that, CEO, in terms of that investment at that level.
Yes, certainly. We've been very fortunate to have been well supported by the government with a lot of investment coming to the hospital. Initially, my initial receipt from them was 295 new staff. That's 10% of my workforce, valued about $16 million per year. Then $130 million of new equipment to replace all the old equipment in the hospital. Again, a significant investment. A new linear accelerator machine to deliver precise cancer treatments. That will be available at the end of this month after a period of stabilizing the system and setting it up and testing it. We're out to order for a new MRI diagnostic machine. We've just signed a contract, or the Ministry of Health and Wellness have just signed a contract on our behalf for a $400 million investment at the Enmore site, which will bring us a brand new laboratory, diagnostic centre, oncology centre, some additional outpatient clinics and inpatient facilities. So significant investment has been coming into the QEH for which we're truly grateful for. And I think, as I said at the beginning, we've done a lot of investment, therefore, then on equipment and technology, the health information system, which I mentioned earlier on. And the next real investment for me now is on the staff. I'm getting the staff to come forward with us. And we had a great success recently where we identified what we call digital transformation officers to help us navigate this new IT system. So imagine we're going to have a new IT system for 3,000 people. Technology, probably quite straightforward to put into place, but having the staff use that and understand it and adapt it is going to be, it's going to be quite a challenge. So we asked for volunteers to step forward and come and help with this journey, and we were inundated with staff in the organisation who said that they want to be involved and they want to help lead this transformational change for us. So for me, the modernisation journey continues. The equipment, the IT is already being provided. And now it's for us to work on bringing the staff up and supporting them with tools and techniques that they can use to change their own behaviours. And that's what I call this mindset training. A lot of investment over the next 12 months on supporting them, changing the mindset, helping them feel valued, making them accountable for their own areas.
Okay, so let's put a wrap on this. 60 seconds to tell us. You have a significant portion of money to invest in one area of healthcare. Where are you going to invest it, and what facility or service would you prioritize?
I will invest it in primary care facilities and use funds also to provide not only just the workforce development in terms of trainees, but also not necessarily in places like Barbados, but in Africa, being able to incorporate telemedicine, be able to reach people where they are if there's no access to get into the facility, incorporate new technology to be able to treat patients in distant places.
Nice. Mr. Jackson?
Unsurprisingly, I'm going to say prostate cancer, as I run a prostate cancer charity. But I think the really important thing, actually, the first investment, it would only take about $200,000 to cover the whole of the Caribbean region with a research project to do genetic testing, to actually take DNA extraction from men living with prostate cancer, take the control samples, put that through the Royal Marsden and the Institute of Cancer Research. There is a group called Practical. It has 70 different countries in it. It has not a single country in the Caribbean, which is a serious problem. And one of the things that the foundation wants to do is make doing active research an absolute priority. And instead of just joining in the research, what we want is the region to lead the world. So again, this isn't about catching up. This is about how do we make these centres, the primary centres for global research into prostate cancer, for global treatment pathways into prostate cancer, and it's never just about prostate cancer. Anything you can do in any individual modality will come up with, there'll be another condition that goes, oh, actually you did that over there, let's do something else with breast cancer, let's do something else which shares a lot of genetic traits. So I would say the research project first, followed by universal screening.
Okay. You have 15 seconds, Mr. Pinder. Can you do it?
Mine would be workforce development and education, and it would involve collaboration and cooperation with all other countries. And since we have Ghana as one of our primary, it would be using AI, using adaptive technologies, using analytics to help to make the decisions that we make in terms of patient care population.
CEO?
I would say when I started off, prevention and education. So expediting the rollout of prevention and education to stop people attending the hospital in the first place. And I would just say if there was 2 pots of money, Shane, I would say today's our 61st anniversary at the QEH. We're 61 years old in the building. So I would say maybe a new building would be helpful at some point.
We're almost getting there. You're getting $390 million in investment in a new facility across the road. So that's a start. But I really want to thank all of you for sharing this afternoon, and thank you for being a wonderful audience.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for that wonderful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue shaping the future of Africa-Caribbean collaboration, we now turn our attention to a sector that moves nations literally, sports. Sport is not just play, it's passion, it's purpose, and it's a big business. From community pitches to international arenas, sport builds in identity, inspires youth, and drives economic opportunity. But to truly compete and thrive, we must invest in talent development, in training systems, and in world-class infrastructure that allows our athletes to rise to their full potential. This next discussion brings together leaders who understand the power of sport as both an engine for growth and a bridge for unity across continents. So please join me in welcoming our moderator for sport, investing in talent and infrastructure, Mr. Joel Manning.
A pleasant good afternoon, everyone. It's certainly a pleasure to welcome you to this conversation on sport, investing in talent and infrastructure. Today, we're looking at sport as a serious economic driver with both commercial and social returns. We will spend a bit of time exploring 3 key themes this afternoon. The first is sports as economic infrastructure, then talent development and exchange, building Africa-Caribbean pathways, and the final theme will be major events and global partnerships competing on the world stage. This afternoon, it gives me a great pleasure to introduce my star-studded panel, beginning with the CEO of Cricket West Indies, Mr. Chris Daring. Please welcome him as he comes. President of the Antonio Rudiger Foundation, Mr. Pat Kamara. And last, but by no means least, NFL athlete, philanthropist, and you would say NFL's most stylish player. Please welcome Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa. Good afternoon again, gentlemen. I trust that everybody is doing well on this, I would call it a marvelous Monday. I believe one more will be added to our panel now, it looks like. Marcus will be joining us this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm number 7 of 8 kids, so I often forgot.
we'll get that microphone on. Just look at the button there for me a quick second, Marcus, please. So you said you were 7 of 8 children just now, Marcus, I think is what I heard just now. What is it like growing up in a family that big? Let's begin, since I didn't realize that you were joining us this afternoon. Let's start there, Marcus. What was it like growing up in a family of 8?
It's complete mayhem. But no, it was beautiful. It's a, you know, when you're that poor, you don't realize you're poor. You're surrounded by love and support. And so you have a instant team that you're born onto. So it's really wonderful.
All right, well, gentlemen, my first question, in fact, is away from the sporting field. For any of you, is this your first visit to the island of Barbados?
Yes. Yes, for me as well.
What have you been able to see so far since being on the island?
I think for me, I was born in Sierra Leone, so Barbados really surprised me. It's a clean city, it's a clean island for the record. I was just in Sierra Leone last December, and I can just see the level of development, the level of infrastructure compared to a place like Sierra Leone. It's amazing. I think you guys are doing a fabulous job. So there's a lot of things that we want to take from here and replicate, not just from a sport perspective, but just from infrastructure and everything else.
I saw you nodding there as well, Jeremiah. What have you seen and enjoyed so far of the island?
I would say I've seen the people. The people are very hospitable, very welcoming, so it's been a great time so far.
Definitely a pleasure to have all of you, and I get to say a warm welcome to my island and my home. Chris, I want to begin with you. You're still new, you would say, in your role as CEO of Cricket West Indies. What's been most enjoyable so far of that role?
Well, I don't use the word enjoyable when it comes to working with Cricket West Indies. Generally, it's not something you enjoy. It's something you survive. Look, cricket, this is my second stint with Cricket West Indies. And in the first stint, running Cricket World Cup, I became a Caribbean citizen. And so being out of cricket for a while, that's what I missed. I missed being, I felt at home so much in every Caribbean country. When you're not involved in cricket, you miss that. You miss walking into the boatyard and knowing as many people as any sports bar in Trinidad. And so I missed being a Caribbean citizen, so I'm really enjoying that part of it.
Well, the one thing that we know that the Caribbean is known for is its partying. And there's something called the biggest party in sport, the Caribbean Premier League. I want to start there with you. My question there is, how did the CPL transform cricket into a year-round economic ecosystem? And from there, what supporting infrastructure enabled that?
Sure. Well, first of all, as I've said to the world of cricket, they owe us a debt of gratitude. Limited overs cricket started when they tried to imitate the way West Indies played normal cricket. That was how we played. We played a very fast-paced, very attacking, very aggressive form of the game. And then, of course, how we celebrated the game off the field with the partying and the music. Again, we started that here in the Caribbean, which was shunned around the rest of the world. In fact, the ICC tried quite often to stop it. But there was a saying that developed in the 1950s, you can't stop rock and roll. They could not stop the partying in the Caribbean. And so we integrated the celebration and how we played the game on the field with how we celebrated the game off the field. And that spawned T20 cricket, which is simply packaging what we did out in the Caribbean naturally. So the CPL is a natural extension of what we've been doing in the Caribbean for many years. And of course, it's broadcast around the world. It has transformed what has been a fairly moribund sport or form of the sport, Test cricket. And the West Indies is not alone in how Test cricket has maybe declined in fan following and fervor and so on. But CPL and T20 cricket generally as a format has sort of helped to rejuvenate that. And you see the kind of crowds coming out for the CPL that we don't get to watch the West Indies in Test cricket anymore. And so it helps to keep alive the game in the Caribbean at a time when it is probably at its best opportunity for us to exploit, because it is the second largest sport in the world now, and of course T20 and CPL, and the most attractive form of the game is now the most commercially valuable property in the world. You know, the IPL, for instance, on an average valuation is the most highly valued property in the world, even higher than the NFL. So you understand where the world of cricket has gone to, and so it's just our opportunity here with the CPL, with West Indies cricket, to take our part in a global cricket industry that is growing exponentially.
Now, Pat, I'm going to come to you beside Chris, and we spoke with regards to the highest level just now. Let's take it now down towards the grassroots level, which I know that the foundation which you're with truly deals a lot with. My question there is, from your experience, how can foundations deliver measurable social return and still attract funding when it comes to social impact sports projects?
Thank you for that question. First of all, I think I'll kind of start off with an experiment to that question. If you could all just do me a favor and stand up for 1 second, all of you in the audience. How many of you are under the age of 40? You can have a seat. How many of you are under the age of 30? You can have a seat. And now, how many of you are under the age of 20? Right? So the thing about Africa, when you look at Africa, do you know what the average age around Africa is? Projected for the next 10 years? Guess? Right? So let me tell you this. It's about 19 years old. You guys can have a seat now. So none of us in this room fit that. And the reason for that experiment is to tell you exactly the importance of youth, right? And a lot of panels here have talked about education, they've talked about health, and they've talked about just youth development. So in terms of social returns, I think at the Antonio Rudiger Foundation, the main emphasis that we want to put is take someone like Antonio with his global brand playing for Madrid and then German national team to say, okay, how can we partner with sponsors such as Under Armour to create lasting impact? So last December, we went to Sierra Leone. We took about $150,000 in equipment. But prior to that, Antonio himself had donated $100,000 US in terms of health initiatives. So I think when you make impact, not just on the health side, but obviously on the youth side, once people see some of those changes and impact that you're sort of creating, I think it's easier for me to turn to Jeremiah or to turn to Chris or turn to any investor in this room and say, listen, Tony cannot be the only one that's given $100,000 to develop youth sports in Sierra Leone. It takes everyone, right? We cannot be doing things in silos and expect greater return. I think for us to develop some of the social impact that we need, not just in Sierra Leone, but across Africa and the Caribbean, it takes all of us. So that will be my answer to that.
Yeah, there's something that you said there, and it related very heavily to leveraging names and leveraging brands. Right. And there's a very heavy name alongside of you in Jeremiah. Now, I want to start on your fashion sense, first of all. What, I guess, ordered the outfit for today? Let's begin there. It looks, a little more tame in comparison to some things that we've seen before.
Yeah, I mean, your outfit's supposed to fit the occasion. So this is a more subtle occasion, so I just decided to go with a long garment and an outfit like that. So
it's still as clean as ever, but in terms of leveraging name, it's interesting that as a global sports brand, you have the opportunity to use your name to leverage investment in infrastructure and to help with social projects like we would have mentioned. What has that experience been like for you, being a part of using your name to pretty much give back to, one, your sport and also your home?
Yeah, I mean, I think it starts with, more so how we, from an athlete's perspective, define success. I know that sometimes for us, it may be how many goals you score, how many touchdowns you score, but there has to be a shift. There has to be a shift in how we understand, we'll say, global success when it comes to athletes. A lot of the times we'll find out, especially in our arenas, when you see, let's say, they say, if this guy has a certain amount of touchdowns or a certain amount of scores, then we consider him successful. But when it comes back to how we impact, right, our communities in which we're from, in which we have heritage, that's how we should be able to define the success, right? So problems are arising. And for athletes, such as what I'm doing as far as the GFAF, which is the Ghana Federation of American Football, in which we just launched, we wanted to be able to regulate, and we wanted to be able to tailor how American football is taught inside the continent. You see the NFL coming in and out of the continent. We want to be able to understand, you know, what best and how best we can teach those things, and that's really been our reality so far.
I'm enjoying the color now, Marcus, on your end of the conversation. Take me through, one, your connection to sport and your overall vision for where you would like to see it go.
Sure. I think that too many times. First, my name is Marcus Green. I'm a lawyer. I've done work in 22 of the 55 countries on the continent. Sports is a major business. I think you need to understand that. And I think sometimes we get caught up in the actual playing of the game, and we limit our lens with respect to sports to the stadium, to the jerseys, to the players, but the ancillary businesses that benefit. Everything from not just merchandising, but everything from content creation to hotels, to it touches upon everything. And so I think the lens, the way we look at sports as a business needs to open up, even for lawyers. Every contract has to be negotiated. Every stadium deal has to be negotiated. Those are all opportunities. One of my specialties is government relations. When you want to launch a league in a particular state or country, you're dealing with government entities. How do you engage those entities? How do you bridge that private sector, public sector conversation? So there are tons and tons of businesses that come from sports. And the other thing I will say is that when we think about sports, the beauty of it as a business is that it knows no politics, right? It cuts across. You can have two people who are diametrically opposed to each other from a political standpoint, from a religious standpoint. But if they're rooting for the Cleveland Browns, and you're rooting for the Cleveland Browns, you're instantly brothers and sisters. So there is something about sports. It's an incredible convening force that should be leveraged even more to create even more business. So there is just tremendous opportunity. So when you think about sports, my advice is look beyond the stadium.
You mentioned looking beyond the stadium, and it takes us very beautifully into the second part of the theme, which is in relation to talent development and that connection between Africa and the Caribbean. Chris, I'll bring the conversation back to you. Back at the end of 2024 and within 2025, we saw talent exchanges for both men's and women's cricketers heading across to academies in India. When you think about the connection between the Caribbean and Africa, can you see similar talent exchanges between the two to ensure that we continue to develop sport?
So let's look at the cricket specifically. There are 21 countries in Africa that are members of the ICC who are competing every day, trying to make it to a Cricket World Cup, etc. There are professional leagues that are taking place in Africa, in South Africa, in Zimbabwe, and so on. So there's a very vibrant cricket industry growing there. Then when you look in the Caribbean, the West Indies, we are the brand name still in the world of cricket, and certainly in the African diaspora, amongst African countries and in the African diaspora in the United States and Canada and so on, we are still a brand that is very highly valued. So I can definitely see an exchange for athlete development between countries. We could be a home for that development. The reality is, though, you need the facilities. And because cricket has become such a professional sport, the professional development facilities that are needed are akin to what New York Giants might have or Miami Dolphins. You know, that's the kind of professional facilities that professional cricketers now need to develop. I had the good fortune a couple of weeks ago of visiting the Center of Excellence that India just built, the BCCI just built, only for their national teams. I mean, it's a 40-acre campus of some of the most high-tech equipment, oxygenation chambers for muscle recovery, and, you know, just incredible array of, it looks like a hospital, the facilities that they have, just for the national teams. and you go, well, you know, that's what we're competing against because, you know, that is who African countries, proximity with airfares and so on, that's where they might end up going instead of to the Caribbean, where they would love to come because of the brand, not just the cricket, but listen, it's already a part of the world that people love to visit anyway. So you can imagine if we had those kind of facilities, we would be overrun with international teams, not just from Africa, but from all over the world.
Yeah, facilities really is a big part of the conversation, especially at the grassroots level as well. I know that for persons here in the room, a question might be with regards to how do we scale grassroots programs? And I'm going to bring that question to you, Pat. What is your advice in terms of scalability for grassroots programs?
I think it's just, again, working with partnerships. Right now, what we're trying to do is engage partners within FIFA, the governing body of soccer, to be able to come into Sierra Leone, partner with the foundation to be able to develop academies that not only support soccer or football, but also can create education opportunities for kids, right? Whereby they have the health side of it, they have the education side of it. So I think as long as we can sort of engage partners, which is what we're trying to do and we're in the stage of doing, ultimately we want to build an academy in Sierra Leone that will foster to not just boys, but also young girls, because I think that's also very important when we talk about development. It has to include every sector of gender, whether kids are able or disabled, everyone has to be included to be able to play. So I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I heard a couple claps in terms of a few of the things that you're mentioning there just now. So certainly a few agree. Jeremiah, I'll come to you here because in terms of academy, we think about training. And there are two aspects that we'll look at, the training in terms of on the field and the training then in terms of, as we would say, the inner man, so to speak. How important is it for you to ensure that both of those elements are part of what happens when it comes to, let's say, like your academy structures and then the projects that you're currently investing in?
Yeah, I mean, we as athletes, when we get to a certain level, we have a responsibility, we have a duty to be able to not just give back the game, but also give it back in a way that the youth can benefit both on and off the field. And that would be like the holistic side of it, right? So many times, you know, when it comes down to understanding what exactly is the game, right? We have to define why is this football sitting in me or sitting in front of me represent something more than just a football, right? It represents opportunities, represents scholarships, it represents teaching principles of life, right? Sacrifice, teamwork, dedication. Like the brother said here about, you know, when you look at these sports, don't just look at it as just a stadium. Look beyond the stadium. Look at it as a source for opportunities. Look at it as a source for investments. And it's on us as athletes, from our perspective, to be able to teach it in the manner into which it will lead to the benefit of the youth, both on and off the field.
And final question of the afternoon I'll bring to you, Marcus, and it dives once again into, I want you to kind of build on, as you mentioned, it's more than the stadiums. I'll give you a bit of time to, I guess, frame in that regard. What do you want to leave as the final note in terms of it is more than stadiums when we think about sport?
So a couple things to piggyback off my brother here. When you think about, first of all, what you're doing with youth athletics in Ghana is just phenomenal, because I think one of the things that we ought to be talking about is youth. The gentleman over here mentioned that Africa has the youngest and fastest growing population on the planet, and that's absolutely true. And so how can sports tap into that? Well, the only way you can tap into that is if you have grassroots, if you have the equivalent of Little League and Pop Warner, these youth programs that are teaching children the sport, right? Football gets its origin, American football gets its origin in America. So how does a little kid who's 4 years old, who may see it on TV, learn how to play it? You need these small programs, and that's actually building infrastructure in order to build an economy around that sport in that particular country. Because the talent is there. We know the talent is on the continent. Let's make no mistake about it. I had the pleasure of doing some work with the NBA some time ago, and I was on a panel. And the gentleman who was representing the NBA was given stats, and he said, you know, in the NBA, you know, we've had, you know, 20 NBA players that came from Africa who were all-stars. And when it was time for me to talk, I said, the last time I checked, the NBA was 98% black. And the last time I checked, the only place on the planet that black people derive from is Africa. So what are we talking about here? We know where the talent is and it has originated from. It just needs to be cultivated. Looking beyond the stadium. Looking beyond the stadium is figuring out those businesses that may not be businesses at all. Ways for you to start a business around sports. There is tons of merchandise that has to be purchased. There are everything from who's printing the tickets to who's catering the events, from who's providing security, who's providing car service. Is just bigger than just the actual event that's occurring. And if you don't believe me, the Basketball Africa League, and from 2021 till now, a very short start, right? They've contributed over $250 million to GDP for the African continent. And by 2034, it's estimated that'll reach $5.4 billion. And that's not just the playing of the game. That's all the other things I'm talking about. So sports is a huge, huge business. And if you like it or you're interested in it, you can find your space in it, no matter what profession. Accountants, lawyers, physicians, sports medicine. There is so many. If you just think about what occurs with respect to a sporting event, television rights, that's a huge piece of this. Everything from, designing uniforms. Now it's endless. And so it's bigger than a stadium.
Well, gentlemen, honestly, I wish we had a bit more time to continue discussion, but I want to say thank you very much for joining us. And as we close, I'd like to leave us on a note that really and truly, I think that this is just not about competition, or rather it's more than competition. It's about legacy, leadership, and the opportunity to position our regions confidently on the world stage. And as such, my challenge, not only to you gentlemen in your positions, but to the audience, is that it's for us to commit to be the generation that actually builds and not just plays games. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure being here with you. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
RNAQ Holdings. RNAQ Holdings, the force driving Ghana's next wave of growth. Through Quick Angels, we invest in vision. Through Bill's microcredit, we empower the hardworking. Through the RNAQ Foundation, we give back, creating impact that lasts. Together, we've turned local dreams into thriving national brands. RNAQ Holdings, building wealth with purpose.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission, to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 53 participating African states and 12 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy, to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. Afreximbank, transforming Africa's trade.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Spotlight session, one that truly lies at the heart of transformation and progress, education, creativity, and innovation. Across the Atlantic, from Accra to Bridgetown, Lagos to Kingston, we see a new generation of thinkers, makers, and dreamers reimagining what's possible. Education is no longer just about classrooms, it's about creativity that inspires solutions and innovation that drives change. In this session, we'll explore how we can build systems that not only teach, but ignite. How we can nurture talent, unlock imagination, and empower young minds to create the future rather than wait for it. So get ready for an inspiring conversation, one that challenges us to rethink how we learn, how we create, and how we innovate across the African-Caribbean corridor. Please welcome our moderator, Vice President, Global Policy, Global Citizen Liz Agbartabi Oten.
Well, hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Liz Agbartabi, and I'm a VP at Global Citizen, an organization dedicated to ending extreme poverty that works at the intersection of music, culture, and action-taking. Today, I am delighted to be your moderator for what promises to be an insightful conversation on education, creativity, and innovation, building the talent base for the new economy in Barbados, Ghana, connecting Africa, and the Caribbean. We have 4 esteemed panelists joining us today. Please help me give a warm welcome to our speakers. Please welcome Honorable Chad Blackman, who's the Minister for Transformational Education, Government of Barbados. Please welcome Honorable Senator Chantal Monroe-Knight, who's the Minister in the Prime Minister's Office for Culture and Development. And finally, please welcome King's Maid, Dr. Adesegun Adeosun Jr., who's the CEO and founder of SMAID Entertainment and the co-founder of Afro Nation. Minister, was that good enough for you? The minister requested a musical introduction, so we tried our best. All right, so we're going to jump right in to today's conversation. We'll do this across 3 thematic areas. The first theme being education for the future economy. This opening segment will frame education not simply as social infrastructure, but as an economic strategy, building the human capital and creative capability required for tomorrow's industries. This is really about job creation, today's conversation, for the youth here in the Caribbean and across Africa. Honorable Blackman, how is Barbados' transformational education agenda aligning with creative industries, technology, and entrepreneurship?
Thank you very much, first of all, for having me on the panel. To get straight to it, one of the things that we've done and we're doing, first of all, we've set a very bold agenda that if we're going to transform education in Barbados and to prepare our young people who go on to be adolescents and adults for the future of work and business, we have to decolonize our curriculum. That's the first thing. And we've also set the bold agenda that within 7 years, we want to be the #1 education system anywhere in the world. But to do that, thank you. But to do that, we have to do a number of strategic things. And one of the things that we have to do is to ensure that we now bring culture, and I'm happy to be joined by my colleague who's the Minister for Culture in Barbados. We have to bring culture and the arts into the mainstream of education, and not just as a side piece, as it were. And why is that key? In Africa, in the Caribbean, the 2 regions in the world that dominate culture, cultural expression, the way we walk, the way we talk, our music, our fashion, our food, is Africa and the Caribbean. But because of colonization over the last 400 years, we've been forced to think that in order for you to be a successful jurisdiction or region, you have to focus on all of the other nice things, for example, the physics and the math and the law and engineering, notwithstanding, of course, they're important. When you realize, therefore, that the value of culture and the creative arts can transform a nation, helping you to be competitive, helping you to provide a quality of life for your people, because that's your strength, that's your superpower, you then place it, therefore, in the mainstream. I say that to say this. Part of the education transformation in Barbados is that we're not only going to now focus on music in schools, but we're going to broaden it now to have a curriculum that focuses on the creative arts and the creative economy, working, of course, with the ministry responsible for culture. And as I was saying to you and other colleagues before we came on the panel, Barbados must now move in the direction where our young students who historically are not prepared for the world of entertainment and business before they leave school, to be able to now go into a secondary school in a retrofitted facility where you have access to music studios, where you can learn to produce beats, where you can write music scores, produce scripts for movies. Why is that key? Because if we're to now increase our GDP in areas that is our strength, we have to give those students the skills before they can actually leave school. So the transformation now therefore looks that, notwithstanding, yes, we have to focus on improved grades, working with partners to have fantastic facilities, the training and retraining of our teachers. The curriculum must now focus on preparing that ability for us to now look down the road and to make our young people dominant in the area of culture and the arts through education.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You've spoken a lot about decolonizing the education system and de-emphasizing education as most of us have come to know it, and really building on fostering creativity. Senator Monroe Knight, given your role in culture and development, how can education foster creativity and innovation to build a resilient talent base for Barbados and the Caribbean's future economy?
And thank you for that. And I hope you don't mind if I'm a little bit disruptive and perhaps turn that question on the other head, right? Because rather than how can education, perhaps how can culture? Because for me, I'm always fond of saying that culture undergirds the transformation that we need, right? Very often when we think about culture, we think about it only in an instrumental way. And that's because of the single lens that has been creative and the narrative that we have coming from the same colonial past. That culture is only about performance. And that is not what culture is at all, right? So culture is the way we live, our expression, who we are. And if we can lift that up within the educational system, it means that we lift up confidence of self. It is part of our nation-building narrative. It is part of the resurgence that we need to imbue in our national development. So when we place culture and the arts within the schools, it is not performance. It is nation-building. That's one. I think secondly as well, and again being a little bit disruptive, because I'm with Minister Blackman when he talks about how we decolonize education, but we got to perhaps deconstruct that even more. It is about a recognition that we have a global economic system that continues to peripheralize us, our economies, and the way that we are inserted. So that when we talk about culture and education, it means then that we have to answer that in a very strategic way, in a very strategic way. If we don't understand that overarching context, the strategies that we apply then may not necessarily address the question. We don't have a challenge only of growth, yeah? We have a challenge of a system, particularly for the creative sector, in which appropriation of our value is very real and present. So that how we create the systems and processes to do that, and again, how we make sure that our students and our young people understand that world and therefore step into it, is going to be extremely critical. So for us within the Division of Culture, so one, like I said, it means about imbuing confidence and understanding the value of what we bring in the global sphere and appreciating it, because we don't often value what we have. But also as well, it is about building what are the kind of critical structures. So one of the things that we do in Barbados, of course, perhaps like everybody else, we offer grants and training, but we are reframing the way that we think about offering grants and training, again, to make it more strategic. So it's tied very much, again, to how do we enter into the global economy? What are the key drivers, one, that are authentic for us, so we're not responding to trends, we are responding to who we are, what is authentic, and what is the value that we bring. That's a different way and a different lens of looking at it. And then how can government bring resources in order to strengthen that and imbue that within schools, but also within communities as well.
Honorable Minister, you raise a really good point about leveraging the systems that you currently have to build a system that's fit for purpose, and leveraging the education system specifically. Now, Kingsmaid, I know that Afro Nation was part of your graduate thesis, and you went on to build this formidable music. I mean, shout out to Afro Nation. I've been to a number of your events, but from your perspective, how can education better integrate with and support global cultural events and the broader creative economy?
Hello? Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to say storytelling is the most powerful conversations we need to be having. And I'm privileged to be here with two honorable ministers, and yourself, Queen. It's time for us to tell our stories. It's time for us to remember who we are. I grew up in London in the last 21 years. I was born in Lagos. Who I am is what led me to where we are today with Afro Nation and all of that. But the most important thing is the educative part. How I started, how did I start? How did it come over me to create Afro Nation? Because at the time, there was nothing. I just wanted to elevate, create something special, something different,
And also vibes.
I started from house parties.
Vibes. You talked about vibes and taking African vibes global.
Okay, so yeah. House parties started from house parties. From house parties, we went on to the clubs. From the clubs, we went on to concerts. Being the first to bring the African artists like Wizkid, Davido, Olamide to London in a space where they weren't known, was the creative in me. Putting it into my 30s and case study and now becoming a global music festival that has now gone across, the world. I'm talking about Ghana, I'm talking about Puerto Rico, Miami, Detroit, building communities, creating an ecosystem for even, governments, countries to make money from. An example is Portugal. We've done Portugal 5 times, and when that happens, you're talking about how the whole country generates so much money in all different industries, be it music, food, fashion, hospitality, real estate, because there's a lot of investment that comes into the country.
Really monetizing creativity is what you've done in Portugal and in the other cities where you've worked. So the global creative economy is valued at $2 trillion US currently, and I think that that's underreported. And by 2030, that is going to triple. Now, just think about that and think about the potential of monetizing this, what we're sitting on. Honorable Blackman, what educational initiatives can Barbados implement to monetize creative endeavors, ensuring sustainable growth and economic benefit for the region?
I've got one that I can tell you, and I've spoken to the country quite a bit over the last few months on it. What we're looking to do and to take to Cabinet for approval is to ensure that all of our students, for example, who are in the arts, who are in theater, who are in NIFCA, which is one of our premier festivities here, is that historically when you do well at NIFCA, you get a medal, you get a photo in the paper, and you get public applause. Whilst that's good, it's not enough. And we've decided that our students, particularly on the creative side and the intellectual property side, must now be able to monetize that through what we're going to call creating a national trust. So all of the different things that you can conceive through culture, you partner with the private sector whilst you're at school, and that national trust you can then draw down at the age of 18 from your student account, where you can take that money and you can expand or start a business, you can further your studies, you can put it to deposit for property. So what you're doing effectively is giving them a head start in business, a head start in ensuring that they can have a real stake in the world beyond school. Because the truth of it is, our history has led us to believe that certification, whether it be CXCs or CAPE, has been the gateway to success. Whilst that has been true up to this point, the changing global reality demands us now to give our students a global, not a Caribbean, a global, not a North American, a global head start. And that's what we're doing here in Barbados to prepare our young people for the future.
Certainly, certainly. And beyond curriculum reform, Honorable Monroe Knight, what specific partnerships, to achieve this success, you'll need partnerships. What successful partnerships with industry, diaspora, and other governments, I like to say philanthropy, which is often left out of this conversation, but which is a key piece, would be critical to accelerate workforce readiness?
Okay. Thank you for that. One of the projects that we're already doing, and I'm sure our Deputy Prime Minister would have mentioned when she addressed you, is our Reclaiming Our Atlantic Destiny project, right? And that is a project that showcases the power of collaboration and partnerships, bringing together all of the agencies through government, culture, education, economic affairs as well, labor, but embracing the diaspora, international media as well. So that is a project that has helped us to be able, one, to showcase what best fit partnerships look like in terms of monetizing culture, but also as well lifting up education transformation for society as a whole. But it's also a really good example of what I talked about, how we monetize, but monetize for beneficial transformation, right? Absolutely. And when I say that, because when you talk about culture, you talk about monetizing, we can get very scared, right? About, are we extracting the value only for the value's sake, and how do we make sure then that we don't that we don't take out that intrinsic value that's important for us. The Road Project, what it will do is that it gives to Barbadians themselves an acknowledgement of our history, but it gives to the world our stories and the reframing of our stories, and that's what Road does for us.
Thank you. Now thinking ahead, King Smaid, what would a thriving, connected Africa, Caribbean creative economy look like? And what immediate steps should be taken to start building it now?
Well, I grew up in London, like I said. I used to see Afro-Caribbean shops everywhere on the high street. I've actually not seen the collaboration and the partnership like that. So I think this is the time. We're having the right conversations. We've spoken to my honorable ministers earlier before coming on here. It's about building infrastructures now, you know, having the right conversations for investment opportunities for creatives. You know, I started when there was no opportunity for, you know, creative. I used to, you know, be a waiter, you know, a promoter in the club. I used to clean stadiums. Now we are selling out stadiums. That's
well, now you're selling them out. Yeah. Across the world.
So it's to continue to be accessible to educate the new generation, creating a new Gen Z academy now to help guide and tell our story, because Afrobeats have been around for so long, but there's this new hype that is going on and people are just joining, and you know, without experience or knowledge of how this got here, how did we, even artists, creative artists, they want to be Wizkid, Burna Boy so much without learning about, you know, where they came from. So this is the stories we need to tell more, you know, to build the creative industry.
Absolutely. And who better to tell our stories than us? Thank you, panelists. Thank you for sharing your great insights. Please join me in thanking our panelists today. Africa and the Caribbean's richest resources aren't found underground, people. They're not found underground. They are found in our people, in our imagination and our creativity. An education that inspires innovation, creative industries that turn culture into commerce, and technologies that open doors to all. Together, they form the engine of the new economy. Thank you so much.
The African Export-Import Bank, a proudly Pan-African institution with a vision to transform Africa's trade. Our mission, to stimulate a consistent expansion, diversification, and development of African trade, while operating as a first-class, profit-oriented, socially responsible financial institution and a center of excellence in African trade matters. Today, we represent global Africa, with 53 participating African states and 12 participating Caribbean states. Our strategy, to realize impact through purposeful interventions based around 4 pillars. Pillar 1, intra-African trade and AFCFTA implementation. Pillar 2, industrialization and export development. Pillar 3, leadership in global trade banking in Africa. And Pillar 4, financial sustainability. The Frexim Bank, transforming Africa's trade.
RNAQ Holdings, the force driving Ghana's next wave of growth. Through Quick Angels, we invest in vision. Through Bill's Microcredit, we empower the hardworking. Through the RNAQ Foundation, we give back, creating impact that lasts. Together, we've turned local dreams into thriving national brands. RNAQ Holdings, building wealth with purpose.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just ask if you can kindly stand at this time, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask if you could just raise your hands and shake them out to the side, in front. Good job. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We got the blood flowing and we're feeling good because this is GUBA 2025. And of course, the GUBA Awards 2025 are proudly presented in partnership with the Barbados High Commission in Ghana, Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., Invest Barbados, and the National Cultural Foundation. We also wish to extend our sincere gratitude to our valued sponsors, Elas Realty, Inter-American Development Bank, and Blue Magic Rum. Also, Cape May Properties, KGL Group, Frexim Bank, Renat Holdings, and Mill Harbor Group. We're having a great day so far, and ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to so much more over the course of the next few days. Next, we dive into diaspora capital. And no, that's not a new crypto coin, by the way, or a real estate fund in Miami. We are talking about the incredible wealth that lives within our global African and Caribbean communities. Our money, yes, but also our minds, our skills, our networks, and that special ability to make things happen no matter where we are in the world. This is Conversations with the Diaspora, where we explore how we can move from call me when you're in town to actually building things together. From investment and membership and mentorship to culture and creativity, it's about turning our global connections into real collaboration. So buckle up. This is going to be a lively, honest, and inspiring discussion. Please help me welcome our moderator and change maker for this session, founder and president of GUBA Enterprise, Lady Denta Amoatang.
Thank you all so much. How's it going so far? You having a good time? Should we do this conference again in Barbados? Yes? Okay, fantastic. Now, one of the things that we're very passionate about when it comes to GUBA is the diaspora, the impact of the diaspora, how we can come back home, invest, and build. Now, on this session, I have my very own brother, Wade Maya, global content creator and diaspora influencer. Give him a round of applause while he walks up. Then I have one of our board members, actually, Eric Gershard, who's the founder of Homestrings. Next up, we have Donna Graham, who's the co-founder of D Cruise Global Ventures. And Ricky Blue, founder and co-president of Since 93 Records and founder of Blue Magic Rum. All right. Thank you all for coming and being on the panel. Now, we talk about the diaspora all the time. And now I think the word is being overused, some would say. How do you see, Wademaya, the impact of the diaspora? When you do your YouTube videos and you're saying to people, come back to Africa, come and invest, look at what people are doing, what do you think the impact is?
I think Africa cannot survive without our diaspora. Whether you're an African that used to live in Africa and left, or you're an African that is more like born and raised out of Africa, you are part of us. And I think it's about time for you to bring that skill, knowledge that you've acquired in the diaspora back to the motherland. Because if you go to Africa right now, there are a lot of investment that are happening in Africa. And if you check, 80% of them don't even belong to Africans. So I keep on wondering, what are we doing? It's about time for us to work together and change things. Because the impact that you guys can bring, it's insane. I mean, there's a hospital in Ghana that is serving a lot of people, and people don't even know that that hospital belongs to a diaspora. I mean, there's so many. I've done a lot of videos, and I feel like, listen, Denta, please, can I say this? I don't want to take so long, but I just want to say, whatever money you have right now, look around you. Talk to the next person sitting next to you. Ask him if he's a diaspora, and tell him that it's about time we put our monies together and go impact or make a change on the continent, because we need you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Donna, you know, you're from Barbados. Yes. You were born here.
Yes.
And then you left to the US.
Yes.
But you've come back and you have invested. Mm-hmm. What made you do that?
Basically, I realized, Donna Graham, I was born here in Barbados, and my parents, my mom is from St. Lucie, Barbados, and my father is from St. Michael. And I've always come home to just invest. My parents were entrepreneurs as well. And I realized I wanted to give back to Barbados, because when you're in America, they always say, oh, you're going back home. So you have two homes. You have your US home, and if you have your Bayesian home. And when I come back, I'm always bringing things. But you know, that's like a small drop in a bucket. I wanted to be able to bring my money and invest in Barbados. And the way that it transpired was basically I met someone that was from Nigeria that wanted to partner with me. And we partnered in D Cruise Global Ventures, and that's how it started. Exciting, you know, you're bringing in cars, you're selling cars, you're creating your taxi business, you're trying to get a place to hold everything so that this venture can succeed. I think one of the things that was a challenge is you're investing, but you don't have all the information. So you're investing, and they're like, oh, by the way, the person's not supposed to be here already to get their work and stay permit. They're supposed to be coming in. I'm like, but they're already here. So there are things that you go to legal to get more information, but unless you have a really experienced immigration attorney or someone that really understands how to incorporate your business, you run into stumbling blocks. But for me, I think we just had a lot of tenacity because we really wanted to bridge that gap in the diaspora, so we just continued.
Fantastic. And I'll go over to you, Ricky, because you've now have the rum, right? You've come and you've invested. What was the transition like? You've been in the UK, you do business there. How was it like doing business back here in the Caribbean?
Well, it's really interesting, and there are several beautiful things about it and several challenges. Primarily, my business is in the UK, as you say, and in the music industry, and I've had to be a disruptor to achieve what I've managed to achieve there and working with the caliber of artists that I have. But I had an ambition to do business back home, spend more time with my parents, and take a view on the market from a Caribbean to Africa perspective, rather than thinking about it from a UK and America lens, which has always been how I've approached businesses before.
Yeah. And yeah, okay, yeah, clap for that. Eric, I think sometimes us as diasporans, when we are coming to invest, people think that we've got some block of money that's stacked up, that is ready to go. What would you say are some of the perceptions, or how do we deal with that as diasporans as well? Because some of them are working 2 jobs, right, to make it work. But back home, they're thinking, oh, you're in London, you're okay, you're in the US. What would you say to that?
No, absolutely. I think that the diasporan suffer from the wealth halo. The perception that because they have made it, and the higher you make it in your career, the more dependency you get from your family, and then those remittances that come every month give the wrong reinforcement about the availability of funding. But I think those kinds of perceptions have now been transformed, where the diaspora have figured out how to subsidize the support by purchasing property and having the rental income from that property, go to the family members, and the family members can then manage that property. You're also seeing, you mentioned taxis, where you buy vehicles, you send it, and then your siblings organize themselves to run those assets. And those kinds of investments are actually very beneficial, both as a safety net, but also in strengthening the commitment of the diaspora to what's happening back home.
And Eric, you've worked in numerous amount of African countries. What made you go back to be investing? Because you've been in the UK, you've been in the US, but what draws you back home?
I think most of us, have benefited from relatives sending us abroad, to get an education, and you sort of feel always that sense of responsibility back to your home country. I've always been in development, from my days at the World Bank, even during my studies. I've always had a leaning on finding solutions to economic development. So the question that I would be linked to back home in some way, whether it's Guinea or the sub-region or even the continent, was never a question. Yeah. I think the question was the nature of the relationship. And since I was in finance, the idea of coming up with instruments like home strings, like crowdfunding, and a few other things that we've done was a natural extension of that commitment.
Fantastic. And Eric, you invest in back home in the Caribbean. What do you think the impact is for the business that you've set up and for the people of the country?
Yeah, so I mean, one of the curses of being a serial entrepreneur is that you have several different ideas that you implement, and failure is always a part of an entrepreneurial experience. Luckily, some of those ideas have stuck. Homestrings.com was a big success in the UK. It was the first time that crowdfunding was being used for investing back home. Recently, partners in Norway and in Barbados and Dominica, we've set up an aquaculture farm in Curacao which is going to produce about 35,000 tons of fish for export. I think the perception of coming, into the region and realizing that the biggest resource that the region has in the Caribbean is not the land, but the ocean. And then figuring out how do you identify opportunities that leverage that neglected resource, right? In Jamaica, they've thought about wind, and we said, well, aquaculture isn't really exploited, and so we went to find the best technology in the world, which is in Norway, and we brought it to the Caribbean, and now we have fantastic partners in the government. So again, it's opportunity matching need and transformation. That's the lens through which we look at these opportunities back home.
Fantastic. Ricky, what impacts have you seen so far doing the rum, the impact that you've seen on people in the Caribbean as well?
Well, we're literally 1 year into the journey, and what's been brilliant is we've been able to almost reimagine a rum experience, and also within that, we've become the fastest growing premium rum brand in the Caribbean, which is brilliant, and we're growing immensely on social media, and it's approaching it in a fashion that we have, which is targeted at Gen Z, young adults, etc. And obviously everyone in that space exists on the end of their phones all the time. So, we've been able to grow exponentially against the traditional brands and whatnot. What the impact I believe is going to happen in the end is we're getting a sense of identity where with rum, it was always about, slavery, colonialism, ships and pirates. And it's like, well, it's beyond that. Yeah. And it's a new day. And we want to express ourselves how we are and how we see the world, not how they see us. And what's really important is that when you look at all of the rum brands that we know that are famously Caribbean, none of them are owned by the Caribbean or even black owned. Yeah. So that's been a major inspiration to be able to create a brand that has an identity and a pride attached to it that is ours, that we can take around the world. So that's the ambition.
Fantastic. Wademaya, why do you think it's easy for us as Africans or black people, when we move to maybe the UK, we adapt? But when we have to come back to Africa, it's kind of hard for us to adapt.
Because I feel like the system in the UK, the US is already built. But when it comes to Africa, it's about Africans to build that system. This is why I keep on saying that if you're a diasporan, when you move back to the continent as an entrepreneur, identify a problem, bring solution to that problem, and become a successful businessman in Africa. So to me, I feel like the reason why businesses thrive out of the continent is because the systems are built. Okay. Because I've seen a lot of diasporans that move back to the continent and they start acting like everything in Africa looks like America. And at the end of the day, within 2 or 3 months, they pack their bags and leave. Because Africa comes with its own challenges. But one thing that I want to let you know that when you play on home grounds, you score more goals. So you need that home support. By blending, stay authentic, try and understand.
Yep. I think it deserves a round of applause. Yes.
Try and understand the terrain of doing business on the continent. Try and link up with the right people. Don't just come being excited, oh, I'm connecting back to my roots, and you start doing something, you throw a lot of money, and then at the end of the day you realize that, oh, who scammed me? No one scammed you, you scammed yourself.
No one scammed you, you scammed yourself. So you, Donna, you came and you partnered. So let's talk about partnership. How you find the right people to also partner with. Because I always say as well that, look, let's not go back home to the Caribbean or to Africa and reinvent the wheel. There are businesses there that you can invest in or you can mentor. So how did you go about getting your partner to invest in the product that you have?
I think for me it was, I met my co-founder, and he had the same idea that he wanted to invest in Barbados. So that was a perfect match. And I think from there, then we expanded, like, who can we reach out to? There's Invest Barbados. There's just other organizations that you can speak to that can say, this is the route that you can go to, and this is how you can move your business forward. So I think for me, partnering with agencies that were already in Barbados really helped us to understand and navigate, because Barbados as a Bajan is just not easy. There's just things that can be challenging, but I think when you have that tenacity and you believe in what you're doing, it can really change things. So our partnership, I have others that just inspire me to say, we need to go forward when things get really rough. When you have a mechanic that said they fixed something and it's really not fixed. And when you have a car business, it's just really difficult. But I think because we believed in our business, we were able to succeed. And reaching out to attorneys that can say, this is how you do this. I think that's what you need. You need the legal, you need that inspiration so you understand the Bayesian law, which is very British. And there are things that just can be stumbling blocks. So I think that's the best way. Reach out to people that have the expertise.
Absolutely.
Would be my advice.
Okay. Eric, let's talk a bit about capital and financing. And, when you look at, if you want to set up a business back home, it's very expensive, right? People are Ghana is 28% or 32%. If you want to buy a property, do a mortgage, etc. How do we go about these things? Because there is diasporans that want to come back, but then all of these things kind of stop them from investing.
Yeah, I think in the property space, in fact, HomeStrings has a client that builds homes, single-family homes for the diaspora. And traditionally, the diaspora has basically paid in cash. So they paid 20% to the developer. The developer builds a house in a community, a gated community, and then they pay the balance once the house is complete. That has basically been the way they've gone about it. There is, however, at least this company that we're working with is looking at providing mortgages that are based on the credit rating in the host country, in order to make it more affordable to purchase a second home, back home, and that should, reduce the cost, because if you have, say, a 700 credit rating, that gives you a mortgage of maybe 3%, 5% in U.S. dollars. That's very affordable for you to, to finance a second, potentially even a third home. When it comes to financing SMEs, like financing a new business, that's an expensive proposition, whether it's in Ghana, Conakry, or Guinea, or San Francisco. The failure rate of new ventures is 99%. It's very high. It doesn't matter whether you're in San Francisco or whether you're in Accra. And there, it's a lot more complex about what kind of business it is, whether there's some collateral, and et cetera, et cetera. So that kind of investing is very difficult. And the diaspora do have access to certain tools to reduce the risk of failure. It involves, making sure that they have diversified investments. Property is the pristine way, because you have that, you can leverage that, and venture capital is the most expensive one, because you can lose 100% of your capital. Yeah.
Last words before we go. Ricky, what would you say to diasporans who are still like, I don't know, I don't think I want to go back, man. I'm okay in the UK, what would you say to them?
I mean, each to their own, but, I definitely would agree with them, and I would encourage anyone to embrace, their roots, both in the Caribbean and back home in Africa as well.
Fantastic. And what about you, Donna? Any last words for diasporans who are watching?
I just wanted to say that my heritage, I am 35% Nigerian and also 25% Ghanaian.
Yay!
So I just want to say that here in Barbados, we really have a real cultural sense. We have our Heritage Day, and we make sure that we have on the African garb. But I think it's time that we put our money where our mouth is and basically start to invest and realize that if we had the access to come across the ocean, we would have invested a long time. To go up to England, to come back down. So it just takes so much. So I think because our Prime Minister, Mia Mottley, is really encouraging this collaboration, it's time that we get the flights, so we can really invest and make things easier.
Eric?
There is wealth building opportunity back home at the scale that you cannot discover in your host country. You simply need to have the right advisors. So find the right advisors, and that leads to the best opportunities, and that ultimately leads to wealth.
Love that. And what day?
I think if we can all be on our feet and then clap for our sister in here for bringing all of us together, because I mean, this is more like the diasporans also coming back home, because without her coming back home, we'll all not be here. So it's about time for all of us to make Africa home again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And Ricky, where can people get your rum?
So it's available in like 50 stores here in Barbados. We're distributed by Stanfield Scott, so it's in Wine World and a bunch of other places. So please do check it out and let us have some reviews. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
After successfully redefining Accra's skyline with the delivery of the signature apartments, Cape May Properties presents an exclusive unveiling of the tallest residential building in Ghana, offering a first look of Sultan Sky. Sultan Sky, a magnificent representation of the seamless fusion of quality, groundbreaking innovation, and pioneering architectural brilliance. An extraordinary structure set to reshape the concept of upscale living, thanks to its inventive attributes and unparalleled commitment to precision. This master-planned residential development will focus on the building's location, security, privacy, the design's aesthetic brilliance, elevated features in each living space, cutting-edge smart home technology, and amenities beyond imagination, with fantastic residential features which include 24-hour concierge service, a state-of-the-art fitness center, a floating tennis court, a floating swimming pool, a spa, a sky pool, a sky lounge, a movie theater, co-working spaces, kids zone, distinctive lifts for staff and deliveries, private gardens, chef's kitchen, expansive terraces, entertainment rooms, restaurant, and 24-hour security. Sultan Sky.
RNAQ Holdings, the force driving Ghana's next wave of growth. Through Quick Angels, we invest in vision. Through Bill's Microcredit, we empower the hardworking. Through the RNAQ Foundation, we give back, creating impact that lasts. Together, we've turned local dreams into thriving national brands. RNAQ Holdings, building wealth with purpose.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue this evening, up next, it's a special announcement, and at this time, I'd like to invite the Principal of Connecting on Million Women in Trade, Dr. Kai Dele.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, Barbados. Ooh, that's bright. Good afternoon, Barbados. How's everyone? Great. You all look amazing. Thank you all for staying and completing this incredible day. Thank you to the government of Barbados and to Lady Denta and GUBA. We really, really appreciate this. So we're not going to take up too much of your time. This is an exciting opportunity to talk about the initiative Connecting 1 Million Women in Trade. A little background on myself. I'm a social impact strategist and a psychologist. And Right here is one of the most incredible leaders I've met, very determined. He's presently he's a senior vice president at MasterCard, transitioned in his role, his background also with American Express and other Fortune companies as a senior corporate leader. And he's provided so much insight and advice on this initiative. So I would like to thank him for coming from the US to speak and provide his feedback as he's a very busy individual. Thank you also. Connecting 1 million women in trade, the basic premise of it is we completed phase 1 in which we did a market analysis understanding how do we connect women within the regions of Africa, the Americas, and the Caribbean. That's 102 countries specifically. During the market analysis, we realized and spoke with a number of associations and individuals and realized we had to maintain a B2B framework, which meant that when we connected women, they had to be in an existing business infrastructure. So we divided that and created a granular engagement strategy, which included engaging plus or minus 100 associations per country that works with a minimum of 100 women. Now, it sounds complicated, but it's quite simple. When you partner with enough institutions, it's a great partnership framework to scale women. And the criteria is they have to work with women ready for trade, women preparing for trade, or institutions that support women in trade. So during phase 1, which is about 3 years of market analysis, we spoke to a number of associations, 10% of the target association. We created an advisory council to include ministers of trade, vice presidents of countries, Fortune 500 advisors as SMEs, et cetera, to make sure we had the right engagement framework. So now we're going into phase 2, which Barbados is one of our launch countries and is such an incredible engine for bridge building. So we're going to start now onboarding 100 associations within each country into a global trade platform. This trade platform is a collaborative ecosystem, sort of like an Amazon, led by the 10,000 associations and the best service providers. So now we're launching phase 2. We're doing 6 anchor countries, and Barbados is one of them. So I would like to not take up too much time and ask our subject matter expert, Mr. Kala, with his experience in MasterCard, American Express. And mind you, a number of months ago, he just got promoted in MasterCard to be over not only the Americas, other regions, and he comes to me and says, Kai, I think it's time for me to think about generational legacy, building outside of this corporate framework. And I'm like, you're making a lot of great money, are you sure? He's like, no, it's time to do something bigger than myself and really start to make impact. So when I told him about the onboarding process, he shifted as an advisory role. And I would like to know from your framework, understanding what we've done with this initiative and going into phase 2 with the onboarding, why do you think this is important?
So first of all, I'll say that Kai is too generous with her compliments. I'm not quite nearly as... she makes me out as I'm some sort of Superman, but no. But yes, she is right in the sense that I think the big challenge when you think about entrepreneurship, you think about the middle market economy, you think about trade and investment across regional lines, is that not enough people are doing enough to drive impact. And you also think about the role of different groups, whether it be associations, whether it be individuals, whether it be governments and frameworks. And I think one of the big challenges is that we often are looking for somebody to direct or to lead, whereas most entrepreneurs, and in particular women in trade, what they actually need is support and infrastructure. They know what to do, they just need the support on the infrastructure. So when you ask me that, why do I think this is important, and why, for instance, am I pivoting out of corporate America and essentially starting my own investment firm? The reason is because not enough people are providing this infrastructure. I think when you think about the role of women, not just traditionally in African and Caribbean culture, they are the anchor of the family. And we are now in a world where trade, investment, entrepreneurship is no longer the exclusive domain of men. And I think that some would argue that women are actually much more efficient in how they go about entrepreneurship. What are their needs? I think skill development is a critical component. And I also think that access to affordable capital, and I do put that qualifier, affordable capital, because there is capital available right now across multiple trade and investment opportunities. The question of the challenge is that it may not always be affordable. And so when I think about this initiative and what particularly attracts me into supporting this is that I think that there is an opportunity to work with associations, governments, and development agencies to create that infrastructure framework that leads to skill development, that then also provides a pathway to access to affordable capital. With those two critical ingredients, then you think about, okay, what drives international trade? What drives trade across regions, Africa, the Caribbean, North America, Europe? It's all about the connectivity, access to information, access to the rules of engagement, access to the infrastructure that allows you to engage and participate. And I think the program, Connecting 1 Million Women to Trade, is really about doing that. And I think that's why I think it's not just critically important, but also timing is also really important, which means we are transitioning into a world economy where the more developed economies, there's a recognition that the economy of the future is going to be driven by geographic regions outside of the currently well-known Western universe.
Thank you so much. So in building this initiative, two of the biggest questions we received was, how are you going to connect these women across these regions? And how do you make it a programmatic solution? So we met with a number of banks, large institutions, and service providers. And a lot of these associations already have existing resources to empower women. They're just operating in silos and silence. So one of the biggest challenges, or I think it was the biggest motivation factors, was building this 8-pillar global trade accelerator that is not owned by any specific service provider. It's owned by the ecosystem. So it's a collaborative framework on Amazon, a clearinghouse where these associations can all bring on the existing resources, and the service providers all meet in this house, and they get to marry each other as they need. And it's an 8-pillar programming that starts with assessment, goes into alignment, then goes into program actualization, then goes into certification. So it's extremely pillar-driven, programmatic-driven, and driven by the service providers. As an individual that has been with so many Fortune companies, and you have such an experience, as a potential service provider, how do you see this being valuable?
So I think what you refer to, if I describe it, with a different language. It's really an exchange. And the purpose of an exchange is to build and to bring or create a forum where multiple stakeholders can engage in a collaborative, symbiotic way. So that's one. Then the second thing with this, exchange, as I call it, is really around what are you trying to accomplish within the exchange. If you take a step back, so my background has mainly been M&A, investment, fintech, venture. That's primarily been my background. And if you look at these early startup companies, the ones that are most successful are the ones that have the ability through their backers, not just to receive capital, but to also receive guidance that allows them to focus on what they do best, whereas all of the back office operations are dealt with for them. So think about HR, legal, finance, all of those things that would normally serve as distractions to preventing them from focusing on their core objectives. It is analogous in this situation where the exchange is intended to serve that kind of a BPO role where all of the tools and resources that you would otherwise need are made available to you so that you can actually concentrate on what you do well, which is, hey, I want to start a business or an existing business and I want to grow and expand that business across regional lines. I want to tap into the global economy and I want to grow my business and move from that small individual business to something that's a little bit more impactful, and then you also derive the benefit of engaging in a broader ecosystem.
Thank you. And I'll segue into our last question. The engagement strategy for connecting 1 million women in trade was extremely exciting to create. So we realized that we needed to, when we go into each country, make sure that we had all the stakeholders involved. So in each country, we partner with the government, we partner with the private sector, we partner with we identify anchor associations that also help us identify other associations, and we partner with the media, and we do an in-country onboarding process, which we're doing in Barbados with the Chambers of Commerce and related associations. So representation, because of the different market sizes, besides partnering with the in-country stakeholders to make sure that we represented the different segments of the women to trade, we also want to make sure that we are conscious of the different market sizes, and that is also why we're so granular and grassroots to grass tops with our in-country engagement. With that engagement framework and representation, again, as a stakeholder, how do you think that applies in the bigger picture?
So I think there are multiple facets to it. We're getting the indication that we're beginning to run out of time, but I'm going to just speak to it really quickly around the need for customization, which is, I think, one of the reasons why a lot of programs fail, because you're trying to create a one-size-fits-all, as opposed to creating a framework that allows you to deploy that framework within the context of different environments. And I think the critical thing here is that it is a framework as opposed to a program. And I think the minute that our partners begin to fully understand that it's a flexible, deployable framework that can flex into the different parameters around which a partner might be seeking to engage, then the more successful that partner is going to be. So for instance, if we're looking at Barbados as a nation country, for instance, and we say we want to deploy it here, it would look quite different than if we were deploying this, say, for instance, in Uganda, which has a different infrastructure outlay, where the economy is in a different state, where the needs are slightly different. And that, I think, is the emphasis of what it is that we need to talk about over the next few days as we kind of do the media and the other engagement activities, is we want to deploy a framework within the context and parameters of what is applicable in the specific case in which we're trying to do the program.
Thank you so much. So we really appreciate you and your attention and your support. And obviously you see why Kala is an advisor, and we have so many incredible advisors and supporters such as you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time, and we hope to see you while we're in Barbados.
Thank you, everybody.
RNAQ Holdings, the force driving Ghana's next wave of growth. Through Quick Angels, we invest in vision. Through Bill's microcredit.
Thank you, Dr. Daly. Ladies and gentlemen, for our final session, as we continue this dynamic journey of ideas, innovation, and impact, it's time to talk about one of the most powerful engines of progress, partnerships. Now, we all love to say teamwork makes the dream work, but let's be honest, sometimes teamwork just means more meetings. But when it's done right, when business, government, academia, and community come together with shared purpose, that's when real transformation happens. This next conversation dives into exactly that, how cross-sector collaboration can blend expertise and build partnerships. That doesn't check boxes, but changes trajectories. From public-private alliances to Africa-Caribbean cooperation, this panel explores how we can turn collaboration into competitive advantage and ensure that every partnership leaves a legacy of progress. So please join me in welcoming our distinguished moderator for Building Transformational Partnerships, Dr. Sherry-Ann Dixon.
I didn't like that clapping, it was a bit soft. I'm sorry. I'm the joker of the lot, but it is the last panel. And when I bring these people on, these two people, one person is not here, but when I bring these two people on, please don't make them feel like hurry up and done so we could go home. Can I guarantee that? Okay, good. I hope you heard the lingo in there. My name is Dr. Sherry Ann Dixon, and did you see they had to move that down because I'm short? Dr. Sherry Ann Dixon, I'm an international motivational speaker, and I'm a transformational coach. And I was so glad when I was asked to do this, because normally I'm the one that's interviewing, whether it's Nelson Mandela or Maya Angelou or one of the other big names, Luther Vandross, Barry White, those kind of people. And I sit there with my jeans and T-shirt, and it's so nice to dress up today for you guys. So I'm going to bring on my two panelists, and they're badass people. They're really, really lovely. So the person I'm going to bring on first is Dr. Milton Mattox. He's the CEO of US Artificial Intelligence Institute. Yeah. And then our next panelist is Tradisha Howard, who's Vice President, JP Morgan Chase, and founder of Impactful Reflections, LLC. So, I'm going to go straight into it because I know that it's late, but I want to talk to them about so many things. So let me just go there. AI and finance. Welcome. Where's mine? I thought they didn't give me one. Hello? Okay. I want to talk to you guys about, first of all, I'm going to go for the AI man. Because how many of you have been on social media where you see them targeting you and everything's about AI, AI, AI? Put your hands up. I know you all are on social media. Well, as soon as I was introduced to him, I said, how can you make me a millionaire? Because that's all they keep saying on there. So I know there's more to AI than that, but it'd be good if you can share some little hints and tips, right?
Let's hope, let's hope.
Let's hope, let's hope. And so let me get my question out. I've got a text from my son saying, how's it going, Mum? Okay, so let me start off with the AI person. How has AI impacted our relationships with finance? And what is your relationship with AI? Because I know you've got a lot to tell us.
Well, thank you, Dr. Dixon. And I want to just say it's an honor to be here in Barbados. This is my first trip to the island. I've been in a lot of places, especially over the past 2 to 3 years. But this is my first trip to the islands, and I'm just thrilled to be here and incredibly impressed with everything that's being done. Before I answer your question, I just want to set a backdrop in that I've been doing AI for about now, AI as we know it today, I've been doing it for probably the last 6 years. This is before it took off in November 2022. When ChatGPT came out and everybody else seemed to become familiar with it. I've been doing it much longer than that, and before that I was in cybersecurity doing quantum cryptography. And so I have a deep technology background, but I will not bore you all with technology at the end of the day. We'll talk about the things and stay on point here. AI's impact on finance is actually much larger than that. AI is going to touch every single thing that we do today. We've talked about a little bit about AI along the way today, and I was listening very intently to all of the panelists, but we really only touched the surface. I'm not quite sure we understand what this technology is going to do for us. This is the fastest growing technology in the history of mankind, and it is expanding faster than we can ever imagine. If you are not learning AI, if you're not using AI, you will be on, let's just say, the wrong side of a dichotomous situation where there'll be those who know AI and then those who are just using AI. And so it is touching everything, including education, which the minister talked about a little earlier, and it touches finance. The deal with finance is that if you're going to get finance, and you're an entrepreneur, and you're going to go out and get funding, let's say, if you're not using AI to actually increase productivity, decrease some of the things that it takes to do your job and things like that, which is also the inverse of productivity, if you're not using it to make yourself much more efficient, to make the organization more efficient, then when financing come in, they'll take a look at that and say, you're not using AI. You may become passé very soon, and so we need to understand what that means. And so if you really want to make sure that you have an AI story to tell, how you're using it, what it's doing to impact your business, where you're going with that business, and what it's doing to impact you personally. And so, again, for us, when it comes to financing, and I've gone through many rounds of funding and things like that, we had to tell our story and what AI means for us and what it means to what we're trying to do.
Yeah. I like that. I like what you said. You need to tell our story. That's really interesting. Khadijah, are we investment ready? Everybody's talking about, everybody's talking about investment. But are we investment ready yet?
I think that a lot of people think money is going to solve all their problems. It solves a lot of our problems, but at least what my co-panelist was talking about just now, in terms of, do you have your strategy in place? Do you understand the problem that you're truly trying to solve? That when an investor says, hey, I'm ready to invest, you're not freezing up. What tends to happen is people say, okay, I'll give you money. And when they ask you, what's your impact? What is going to be the ROI on this investment? A lot of people don't have their story tight and clear. There's no measurements of success. There is no local access and global reach. So you have to think about, what is that expansion piece? What is your 3 to 5 year plan that AI can help you test against what's already in the market? What's your competitive advantage that you're changing the game from? A lot of people talk about the first mover, second mover advantage. There's still advantage. There's a reason why when Rihanna created Fenty, she reimagined the way we thought about body inclusivity. So she found a niche, and she was able to capitalize on closing that gap in a market that was already pretty saturated. And she knew her numbers. So a company like that, sustainable, I'm sure it didn't start big. She started the concept. She had her plan. She had her strategy. And I like to think about it in these 5 places. Shared vision and values. Make sure you have that when you're looking for partnerships. Trust over transaction. Who you are, your reputation absolutely matters. Transparency and governance. How are you going to get these people their money back? And how are you going to be transparent about it? Local access and global reach. You want to make sure that if you're doing something in the country, you have the best in the game at it. And if it's scalable, you want to understand what's your entry point into your next 1 to 2 markets. So that short list. And then the impact and legacy. People want to know that whatever they're investing in has longevity so that they can also benefit from what you're delivering, and you want to benefit from that as well. So as you're thinking about money, I'd encourage you to think about those things when you're going to ask, because it will make your case a lot easier to sell. Do the work first, the money will come. I can assure you about that.
Yeah, definitely does. In your view, and this is for Khadijah, in your view, what role does funding play in enabling or hindering, either way, successful collaboration? Because we're talking about cross-sector collaboration. So do you know, have you got any idea?
I think in any partnership, whether it's local, cross collaboration, whatever it is, if you don't have defined roles of when you're building that partnership, of what you will deliver, each person in it is responsible for, it's really hard to make it sustainable. It's like running a race with no end. It's like getting up in the morning and saying, I'm going to run a marathon today. Yeah. You'll die. That's what will happen. So it's really strategically thinking about your plan. Do I have to get up today and run a 5K? Yeah. The next day you build on that. And sometimes what I learned from my friends who are training for marathons, you don't run 26.5 kilometers one time or miles. Yeah. You go back, you go forward. It has a pattern. And I think that that's the same thing for partnerships. What is your strategic plan and alignment when you're doing things together to make it successful? So for instance, what I like to say is, if you're going to say, you have an AI business, I have a business that I may be doing, I would say tours. How can I use his platform to make my tours, one, more attractive, think about capitalizing on marketing, who is in the space, to do my research and development. Then once you have your truly thought out plan, I'm sure then the capital starts to come. You start small. And one thing I will say about capital, not take money that you turned off. Is it Anna? I would say is, don't take money you can't deliver on. One of the biggest mistakes I was saying that people make is taking money that they cannot deliver the ROI on. If you know you're not ready, under-promise, over-deliver, because your reputation truly matters, especially when it comes to capital, and you will make mistakes, but be transparent with your investors as you're along the journey, because it's truly important that they can trust the person doing the business that they're doing business with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Trust, and that's funny enough the next question that I have. How do you establish trust and shared language when the partners come from different cultures? You know, you're from America, the other person's from Ghana. How do you establish trust?
That's a good question. My company is called the United States Artificial Intelligence Institute, and our job is to bridge the gap between what companies are looking for as it relates to AI skills and the AI skills that individuals bring to the table. And we try to bridge the gap between what you learn at a university or even back in high school or what you're learning on the job, and make sure that you have those skills that companies are looking for as it relates to AI. We've rolled out our product. We do AI certifications, AI training, AI consulting. We rolled out our product in over 160 plus countries, and so far so good. We're doing okay. Most recently, we rolled out in Bahrain, and I was there for the rollout. We rolled out in Malaysia. We rolled out in other parts of the Middle East and India and things like that. The first thing we had to do was that we had to find a local partner who understands the culture and the business environment. Because we can come in and say, yeah, I'm from the US and we can do this and we can do that. The business may or may not work the way that we thought it would work. Yeah. And so we found a great partner. And then the other thing that we did, which was huge, and you mentioned this earlier, is that it was complete transparency on what we were trying to do as partners, and that built trust. Right? I'm a big fan of something that one of my professors termed mutually shared respect, support, and trust. And we build that by being open and transparent on how we do business and what we're trying to achieve in doing that business. And that's what's really helped build that trust that we need. And again, my hope is that I've talked about rolling out all these different places that I really would like to roll out here in the Caribbean, like to roll out in Africa, starting in Ghana, if at all possible, and so that we bring this technology, the great equalizer, to us, and so that we can actually do some of the things that I think that we were created to do. And I choose those words very carefully. We are here and we spread out all over the world for a reason, and now is our time. And we need to learn AI and use this technology to get access to knowledge that was once kept from people, and only certain groups of people could get access to this technology and to knowledge. Now we can all get that access, and we can do things that we are capable of doing. And that's why I would like to see it start, for me, first in the Caribbean, and then move over to the continent of Africa, and then watch how AI changes. Because we change everything we touch positively. And so I'm looking forward to that. And I'm looking forward to coming back and saying, look at all the millions of US dollars, and I guess we can say Barbados dollars as well, that we've made together. And then look at all the money we gave back to the community to help bring everybody up. And then look how we are impacting the world as we do that.
Yeah, I like that. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Well, I can see 0000 on that screen over there, which means we're out of time. But I'd like to thank both of you for the short time that we've had. Dr. Milton Mattox and Tradisha Howard, thank you so much for being my guest. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator and panelists. Well, we've come to the end of a successful event, and what an inspiring day this has been. As we wrap up the very first GUBA Trade and Investment Conference to be held in Barbados and within the Caribbean, I'm certain we can agree that it has been truly an enriching experience. The energy, ideas, and sense of purpose that we shared have been uplifting. Indeed, it has been heartwarming to see so many innovators, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and leaders come together to connect, collaborate, and strengthen the ties between Africa and the Caribbean. To our distinguished, our visiting delegates, it has certainly been a pleasure having you with us. I trust your time in Barbados has been both productive and enjoyable, and that you got an opportunity to experience not only the beauty of our island, but also the warmth of our people. I therefore hope that Barbados has left a lasting impression on you and that you will return to our shores very soon, not just for business, but also for vacation. Again, I wish to thank Lady Denta, President and founder of GUBA Enterprise, and her dedicated team. Your drive to bring our regions closer together is truly commendable. The success of this conference reflects your passion, vision, and commitment. I therefore thank you for choosing Barbados as your host. Distinguished guests, let me close by saying that on behalf of partners, organizers, and sponsors, I wish to thank everyone who made this event possible. Your contributions and ideas have made a lasting impact. I have every confidence that the outcomes of this conference will help to shape a brighter, more connected future for both Africa and the Caribbean. Thank you once again, and let's continue to reclaim our Atlantic destiny, connect, build, and renew together. I'm Crispin Hackett. Do have a good evening.
Go get person we don't mind, boy. When I land softly on the sofa floor. So far so good, Koni Bajo.